Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents As Long as She Lives by Kate Wiley. Narrated by Lauren Allman. 1. Margot Phelan had learned a long time ago that a simple white envelope could be something much worse, something dangerous. She stared at the envelope lying in the center of her desk, her name written in looping feminine handwriting on the front, with a return address in the top left corner for Chowchilla, California. Margot was a former detective, which meant her deductive reasoning skills were top-notch. The only thing of note in Chowchilla, California, was the Central California Women's Facility, the maximum security women's prison that housed all the female death row inmates in the state. She reached for the envelope before pulling her hand back, reconsidering. Her office was on one of the lower levels in the FBI's San Francisco headquarters, and they scanned all the incoming mail for explosives and potentially harmful substances. But words could be just as dangerous. She didn't know anyone in Chowchilla. If this wasn't an inmate she had any previous connection with, then why would someone at the prison be reaching out to her? She worked on a cold case team that helped connect unsolved homicides to prisoners already incarcerated for other killings. Usually, that meant she had to go hunting for answers, extract them with charm and cunning from the unwilling. Killers didn't usually come to her. The envelope made her uneasy. However, she was also a grown woman, a seasoned FBI agent, and no stranger to serial killers, so whatever its contents, she could tough it out. She bit her lip, pulled the envelope closer to her, and ripped the seal open. Inside, there was only one piece of paper, though the scrawl on this paper didn't match the label on the outside. Someone else had addressed the envelope. Dear Ms. Phelan, you don't know me, so I have no doubt you'll be confused about my letter. My lawyer mentioned the work you do at the FBI and thought it might be worthwhile to reach out to you. See, my time is coming up, thanks to Governor McKidd, and I feel like there's some things I'd like to get off my chest. My lawyer tells me you might be the person who would want to hear those things. I'm not expecting anyone to give me a stay or nothing. I know I fucked up a long time ago, and I gotta pay for my sins, but I feel like now is as good a time as any to get some skeletons out of my closet. If you want to hear what I gotta say, I'll put you on my visitor list. Just you, no fuss. Woman to woman, you know. See you soon. Carissa Withers. Margot set the letter down and let out her breath in a little whoosh. Anyone who had picked up a newspaper in the last few months would know that name. The Black Widow of Berkeley. Margot hadn't worked the case personally when she'd been with the SFPD, but she'd been aware of it. Carissa Withers had married and murdered 6 different elderly men over the course of a decade, but hadn't been caught until the family of her final victim raised serious alarm bells. Withers' case wasn't one that Margot's unit had delved into. It hadn't seemed like the type where there might be hitherto unknown victims. The cold case unit picked killers who were likely to have left more bloodshed in their wake. Now Carissa Withers was telling Margot they had overlooked her. Margot sat back in her seat and drummed her fingers on the desk. It could just be a last-ditch effort for clemency. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that someone facing death would try that particular maneuver. Now that the new governor had removed the decades-long stay on all death row executions, things were starting to get scheduled again, and inmates who thought they might never have to face the consequences of their crimes were suddenly learning that their time was coming up, and coming up fast. Margot wondered whether, if her father, Ed Finch, was still alive, he would have been among the first to be given an execution date. She had no doubt that, as one of the most notorious and prolific serial killers in America, with over 80 victims, he would have been on top of the governor's list. And, knowing Ed, he would have liked being number one. Margot had saved everyone the trouble when she had killed him 7 years earlier. Good riddance, she told herself, though the sentiment didn't quite land, her stomach roiling with the same guilt that always came up when she thought about him. But Ed wasn't the one who wanted her attention right now. Carissa Withers did, and Margot wouldn't look a gift confession in the mouth. Her team had other projects on the go. Their current focus was a long-distance trucker on death row in Texas with no planned execution date and a long history of keeping his mouth shut during interviews. This letter represented something interesting. Either there was nothing substantial behind it, and they could sort that out easily enough in an interview, or Carissa was telling the truth, and they were being handed an easy win for the team. Margot wondered what Withers wanted from them. She pushed away from her desk and headed out into the common area of their office. Her team only had 10 permanent members, though a rotating crew of new agents passed through, usually for 6 months at a time before heading off to more permanent roles elsewhere. They worked in tandem with the Behavioral Sciences Unit, the BSU, and often took overflow agents from the BSU for short periods. People rarely lasted more than a year or so with BSU. It took a steel stomach and a strong mind to handle that kind of work. It was the same for the cold case team. They spent all day neck-deep in serial killer case files. It could get pretty harrowing. Even though their team was small, the noise level in the office was intense. Margot could hear 2 agents debating a signing the 49ers had made, which immediately made her tune out. She could hold her own in a conversation about baseball, but football was where she lost her ability to even fake it. If quizzed, she doubted she could name any of the positions on the field besides quarterback. The team seemed to be in good spirits today, though, which was always welcome, especially on a gray and rainy spring morning like this one. Before she headed to the boss's office, Margot peeked into a cubicle next to the small kitchenette. Sydney Onyema had her headphones on, but she looked up as Margot peered around the side of her cubicle wall. "Morning, Margot," Sydney said. Her tone wasn't exactly warm, but that wasn't unusual for her. She just wasn't a warm person. Not with people, at least. Margot actually liked that about her. "Can you do me a favor?" Margot asked. Sydney gave her a quizzical look, as if uncertain she wanted to agree without hearing what it was first. "Sure. What's up?" "Can you pull what the Bureau has on Carissa Withers for me? Do a quick breakdown on her MO and victim profile?" This made the younger agent perk up considerably, her expression so earnest and excited that Margot immediately felt bad for not asking her for help more often. "Are we going to be looking into Withers?" Sydney asked cautiously, clearly trying to keep her enthusiasm out of her tone. Margot shrugged and gave an apologetic smile. "That remains to be seen, but I'd like us to be prepared if it suddenly becomes something we're taking on. We're on a bit of a deadline, if it happens." "Oh, shit, that's right." Sydney's eyes widened. "She's on the clock, I guess. 2 months, unless she gets picked up by the Innocence Project. Or if she offers to tell you something interesting," Sydney said slyly. "Though I don't know what she could say that would help her case. She never showed an ounce of remorse through her whole trial." Margot let that hang. She didn't like to base her observations of killers on how they presented themselves at trial. Instead, she looked at Sydney's desk. There was a framed photo of Sydney posing with a beautiful Labrador retriever, the dog looking as if it was smiling for the photographer as well. Sydney had her head rested against the dogs, and the golden hour California light made them look like an advert for a pet adoption agency. Sydney had gotten the dog about 2 months earlier, citing a very bad date as her reason for choosing dogs over men for a while. In the year that Sydney had been back with the team, it was the first time Margot had noticed any personal touches in her space. "Is that Eloise?" Margot asked. Sydney looked at the photo as if to remind herself it was there. She smiled fondly. "Yeah, that's her. She stays with my parents when we go on assignment. They've started referring to her as their granddog. I think maybe they've given up hope of me ever having human children." Margot nodded, not sure what else to say that didn't feel too much like crossing lines into personal territory. She also had not one, but several rescue pets at home, and no strong desire to have her own offspring join the gang. And although she'd changed a lot since settling into happy domesticity with her partner, Wes, she still defaulted to old Margot when it came to disclosing too much about her own personal life. Once the daughter of a psychopath, always the daughter of a psychopath. "All right, thanks, Sydney. Appreciate your help on that." She patted the top of the cubicle wall twice, just to expertly demonstrate just how awkward she could be, and then walked off down the hall. She'd put it off long enough. She needed to face the boss. 2. Special Agent in Charge Alana Yarrow could be called many things, but subtle was not one of them. When Margot walked into her office, she found her unit supervisor wearing a deep eggplant purple jumpsuit and a pair of Christian Louboutin pumps, and her lips were painted their signature red hue. Alana had her feet kicked up on her desk, a Stanford coffee mug in her hand, and a pissed-off expression on her face as she listened to the phone pressed to her ear. Margot tapped on the glass door, and Alana waved her in and gestured to the chair across from her desk. Margot knew that Alana's peevish look had nothing to do with her, but there was still a vague sense of being called into the principal's office that left Margot feeling queasy and uncertain. Perhaps she should come back later. Alana was newly in charge of the unit following the forced retirement of their previous fearless leader, Andrew Rhodes. As much as Margot missed Andrew, she had been impressed by the commanding way Alana had taken over, managing to do it without stepping on any toes. But Margot did get the sense, being friends with Alana, that there was quite a bit of bureaucracy that Andrew had managed to shield them from. Now that Alana was bearing the full brunt of that, she didn't seem quite as keen on the role as she had when Andrew announced the leadership change. For her part, Margot had suspected things might turn out this way, and it had been one of the many reasons she had declined Andrew's offer for her to take over the team. Another reason was that, for 3 out of 4 weeks of the month, she worked remotely from her home in Elk Creek, a tiny hamlet about 3 hours north of San Francisco, and she wasn't willing to give up that particular job perk for any sum of money or perceived increase in power. She didn't envy Alana the position she was now in, but she also selfishly hoped that her new boss would find peace in the role. She didn't want to have to deal with any new outsiders coming in to upset the balance of their team. "I just don't agree with that assessment of things, sir," Alana said, doing nothing to mask the annoyance in her tone. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling as if begging for divine intervention. Margot took a seat in the chair across from her. She couldn't hear any of the conversation on the other end of the line, but she suspected Alana had been on the call for a while. Alana's hair was, as ever, cut in a perfect platinum bob, the angle of the cut so sharp Margot had to assume she got it trimmed every other week. Margot had never asked Alana about her family wealth outright, though it was obvious just by looking at her that she wasn't working on a bureau income when it came to her grooming and wardrobe. Margot had also seen Alana's home, a Victorian house just down the block from the famous Painted Ladies on Steiner Street, so she knew Alana was rich. Somehow, it never came up. She dressed and looked the part, but never acted it, never treating anyone else on the team like they were inferior in any capacity. She stayed at the same shitty motels as the rest of them when they went to conduct prison interviews. Margot sat back and marveled at the notion that someone who probably didn't have to work was willing to listen to whatever was being said at the other end of that phone line. "Sir, while I can appreciate the position you're coming from, I think you'll find the team's track record speaks for itself. I have to admit, I think it's interesting that you're suggesting these cutbacks only a few months after the highest payroll on our budget was removed. It's also interesting that none of this came up during Andrew Rhodes' tenure." A smug smile flashed over her lips and disappeared in a moment. "No, sir, I'm not suggesting anything like that, and if our results stop making financial sense for the Bureau, I'll be happy to reassess things with you at the time. But for now, I don't think I'll be making any changes." A long pause. "Yes, you have a good day as well." She gently put the phone in its receiver, then, a moment later, picked it up and slammed it down several times in a row. "That went well, then?" Margot asked, fiddling with the letter in her hands. She knew it wasn't an ideal moment, but considering the dynamic in their office, there weren't a lot of good moments to bring new serial killers into conversations. You just had to kind of toss them in like a grenade. "He's a peach." Margot knew she was talking about their director, a man she herself had only met a handful of times in passing. "I come bearing horrible gifts," Margot said, waving the letter in Alana's direction. "They may be unwelcome, but they will certainly take your mind off what sounded like potential layoffs." She raised an eyebrow. "Not layoffs, just restructuring. You know how it goes." Margot actually didn't know. She had joined the FBI specifically to work on this unit. If attempts were made to put her anywhere else, she would probably just leave the Bureau. Her loyalty was to the team Andrew had created, not to the Bureau itself. "Anyway, don't worry about that. I've put him off the scent for a little while. But we're going to need something good to show for our efforts in the next few months if I'm going to keep him off our asses." She made grabby hands in Margot's direction. "What did you bring, Mama?" "Oh, Lord, please never refer to yourself as Mama again." "I make no promises." She held her hand out expectantly, and Margot dropped the letter on her palm. Alana didn't miss much. She was smart, observant, and had been a profiler with the BSU long before she came on board with Andrew's team during their initial creation, figuring out Ed Finch's unknown victims. So, when she looked at the envelope, she saw the same things that had made Margot hesitate to open it in the first place. "Chowchilla?" she asked, her perfectly groomed eyebrow raised. "You know someone in Chowchilla?" "Just open it," Margot said, gesturing to the envelope with a flourish. "All will be revealed in due course." "That's a fancy way of saying no spoilers," Alana said, scoffing. But she dutifully pulled out the letter and read it with a stony expression while Margot watched on. Whatever was going through Alana's mind as she read Carissa's letter, her face wasn't giving any hints. When she was done, she placed the letter and envelope on her desk and leaned back in her chair, looking to the ceiling again, pondering. She hadn't forgotten Margot was there, but she was obviously mulling something over, weighing options. "How genuine do you think she is?" She still wasn't looking right at Margot. Despite the fact that Alana was staring at the ceiling, Margot shrugged. "It's hard to say. I think a lot of people make Hail Mary attempts at the end." "Margot Phelan? Was that a sports reference?" Alana sat up straight and looked at her, a smirk on her lips. "I don't know, was it?" Margot smiled. "They were talking about football in the office. Maybe I absorbed it by accident." Alana waved off this distraction. "Here's the thing. You and I both know this team does incredible work, and we can continue to do incredible work. But it also takes a long time for what we do to bear fruit. It can take months of research and planning, long waits to get the inmates willing to talk to us, and it's often a shot in the dark whether we make a connection or not. What we're doing is important, but I think the brass are starting to wonder if it's worth the overhead." Margot nodded. She could see the train of thought Alana was on now, and knew the only station it would get off at was a women's prison 3 hours away. She waited for Alana to continue, not wanting to get in the way of what she was building towards. "The Bachman case isn't ready. We don't have enough strong candidates to go to him yet, and even if we did, he's still not willing to talk to us." She tapped the letter on her desk with a glossy red nail. "This is high profile. A woman on the cusp of being executed wants to tell all. You make it sound like we're a gossip rag," Margot said with a small noise of disdain. She thought what she did was much more important than just churning out good press for the Bureau. "Don't take it personally," Alana replied, her tone brusque and annoyed. "You're smarter than that. This is about what this could mean for the whole team. If Carissa Withers has unknown victims, that's the kind of case that puts us on the map. It makes us important to a national audience." Margot wanted to protest. Many of their cases had made national news, especially the discoveries they had made in the case of a child pageant killer, Ricky DeGraff, or the mass grave they'd found in Tennessee the previous year. But those stories quickly faded out of the headlines. She had to admit that Alana had a point. The public was salivating for news on Withers, especially with her looming execution. If there were more victims to uncover, Margot would need to find out about them, and fast. They had been working in this division for 7 years, and this case could be the deciding factor as to whether the team continued to work for 7 more years, or if they were all scattered to the 7 seas. Margot didn't really do nautical references either. "I don't know if she's being genuine or not," she said, her tone back to calm. "But I know one way we could find out." 3. 2004. Reno, Nevada. Carissa didn't hate men. She knew if she ever got caught, there would be people who would say that about her. But that wasn't the truth. Men fascinated her. They were simple creatures at their core. Every time she met a new man she considered taking as a husband, she looked at it as a test, a challenge. Love wasn't a factor. Carissa knew love existed because of what she felt for the Maltese terrier puppy her third husband, Hammond, had bought for her. She'd thought, at the time, it was just his way of giving her something to feel maternal towards, hoping to convince her she might someday want a baby. Turned out that idea had backfired, because Carissa would never want a baby. But she loved that dog. Hammond was long gone, bless him, but Rocco was still with her, though she knew that at 10 years old, his days were numbered. That thought terrified the bejesus out of her, even though it was a harsh inevitability of his breed. Small dogs, especially purebred ones, didn't live as long as the larger mutts that populated animal shelters. Carissa was at the Nugget Casino in Reno, not because she had an affinity for smoky air or poorly made cocktails, but she had made a bet with herself that she could find and marry husband number 5 in the span of one trip. The old-timers didn't spend much time in Vegas. They didn't like the flashiness or the newness of the Strip. They liked the old-school vibes of some of the places in Reno. It had an old Vegas feel to it, with aging showgirls, bad Wayne Newton impersonators, and stand-up comedians whose jokes were anything but family-friendly. The old guys would come here to feel a little of that Rat Pack vibe they felt defined their youth, where casino waitresses in low-cut tops would make them feel like Dean or Frank and keep the gin and tonics flowing. This was where someone with Carissa's face and charm could do business. She wasn't in her 20s anymore. She couldn't as easily get the men in their 30s or even 40s, but she'd learned over time that wasn't what she was looking for. It was a lot harder to make a healthy young man's death look like an accident. On the flip side, you couldn't just pick the oldest 90-something millionaire out of a lineup and get him to put a ring on it either. The gold digger accusations came fast and furious. Eyebrows would be raised. There were usually adult children older than her in those scenarios, too, who were never as impressed by her charms. She'd learned valuable lessons with husband number 4. She wouldn't repeat those mistakes. What Carissa needed was a man in his 60s, someone who knew even with money he wasn't going to be able to land a 20-year-old anymore, but still wanted someone fresh-faced and pretty. They liked a woman who could behave, who wasn't likely to get drunk or want to do something foolish when they were trying to impress their other rich friends. Girls in their 20s could be a liability for men like this. Carissa knew how to give them exactly what they needed. She was wearing an Isaac Mizrahi sequin dress with spaghetti straps. The canary yellow shade made her tan pop, and her blonde hair was freshly dyed, looking soft and beautiful, not a dark root in sight. The look wasn't cheap, and Carissa's funds from number 4 were starting to dwindle. She sipped her drink and let her eyes scan the room, assessing, but trying not to look like she was doing so. No one wanted a woman on the prowl. Men in the demographic she was looking for wanted to be the aggressor. They wanted to feel like they had caught and won something worth getting. Couldn't be too easy. She knew she looked great in the dress. Her tan looked beachy, not fake. Her body was toned. Her boob job looked just natural enough and meant she didn't need a bra. This was a skill she had honed over time, knowing what they wanted, knowing how to be the prize. It made her wonder, briefly, if that was how evolution worked, like the way frogs in the Amazon became brightly colored over time to let predators know poison, don't touch. Except for her, she'd learned how to give off the opposite vibe. A group of men came into the bar, laughing too loudly. Their suits were rumpled but expensive, as if they'd spent all day doing something important, and now they were ready to blow off some steam. They found a table, and one started snapping his fingers for a waitress. Carissa sneered into her glass, facing away from them. She didn't hate men, but that didn't mean she liked them very much either. After the first round, they must have loosened up a little, because she sensed eyes on her before any of them made a move. A man came to the bar, sidled up next to her, but didn't take a seat. He smelled nice, a high-quality aftershave, but he was only 40, give or take. "Hey," he said. His breath smelled of whiskey, and under the aftershave was the stale scent of a recently smoked cigarette. "Hey," she said, and sipped her drink before looking at him completely. He was handsome enough, had a full head of hair, but he was too young, too confident. She didn't turn her body towards him, only gave him a polite smile. "Look, this might seem a little out of the ordinary, so you can feel free to tell me to fuck off. But my buddy, He thinks you're just about the hottest woman he's ever seen in his life." She raised an eyebrow at him, silently asking, "Just your buddy?" "We all think you're about one of the most beautiful women we've ever seen," he corrected himself quickly. "But most of us are otherwise committed." He raised his hand, flashing a wedding band. Carissa turned in her seat to face him, crossing her legs carefully to show them to their full effect, but not let her skirt hike up too far. "Which friend?" she asked. Then her gaze cut back to him quickly. "You know I'm not a professional, right? If you're trying to, hire me for some guy's birthday or divorce present or something, you can fuck off." The man laughed, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender. "No, ma'am. Thought never crossed my mind." It had happened before and left Carissa feeling angry for days afterwards. Yes, she wanted these men for their money. Yes, in a sense, she traded her body for that privilege, but she'd be damned if anyone ever called her a whore. "All right, then," she said, the rigidity in her posture yielding. "Which friend?" The man pointed over to the table where 4 other men between 40 and 60 were seated. Carissa locked eyes with the eldest, a man in his early 60s, hair thinning but still looking to be his natural color, wearing a pair of glasses. He was lean, despite a slight paunch in the midsection, like he still tried to take care of himself. The guy at the bar with her pointed to this man. "That's our dear friend Aaron. He can be a bit shy, and he wanted to see if you might join us, let us buy you a drink. Maybe see if you and he hit it off." Carissa took a sip of her drink. She got the feeling that these men still thought she was a prostitute, but they were being polite enough, and the approach was a first for her. It was endearing in a way, and the guy looked like a good option. Wealthy, a little withdrawn. She could do something with that. "There's no harm in a drink," she said with a smile. At least, not for her. 4. Getting Alana interested in taking on the Carissa Withers case had been the easy part. Convincing the Chowchilla prison that their team needed access to her was another kettle of fish entirely. They had a very small window to interview Withers, and it was getting shorter by the day. In the week since Margot had received the letter, they had been in contact with lawyers, with wardens, and Alana had even spoken to the governor of California directly, trying to see where he stood on a stay of execution if the interviews proved fruitful. He was not interested in offering Withers any favors, but it seemed like she wasn't asking for any. The biggest hurdle was getting her lawyers and the prison to agree to letting the FBI come in for questioning, and that was the standstill they were currently at. It didn't seem to matter that Withers didn't want clemency, or that she might have more crimes she was suggesting she could confess to. Margot suspected it was all about the public perception. If they went in to talk to her, and she did reveal new victims, then the public were going to lose their minds. They would demand a stay of execution until all the details of her potential crimes could be revealed. Families would want trials for their loved ones, though typically those never came to fruition since the killer was already as on death row as she was going to get. But it created a potential for drama, for scrutiny, and the prison didn't want to deal with any of that. They had enough attention on them as it was, what with the pressure of performing the first execution in the state after a dry spell that had lasted decades. Margot didn't envy them, but she was also getting pissed off that they were standing in the way of her doing her job. She got back to her office from her visit with Alana and sent a text to Wes Fox, her former police partner turned husband, in everything but legal paperwork. She knew he'd be working, but, depending on what his students were doing, he might answer her. He'd left the police department when she had, but rather than stick with law enforcement, he'd become a high school coach in their small town. Bureaucracy can bite my ass. For a moment, her message was unread, and she thought he might be too busy, but soon 3 dots appeared. She settled back in her office chair to wait for his reply. I hate to break it to you, babe, but it's hard to hate the man when you are, in fact, the man. I am not the man. You're slow for a special agent. FBI equals part of the government? I don't know what to tell you. I texted you to make me feel better, and you are doing a terrible job. Would you rather be the man, like the Taylor Swift song? How do you know about Taylor Swift songs? Because I let the kids pick what they want to listen to during the morning laps, and I curse myself daily for that. What's causing you to hate the system, or the patriarchy, or whatever's got you down this morning, my love? Prisons. Ah, yes, a notoriously easygoing system. You'd think it would be easier to get into one. I can think of a few ways you could expedite the process, but all of them would make getting out more difficult. Unhelpful. You're very smart and pretty. More helpful. I've got to go teach 8th graders how to play badminton, so you tell me which one of us has a harder day. Love you. Love you too. The last message remained unread, but Margot put her phone away, feeling at least the tiniest bit better. The team briefing was about to begin, so she gathered up her stuff and headed to the meeting room. She had other cases to occupy her, but with the potential for a Carissa Withers interview looming, the team had begun to do all their usual preparation. The core group was already seated around the table when she joined them. Alana, Sydney, and Greg. Greg was in his typical spot at the front of the room, a PowerPoint presentation at the ready. Sydney, who had been pulling all the relevant information on Withers for the last week, looked a bit stony-faced, and Margot guessed she would have preferred to be doing the presentation herself. But Greg had been presenting their cases for 7 years, and getting him to change his habits now was about as easy as getting the Rio Grande to flow in a different direction. While Margot was not aware of any formal diagnosis for Greg, not that she would be privy to his records unless he shared them with her, she recognized the earmarks of autism in him, in both his hyper-focused genius and also his inflexibility and some of his mannerisms. Everyone on the team silently acknowledged that it was easier to keep the status quo because change tended to throw Greg off. Change, like losing Andrew. The passage of leadership from Andrew to Alana had been especially hard on Greg, who, Margot knew, saw Andrew as something of a father figure, the way Margot sometimes did, for complicated reasons of her own. He had adored and respected their old mentor, and a large part of that was because of the faith and confidence Andrew had shown in Greg by taking him on to the Ed Finch task force, then hand-selecting him for the new cold case unit. Margot got the feeling that Greg didn't have a lot of people in his life personally or professionally who treated him with the same respect and generosity that Andrew had. It wasn't like Andrew was dead. They'd all spoken to him since his retirement, and Margot knew he was just waiting for the day they needed their former FBI mentor to come back in an advisory capacity. He was working on a new book, but Margot suspected he missed the hunt. It made her grateful that she hadn't experienced that lull, having moved straight from the San Francisco Police Department, where she'd spent over a decade as a homicide detective, to her role in the FBI. She wouldn't have known what to do with herself out in the real world for any length of time. Wes had fared much better, applying his natural joie de vivre to a new life as a coach and generally becoming beloved by everyone who met him. Margot didn't have that ability to just change what she was good at, or to make people like her. She and Wes were very different people, which was why they worked so well together on and off the job. His kindness and enthusiasm were a balm to her prickly nature. Back in the day, when they'd done the old good cop, bad cop routine, she had always been bad cop, playing to her natural gifts. Poor Greg, though. He was having a really hard time with Andrew being gone, and it was showing in his recent behavior. He was tense, snippy, and not at all his usual lovely self. The last time he'd started to act like this had been when Sydney joined the out-of-office team, and he'd sensed her encroaching on his territory. The two of them had learned to adapt to each other, but this was a new bridge for him to cross, and he was becoming a bit difficult to deal with in the meantime. It wasn't Margot's responsibility to correct him, but she wasn't sure Alana could tell the difference. Alana herself was often terse and difficult, so she might not recognize it in Greg as a sign of something wrong. Margot would talk to her about it, then offer to talk to Greg. Margot couldn't pretend to be the most emotionally stable person on the planet, but she had gone to a lot of therapy and had learned a thing or two over the years about coping mechanisms for difficult situations. She wasn't sure how well she could help explain those skills to Greg, since he might not even be aware he was acting differently. One thing at a time, though. For right now, they had a potential case, and this was the least prepared Margot had ever been to go talk to a killer. Normally, they worked 6 months or more on each case before ever finding their way to the prison. By that point, they were experts on their killer's life, giving Margot something of an upper hand when it came to getting them to open up. With Carissa Withers, all Margot knew was the sensational news the media had put out about her, including an indulgent Netflix docuseries Margot and Wes had watched, and she'd had time to review some of the case files, but there were years' worth of them, and getting all the relevant information out took time. She knew more about the Texas serial killer who wouldn't talk to them than she knew about the woman asking to be heard. They had some catching up to do. Greg advanced the slide on the presentation and brought up 6 wedding photos taken over 18 years. Margot could say one thing for Carissa. She didn't rush to the finish line. Each of her weddings was a long con. She hung in, playing the dutiful and loving bride for at least 2 or 3 years before things turned deadly. Most serial killers didn't spend that long with their victims. Carissa was an unusual case. "Carissa Deidre Withers," Greg said, gesturing to the screen. He seemed more rigid than usual, but maybe Margot was looking too hard for issues with him that weren't really there. "Arrested in 2008. She was informally known to the press as the Black Widow of Berkeley, though the name is anachronistic because her crimes were committed over several decades in several states. Only the last murder took place in Berkeley." Margot sipped her coffee to hide her smile. Some things about Greg would never change. "Her husbands were all older, though, much like her nickname, the media coverage tended to oversell this angle. All of her spouses were about 30 to 40 years her senior." "That's pretty old," Alana said, mostly to herself. Greg cleared his throat. "They were all still relatively vital, and, most importantly, all appeared to have been in excellent health for their ages before they married Withers. No terminal illnesses like cancer, heart disease, kidney issues, or the like." "She was a poisoner, wasn't she?" Alana asked. Margot gave her boss a quick look. At the best of times, Greg didn't like to get distracted by questions, and at the moment, these were not the best of times for the poor kid. Margot couldn't tell if Alana was pushing his buttons intentionally or if this specific case was throwing her off. It was hard to have these meetings and not feel like a subject matter expert coming into them. No one in that room liked to feel unprepared. "Yes and no," Greg replied, and he managed to keep any annoyance out of his tone, which Margot thought was impressive on his part. What she did was slowly overdose them on prescription medication until it reached toxic levels in their system, but ultimately just looked like they took the incorrect dosage. It always looked either accidental or, in 2 cases, like suicide. It wasn't until her 6th husband that she rushed things, using an opioid to get things done sooner. Margot knew why it had taken so long for Carissa to get caught. She was a gifted con artist and had used multiple names on her marriage certificates. Since she never stayed in the same city or state between husbands, there was no easy way to track what she was doing. It was only after she got arrested for killing husband number 6 that the horrible truth of what she'd been up to started to surface in its totality. Her lawyers initially argued that Withers suffered from childhood trauma that had resulted in PTSD, and that her murders were a result of her repressed feelings towards the men in her life. What Greg was skipping over here, possibly due to how uncomfortable the topic was that there was evidence Carissa had been abused by both an uncle and an older babysitter in her childhood. Psychologists on the defense's side argued that the PTSD could have manifested itself in violent outbursts, but the prosecutors argued that her method of killing required too much forethought and planning to be explained away by outbursts, and the jury agreed with them. He moved through 6 individual slides, looking at each husband in turn, and Margot could see that they weren't the withered old men she had imagined every time she heard about this case. Carissa's first husband, Matthew, had only been 45 when they married. He was Wes's age, one that certainly didn't feel old to Margot, unless they were talking to teenagers who believed anyone born in the late 20th century was at death's door. As Withers got a bit older and a little less youthful in appearance, her target demographic moved up with her. Her last husband, she married right before she turned 40, and he was 75. She looked incredible for her age in those last wedding photos, tan, fit, polished. Margot hated to admit it, but Carissa reminded her a little of Alana, someone who clearly took very good care of themselves and liked to project an air of wealth and class at all times. Of course, the class part of that didn't always land with Carissa, but none of her husbands seemed to mind, from what Margot had seen. So, what would make a beautiful woman want to kill 6 different men? Was it as simple as money? That felt so cliched, even if it was the most likely answer. A woman like Carissa was a hunter. She found a target, narrowed her focus, but once she had stalked and captured her prey, the fun of it was all gone. Still, Margot was curious about her, especially the angle of her past trauma and how that had impacted what she came to do later. Margot was rarely excited to sit across from a killer, but she felt a tingle of anticipation at the idea of getting to pick Carissa's brain to see if they could unearth what had made her tick. More importantly, Margot wanted to know if there were more victims waiting to be found. There was really only one way to find out. 5. Alaska. The man had heard once about a particularly clever killer who had lived in Alaska. This killer had earned the somewhat unfortunate nickname of the Butcher Baker, but it wasn't the name that appealed to the man. The Butcher Baker was, as his name implied, a baker. He also, like many in Alaska, had his own plane and a pilot license. He would find women who no one would be particularly concerned about. Those women existed everywhere, even in Alaska. And he would get them into his plane and fly them out to the remote wilderness. Then he would hunt them for sport. The first time the man ever heard about the butcher baker, it gave him a thrill. It was such an exciting way to do things. The idea of being able to just pluck someone from the street and hunt them was sort of intoxicating. The man's own approach was much slower, more meticulous. He planned and planned, then waited for the right moment to act. It was how he knew he would be able to continue getting away with it as long as he needed. The man didn't hunt, he stalked. There was a difference. It was subtle, but it was important. Right now, he was thinking a lot about the butcher baker because his job had taken him to the city of Anchorage for a few days. At its heart, Anchorage felt like most other American cities, except the views were a little better than back in his home state of Indiana. The air smelled a little cleaner, and the mosquitoes were undeniably worse than in the lower 48. If the butcher baker hadn't taken care of those women in the woods, the mosquitoes certainly would have. He slapped a big one on his neck, scratching the already inflamed and itchy skin. In the early summer, the days stretched out long, much longer than back home, and that extra light seemed to give people permission to be out later, feel safe being outdoors late into the evening. It added an element of difficulty to his observations. He wasn't sure he wanted to act on his impulses here. For one thing, he had never prepared to do his real work in Alaska. There was no equipment for him, and he hadn't packed anything that would suffice. Hunting and fishing supply stores were a dime a dozen here. It would be easy enough to get a knife. But he had always been smart and measured when it came to hunting. Be prepared, be quick, don't leave a trail. A man in town for a week who bought a hunting knife, even though he wasn't there to hunt, and then left the state within a day or so of the time of death? There was no guarantee anyone would put the pieces together. They would need to know where to look, and in his personal experience, the police rarely knew where to look unless someone took them by the hand and pointed right to it. But it was a trail, nevertheless, something that felt a little too obvious, too clear by his standards. Still, the urge was there, and the story of the butcher baker was with him everywhere he went in the city. He thought about how long the baker had gotten away with it. It was a different time then, certainly, and Anchorage was more populated now. People were more aware of danger. That didn't make it impossible to act on his instincts, though. The key to doing what he did was simple. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity to present itself. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing to head to the supply store and get himself a little gift, and then just pay attention to see what happened. Who was he to say no if the universe wanted to offer him an opportunity? 6. Margot didn't usually stay in San Francisco, preferring to commute to the city only when it was necessary and work remotely otherwise. But given the long hours they were working to get what they needed on Withers and secure access, it made sense to find a hotel in town. She'd ended up renting a room at a mid-priced place within walking distance of the FBI headquarters, and once she finished work for the day, she had the rare opportunity to revisit her old home city. She'd lived in San Francisco for a long time, had been a homicide detective for the SFPD, and in all those years, she'd seen almost every area of the city. Some more than others, as it was just a fact of life in urban areas that some places attracted more violence. But what she'd learned in her years of working homicide was that there was no place in the world that was completely safe. A violent end could find someone in a plush penthouse just as easily as it could find someone selling drugs in the Tenderloin. And the other truth about death was that no one asked for it. Margot often wished people cared as much about the non-glamorous victims as they did the pretty white girls who looked good on the national news. In her extensive experience, almost everyone left someone behind who was devastated to lose them. Even the people who were told by society that they didn't matter. They mattered to someone. The area where the federal building was located was uninspiringly named South of Market, or Soma, if it was feeling cute. In a city with neighborhoods like the Tenderloin and the Castro, Soma as a name was a little underdeveloped, but she wasn't the one who had come up with it. Staying in Soma, an area she hadn't spent a lot of time in when she lived in the city, was like visiting as a tourist. It was a bit warehouse-heavy for her tastes, not as pretty as some other parts of the city. But it was close to the giant stadium, then called AT&T Park, and they were at home that week, so sometimes as she wandered around after work, she could hear the sounds of a ball game, something that loaned the night an air of ambience. Nights in the city could get cool, no matter the time of year, and Margot wore a dark green khaki jacket over her usual uniform of a cotton t-shirt and jeans. Tonight, she was feeling restless, and she felt like visiting her old stomping grounds. It wasn't a long walk, though the minute she crossed Market, it felt like stepping into a different world. The coldness of the warehouses and glass and concrete office buildings gave way to older structures, buildings with more history and character. She was also keenly aware that her time in Elk Creek, with its flat landscape, had completely destroyed all her muscle memory for San Francisco's hills. Even a seasoned veteran who lived in the city could still huff and puff their way up certain inclines. But Margot had never felt more like someone in their 40s than she did while battling the uphill stretches of the city. The downhill turns were nice, but they came at a cost when you knew they would become uphills on the way back. Margot soon found herself at the Dragon Gate, the entrance to Chinatown. It was about as touristy as San Francisco got, outside of Pier 39 perhaps. But it was the kind of touristy where visitors were tiptoeing through a world where people actually lived. That made Margot think of Carissa Withers. Withers had pretended her way into a world of immense wealth, but it wasn't somewhere she really belonged. She'd been a tourist, visiting the lives of the people she ultimately killed. Then she would move on to the next tourist stop on her journey with a new name, a new fake history, and a new mark. As she paced the streets, Margot ignored the shops selling paper lanterns and Lucky Cat figurines, though, at a glance, she spotted one that reminded her of Lucy, and it almost made her stop, and instead, she looked up to where the tourist kitsch ended and the real lives began. Clothing was left outside to dry, newspapers covered lower windows for privacy, and it reminded her that things weren't always what they appeared to be on the surface. There was a whole world on this street that was happening where no one was paying any attention. As she walked, she continued to think about Carissa. Was the flashy distraction of a public trial and 6 dead husbands hiding something else? Something that had been there all along, but no one had bothered to look at this entire time because the bigger story was right in front of them? Margot wasn't sure, but given her line of work and her specific expertise in serial killers, she had learned a long time ago to always expect the unexpected. She needed to find a way in, to get under Carissa's skin somehow. She had once made a grown man with the nickname of the Hammer Man start to cry after spending only one morning with him and asking him about his relationship with his deceased sister. Another time, a man who had killed 4 people with an axe had told Margot that if he had met her on the outside, He would have found a way to keep her alive as he took pieces of her off. Her questions had bothered him so much, he had started to fantasize about what it would be like to kill her. Despite that, she had talked to him for 2 more days and ultimately closed 2 unsolved homicides. She knew that with killers, surface value was worthless. You couldn't trust a single thing a serial killer told you at the beginning of an interview because they had spent too long perfecting the art of acting like a normal human being. They played the part without even thinking about it. The key to getting what she wanted from a killer was to start peeling back the layers to reveal who they truly were underneath. She was already imagining what it would be like to sit across the table from Carissa Withers and get under that polished layer that had seduced and married a 6 bachelors to figure out what she was hiding and why. Because she had spent months thinking almost solely about one killer, the introduction of a new one was giving her mind something to fixate on, a problem that needed solving, and it got her blood pumping. She left Grant and turned onto a side street. She had her favorite places in town to eat, but it had been more than 6 years since she'd been gone. Some of the old places were around still, but she wanted to let fate dictate where she ended up. And where she ended up was a little dumpling shop off the main beaten path. There were only 4 tables inside, but the unfussy decor and immediately friendly server gave her a good feeling about the place. She was shown to a table at the back of the restaurant, which she appreciated. While she had done extensive work on her anxieties and near agoraphobic fear of being out at night alone, she did still like to see who was coming and going around her. Old habits died hard sometimes. Margot ordered soup dumplings because she was a creature of habit at the end of the day, and when in San Fran, it was important to eat as much good food as possible because the options where she lived now were limited to 2 diners and 1 restaurant that did every single type of Asian cuisine they could think of, and none of them done as well as Margot would like. It was also comfort food, and Margot wanted something to tie her to the good parts of life whenever she worked on a case like this. She was constantly amazed by people who were just able to go about their lives, barely aware of the evil around them. Even on a little side street, the foot traffic was consistent, with tourists stopping every few minutes to snap a picture of something. In this case, it was likely the large wall mural beside the restaurant depicting a rainbow-hued horse to celebrate the previous year's Chinese zodiac sign. They were all blissfully unburdened by the things constantly on Margot's mind. How lucky to be them. Margot's waitress came again, a steamer basket in one hand and her duck on a large plate in the other. She set both dishes in front of Margot, then bowed her head lightly before disappearing as quickly as she had come. Everything smelled amazing, but Margot needed to do one thing before she could tuck in. She pulled out her phone and took a photo, then sent it to Wes. It didn't take any time at all for him to reply with his own photo of a half-finished plate of spaghetti. "See, I can brag about my food, too." She laughed. "That does look like excellent spag." "You know it. Mom's recipe." Margot did feel a slight pang of jealousy despite the meal in front of her. Wes's mother did have an incredible recipe for bolognese sauce with just the right mix of sweet, umami, and spicy flavors. Margot would happily skip the pasta altogether and just eat a whole bowl of the sauce on its own. It was that good. Jealous? Me too. Bring me home a dumpling. He didn't wait for her to reply before he sent his next message. "How are things going there? Get that whole prison thing sorted out?" Margot wanted to call him and talk it all through, but she also couldn't bring herself to be the kind of person to have a conversation in a public place. The restaurant was currently empty, and it was unlikely she would be upsetting the staff, but all the same, she just wasn't built that way. She also didn't quite know how to talk about the case. It was bothering her, but she couldn't articulate why and needed to let it simmer. Not yet. Plus, I think Alana is dealing with some stuff at a higher level, potential trouble in paradise for the department, so the vibe in the office is pretty tense. She doesn't seem to be pulling her hair out yet, though, so I can withhold my application to work at the grocery store in Willow. I sincerely hope you have different backup plans, because you should not be working in a customer-facing job. What are you talking about? I'm great with people. The people you are great with are serial killers. The skill set is not transferable to normal humans. Margot smiled to herself and set the phone down long enough to have her first soup dumpling. She set it in the little spoon they had brought her and topped it with a bit of chili crisp oil before piercing the dumpling with her chopsticks to let the broth inside mingle with the spicy sauce. She sipped the broth just to enjoy the salty heat of it, then ate the rest of the dumpling whole. Her mouth burned from the heat of the broth and the chili sauce, but it was the best feeling in the world to eat one of your favorite meals in one of your favorite cities. She didn't miss living in San Francisco. She found that country life suited her just fine and had done wonders for her anxiety and other disordered thinking. But it still felt nice to be in her old backyard where things felt familiar. Her phone flashed with a new message. "Keep me posted. Buy fresh underwear if you need to stay an extra week." Thank you. Laundry facilities do exist in the big, scary city, though. Love you. Love you, too. Margot finished her dumplings, watching as the outside world got darker and darker before it was overwhelmed by the glow of neon signs from Grant Street. Her meal was delicious, but it couldn't quite manage to tamp down all the butterflies in her stomach. 7. Margot spent her night doing the things she loved to do best when she stayed in a nice hotel room, because when they were on the road for cases, their rooms tended to be passable at best, questionable at worst. This place had fresh linens, replaced her towels every day, and even had a coffee shop in the lobby. As hotels went, it felt premium compared to the roadside hotels and motor lodges they often got stuck with near prisons. She took a long, luxurious shower, bundled up in the hotel's robe, and lay on top of her plushly outfitted bed, laptop in one hand and a crisp Diet Coke from the vending machine down the hall in the other. She had the TV tuned to Comedy Central for background noise, a station she completely forgot about every time she left a hotel room, as if it only existed inside the liminal space of temporary chambers. Sydney would have a file of information for her to go over when she got into the office the next day, but she wanted to do her own refresher on Carissa Withers, and, specifically, she wanted to learn more about Withers' victims. It could give her some insight to get going, to know better what this woman's victim profile looked like. She knew that if there were missing victims Withers was responsible for, they likely wouldn't be as obvious as the ones everyone already knew about. Boyfriends instead of husbands, perhaps, or, veering more off her standard type, maybe one-night stands. Margot felt confident that her victim type wouldn't change much. Men. Likely men with money. People she could lure in with her good looks or her charm. That was the deadliest weapon Carissa had possessed in her prime. Like a beautiful flower that secretly trapped bugs, she was alluring and fatal. Margot sipped her Coke, still feeling full and content from her excellent meal. The walk back had helped her with the feeling that she would need to roll herself to the office the next morning. She read through old newspaper articles on the case and spotted something that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. a familiar name. She checked the time on her phone, wondering if it would be rude to just call out of the blue like this after so long. It was late, but not too late. She picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't used in quite some time. Well, came a familiar, deep voice from the other end of the line. To what do I owe this dubious pleasure? Hello, Sebastian, she said warmly. Glad you haven't deleted me from your phone book just yet. The woman who helped net me a Pulitzer? No, I think I'll hang on to your details a little longer, Margot. She smiled to herself. Sebastian Klein had been something akin to a friend when she had lived in the city. They had a mutually beneficial relationship in which she would give him details of some of the cases she was working, details that would appease his readership but not ruin her case, while he kept the secret of who she really was. Back then, before she had put herself in front of a documentary camera, before she'd decided to air out all her dirty laundry in public, no one had known she was the daughter of a serial killer. The notorious Ed Finch had a daughter, but her name was Megan. Margot had been careful to leave Megan Finch in the past. Very few people had known the truth about her, but Sebastian was smart. He was a good reporter, and he'd done the math. But he also hadn't told a single soul what he knew, despite the fact that a serial killer's daughter working in his former hunting grounds as a detective was a very compelling story. Before she had left the SFPD, she had burned a lot of bridges, and she had done that with the help of Sebastian. She had damning evidence against the chief of police, tying him to a dangerous man in organized crime. The evidence Margot had shared with Sebastian and with the entire police department had taken a lot of people down. Sebastian's follow-up reporting had earned him one of the highest prizes in the country for journalism. Margot had moved on to the FBI and moved out of the city. There were likely people in town, even all these years later, who harbored a lot of ill will towards her for what she'd done, but it had never made her feel unsafe. While she and Sebastian had drifted out of each other's orbits after she left town, she still felt a lot of fondness towards him, and, based on his response to her call, the feeling was mutual. "It's good to hear your voice," she said. "You still sound as dashing as ever." "Thank God I still look as dashing as ever. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do with myself." Margot had once, very briefly, considered the idea of having a fling with Sebastian before she and Wes had gotten involved, but had very quickly realized that she was not, and never would be, his type. Learning he was gay had actually helped their relationship because it made her feel less exposed in his presence, to know he wasn't thinking about her in any other capacity. "I was wondering if I could pick your brain about something." "I don't see why not." There was some shuffling in the background, then a liquid sound that Margot assumed was wine being poured into a glass. "What did you have in mind?" "Do you remember Carissa Withers?" "Of course. Big case. I did quite a lot of coverage on it over the course of her trial. People were obsessed with that story. She had fans, if you can believe it. Well, obviously you can. You know better than anyone that the bigger the freak, the bigger the weirdos are who loved them." This was a direct jab at Margot's father, Ed, which wasn't unearned. He had remarried while in prison and had innumerable fans writing him letters all the time, many of them convinced he was innocent, others who didn't seem to care one way or the other. "What kind of fans?" Margot asked. "She was unique. Instead of men panting after her, she had tons of female fans. They'd write us nasty letters about our coverage, stand outside her trial with signs that said, 'Good for her.' You know, that kind of feminist-flavored revenge fantasy nonsense." What do you remember about the husbands? You have a professional interest in this case, Margot? Or are you trying to figure out where she messed up so you don't make the same mistakes? Because if you need to get rid of Wes, I'd gladly take him off your hands before you do anything too drastic. Margot snorted, making fizzy bubbles go up the back of her throat and causing her to cough. No, I think I'll be hanging on to him for the time being, but I don't even need to ask him to know he'd be flattered by the offer and would say he'd keep it in mind. Good. Would be a shame to waste a man that attractive on an early grave. The husbands, Margot urged, trying to get the ship steered back on course. She would gladly meet up with Sebastian to catch up at a different time, but right now she wanted his insights. You didn't answer my question. I didn't think you were being serious. Does the FBI have an interest in Carissa Withers? Ah, yes. Margot should have known that by calling Sebastian she would pique his interest. It was a risk she had chosen to take. It was also a minefield she was going to need to be careful walking through. I have an interest in Carissa Withers. At the moment, that's it. If things change and there's something worth telling you, then I think we can have a discussion. The FBI, much like the SFPD, had press liaisons to avoid situations exactly like this. But Margot and Sebastian knew they loved the phrase "no comment" a little too much, and when they weren't wielding that particular blunt weapon, lately they had been using a lot of AI-generated slop language to say a lot of words with precisely zero substance. All right, that's probably as good as I'm going to get. Plus, it's not like anything I'm going to tell you now isn't in the public record. This case was a while back. I was still fresh-faced and pretty back then. I remember it well because it was my first big criminal case off the beat. I really got thrown into the deep end with it. You're in luck, though. With the recent update on her death row status, I've actually been working on a new piece, so I've been rereading my old notes. Let me just grab my laptop. He didn't bother hanging up to call her back. He just set his phone down. She could hear him rummaging around in the background before he came back. Oh man, this case. Like walking down a really unpleasant memory lane. That trial was what, almost 20 years ago now? Margot asked. 15, give or take a year. I'd been with the paper about 2 years at that point, but mostly covering municipal stuff no one read. Lots of zoning commission meetings under my belt in those days, let me tell you. I bet. Margot likened it to her early days with the police when she'd worked the street. That had been 20 years ago at this point, but she could still remember how intense some of those shifts had been, how boring others had been. When she finally made it to the homicide unit, she dug her heels in and knew she didn't want to go anywhere else. You know all the basics, I'm assuming. She had 6 husbands, killed most of them with mixtures of prescription meds, some booze, just figuring out the finely tuned cocktail that would make it look like an accident. The first few times, anyway. That was how it worked in the end, but didn't a few of them have actual accidents? Ah, yes, your memory is still sharp. 2 of them weren't poisoned. One had a hunting accident that later turned out to be a hit, and another one fell off his boat and drowned. She really played the part of the grieving widow well. It definitely seemed, at least to the casual observer, that she was just very unlucky. Plus, she had a fun little habit of moving from state to state and changing her name. I'm pretty sure if she hadn't been active in the nascent days of the internet, no one would have caught on to what she was doing. But you don't want to know about her, you want to know about the victims. Whatever you remember, was there any similarity between them, aside from them being older than her and most of them having considerable wealth to leave to her? does someone like her need more of a reason? I think that's oversimplifying things. Killers usually have a deeper motive, a drive behind why they do things, even if it doesn't make sense to us. Ted Bundy didn't kill brunettes because he thought they were more attractive than blondes. He did it because they reminded him of a specific brunette. There's always a reason. I'm just trying to figure out what her reason is. It would be reductive of me to just say daddy issues, wouldn't it? Excuse me, but as the resident expert on daddy issues, I think that's a little bit too vague to help explain her pattern. Touché. What do you remember? In the background, she heard the squeak of springs from a sofa or a bed, some rustling, and he cleared his throat. It's been a long time. Without looking at my notes, take all of this with a grain of salt, but I used to have pretty extensive files to keep these guys straight while writing about them. It can get surprisingly easy to mix folks up when they're all her former husband, you know what I mean? Margot made a small sound to tell him she was listening and understood. Anyway, first victim was the youngest, Wendell Delancey. I think she was only about 20 when they got married. He was 40. Definite ick factor right there. Not to speak ill of the dead, of course, but I'm always suspicious of a man who doesn't date women his own age. Older women are smarter, they know better. If a 40-year-old man has to date 20-somethings, it's not just because he likes his women hot and young, an issue in and of itself, but it's because women his own age have figured out there's something wrong with him. They're too smart for it. Carissa was married to him for about 3 years before he went for a hunting trip with his friends and wound up with a bullet in his head. It was ruled a horrible accident. Looked like he had been wearing an orange hat when they headed into the woods, but for some reason he had taken it off. Wendell was no stranger to hiking. Should have known better. But it ended up being the last mistake he ever made. That's very dramatic of you, Margot said. For a reporter, you seem to enjoy editorializing. I like to paint word pictures. If you want bland details, you can look at Wikipedia. You called me because you want color, flourish. She had wanted details that might not have been revealed to the public or made it into the files, but she would settle for this instead. Turned out that Withers had been having an affair with one of Wendell's buddies, and she convinced him that the only way she'd be able to leave Wendell to be with him was if Wendell was 6 feet under. She had him believing that his own friend was a violent sociopath who would rather kill her than let her leave. In the end, she ditched him too, took the money and left town. That first kill was the one that would eventually come back to bite her in the ass when the friend grew a conscience 2 decades down the line thanks to AA and some pancreatic cancer. Brutal. For both of them. He managed to avoid his own life sentence by, dying. Has anyone ever told you that you were born without the gene for sympathy? You might want to have that looked into. Sebastian chuckled and took a sip of whatever he was drinking. Husband number 2, Calvin Packard. He was a bit of an anomaly. He got his money from a workers' comp claim a few years before he met her, lost 3 fingers on one hand, and sustained total hearing loss in his right ear after a piece of equipment he was working on malfunctioned. He got enough money from that settlement to retire early, but he also had terrible PTSD and an addiction to prescription opioids. I think it's safe to say that's where she learned the perfect cocktail to rid herself of husbands. He had no living family, very few friends, so that death was a great opportunity for her to really test her abilities. No one missed him when he was gone. This was a bit grim for Margot's tastes, But she decided against arguing with him. She supposed there was a chance he was right, that Packard really hadn't been missed, but that thought was depressing. She liked to believe every human life touched at least one other person, that someone would be sad he was no longer there. The list of people who would mourn Margot when she was gone wasn't a long one, but it was longer now than it had been 5 or 6 years earlier. She moved again, didn't bother changing her name this time. I guess she figured husband number 2's death was so below the radar, and she was removed enough from it that no one would be looking at her side-eyed. She married husband 3 about a year after Packard died. This guy was old money. East Coast, Ivy League, that sort of thing. Hammond Whittier III. He put real emphasis on the third. She met him at some sort of country club shindig she conned her way into. She was still in her 20s at this point. Hammond was pushing 60. The intent there was obvious from the start. He wasn't close with his family, had kids from his first marriage, but it seemed like the disdain was mutual in both directions. They didn't talk to him, he didn't talk to them, just funneled money into trust funds. So, when this girl, who was younger than his daughter, swanned into his life, there wasn't really anyone around to tell him what a bad idea it probably was to marry her. If anything, his friends were probably cheering him on the entire time. Young wife, svelte figure, seemed sweet, didn't look like she was interested in cheating with the tennis pro. You know the story without me telling you. She was good at what she did, but she wasn't necessarily breaking new ground. This was the husband who died on the boat, right? Margot had reviewed the files, but hadn't yet committed all the victims' names to perfect memory. As Sebastian was going through his story, bits and pieces were falling into place better. Bingo. And she had a pretty good alibi for herself. He got rip-roaring drunk at some sort of fundraiser they were hosting on their yacht, and this wasn't terribly out of character for him. He was being belligerent, yelling at the crew all night, yelling at Carissa. All of this, again, wasn't out of character for him based on witness testimony. Hammond just wasn't really a nice person. And then several of the guests saw him slip overboard, which would have normally been fine with so many people there to help get him out, but he hit his head on the way down, then sank like a damned stone. Took hours for them to recover the body, but everyone who was standing on the deck where he fell insisted Carissa was nowhere near him when it happened. Toxicology showed a potent mix of cocaine and alcohol. So, while she never fessed up about how she did it, the hindsight crew thinks she laced his drink with something when he was already pretty drunk, and just let nature take its course from there. Margot was trying to do mental math on all the things she knew about the victims so far, but it just wasn't enough to create a profile from. Wealthy, often delving into substance abuse. 2 of them might have had temper regulation issues, but with the first husband, that could have just been what Carissa told the friend. He'd believed it, though, which meant something. Margot didn't want Sebastian's reductive take of daddy issues to be correct, but with what little she had to go on, it was hard not to start thinking that way. She would need to look into what was known about Carissa's relationship with her father. Margot doubted she was the first person to want to make sense of all this death. Number 4. Sebastian took another sip of his drink. His tone had changed over the course of drinking it, his consonants getting slightly looser, his words a little less curated. She didn't think he was drunk, but whatever he was drinking was certainly dulling some of his edges. Number 4 was, again, a different state, different name. She wasn't going to repeat herself after the last death, no matter how lucky she got with the timing and witnesses. This one was her only really old husband. She pulled her same country club routine and met Reggie Baxter. Baxter was probably almost 90 to Carissa's 29. He had a family, and they were pissed about the marriage. They tried to block it, tried to have him ruled incompetent, insisted on a prenup, tried to bribe Carissa into staying away. You name it. They did what they could. None of it worked, though. I think this might have been the first time one of her husband's deaths really brought a lot of unwanted attention her way. Officially at the time, it was ruled a natural death. He seemed to go peacefully in his sleep. Later, it became clear that she had been microdosing him with slightly higher amounts of his usual medications, and over the course of almost a year, that caused kidney failure. She really played the long game on that one. He sounded almost impressed with her, but Margot knew Sebastian well enough to know this was just his way of telling a story. Husband 5, Aaron McEwen. She met in Vegas. He was mid-50s to her early 30s. She got lucky with him, or planned well. He had a heart condition. She used the same trick, and it worked brilliantly for her again. This guy had a close group of friends in his life, but not a lot of family. By all accounts, they seemed very happy together until his untimely heart attack. And that brought her to California and to husband number 6, Roger Quinlan, retired Silicon Valley exec. He was in his 70s, but a fit, active 70s. He was a social butterfly, on a lot of local committees, had a lot of friends, and one grown child from his first marriage, a son he was close to by all accounts. There was less animosity between the kid and Carissa in this situation, but that ended up being because she had an affair with Junior. What killed Papa Quinlan was a blood clot, once again brought on by our friend microdosing. It wasn't actually Quinlan's death that messed her up, though. It was a combination of 2 factors. 1, the friend she hired for the first murder was starting to feel the creeping fingers of mortality at his back, and he was developing a conscience over what he'd done. And 2, the private investigator hired by the family of Reggie Baxter had finally sniffed out Carissa's trail and started to put all the pieces together. She was busted before she even knew what hit her. How sad for her, Margot said sarcastically. How much money did she end up getting away with? From the 6 estates combined, she made $27 million. Jesus. She still has a good chunk of it, as far as I can tell. There was no family for several of the victims to contest the wills after the fact, so while she might be rotting in prison, I imagine she has a very healthy commissary fund. Well, that's what really matters. Damn, that's a grim picture, Sebastian. Thank you. It was fun to take a little walk down memory lane, he said warmly. Reporting on that trial got me on the crime beat permanently. I guess I owe Carissa a thank you letter for helping me start my real career. I'll pass along your thanks. Ah, so you are going to talk to her. Nothing set in stone yet, but if it amounts to a story worth telling, I'll be sure to call you first, okay? I'll hold you to that, gorgeous. Don't be a stranger, okay? I may never leave this city to come visit you in the ass end of nowhere, but you know where I live. I do. I promise to be better. Good. Now piss off so I can get my beauty rest. She laughed. and disconnected the call. 8. The next morning, Margot opened her laptop to an email from Alana saying that they were still held up with red tape when it came to getting approval to visit Withers, but there was a light at the end of the tunnel. She was waiting to get the official go-ahead, though, before she got the team to work on the case full-time. Waiting wasn't one of Margot's strongest skills. She needed to feel useful. Ever since getting that letter, she had been ready to get in a car or climb on the plane and go find out what Carissa Withers wanted to tell her. Being told to sit still and be patient was driving her nuts. Alana was occupied by meetings, so Margot couldn't bitch to her, and the rest of the team was still focused on the Texas case, so Margot decided she needed a distraction. She opened up her files on a different case that had been plaguing her for close to a year at this point. Reading the notes was a reminder that she could use some objective insights because her wheels were starting to spin. She made her way to Greg's office, tucked away in a far corner of the suite. When she knocked on his door, he didn't answer, so she opened it and looked inside. He had a bulky pair of headphones on, playing music loudly enough she could hear it even through the noise cancellation, and he was locked in, working on something on his computer. Margot waved, but it took her almost a full minute of doing so before he finally sensed the motion and looked up from his computer. Greg was in his very early 30s, but still had the face of a teenager. He had dark red hair that constantly looked like it was in need of brushing, and his youthful appearance was only bolstered by the freckles smattered all over his face. He was also one of the preeminent experts on serial killers working at the FBI, thanks to his nearly obsessive interest in them. He had actually written his master's thesis on her father. That had been slightly awkward when they first met, but since then, she had warmed to Greg's awkwardness and earnestness. He was one of her favorite people on the team. He struggled sometimes to connect to people, but so did Margot, which made them a good pair. "You busy?" she asked, now that she had his attention. "Yes, but I can not be busy if you need me to be busy on other things," he replied, smiling hopefully. Maybe he just wanted a break from his desk. Margot could relate. "Come on, I want to go to evidence storage." He raised an eyebrow at her, but turned off his music, locked his computer, and trailed her out of the office. "What's in evidence storage? We don't have anything on site for the Texas case, or for the Withers case." "I'll show you. I could use your perspective on something." Margot and Greg stopped for coffee in the small kitchenette before heading to the elevator and going down. It seemed like evidence storage was even lower in the scale of importance in their building. The FBI typically assisted in cases being run by other law enforcement agencies, which meant most of the evidence in those cases remained with that agency. But sometimes an investigation moved internally, and that meant they needed to have a place to store their own evidence. That was what Margot was dealing with at the moment. She had inadvertently managed to get herself involved in one of the strangest cases she had ever come across. The previous year, a teenaged girl had been murdered in Willow, the town where Wes worked. He had been the last person to see the girl alive, and for a brief and agonizing period of time, he had been considered the primary suspect in her murder. Because the evidence was circumstantial, and Wes had a lot of his own evidence to help back up his claims of innocence, he was eventually cleared of the charges and able to return to his job and normal life. Now it seemed, to both Wes and Margot's relief, that the town had all but forgotten that they had once suspected him. Margot had been frustrated by the lack of resolution, and the case had taken a bizarre turn a few months later when she was in Tennessee and was approached by the local police from a few towns away from where they were working. They wanted the FBI's insight, and, it had taken Margot less than 5 minutes to agree to help. She knew their case was connected to the murder in Willow, and she knew it for one strange and specific reason: the evidence left behind. She scanned her badge to get access to the evidence floor and stopped at the desk where an exceptionally bored-looking agent was seated behind the counter looking at his cell phone. As far as short straws went at the FBI, this assignment had to be one of the worst. Margot approached the counter and filled out a card with the evidence lot numbers she needed and handed it to the clerk, who barely looked up from his phone as he took it. He turned to his computer and entered the numbers just to ensure the evidence was on site and hadn't been checked out by anyone. "You need a room?" he asked, his tone so bored the question might as well have been, "Do you want fries with that?" "Yes, please," Margot said. He looked at his computer again. "Room 3. I'll be there shortly." He got up and shuffled away from his desk. Margot led Greg through the sterile-looking space that was like a cross between a library and a warehouse. Shelves upon shelves went as far back as the eye could see, and around the periphery of the main space were clean rooms equipped with gloves and other protective gear so agents could assess the evidence on site rather than removing it. Further testing, court needs, and other demands could be a reason to check the evidence out, but that process was more effort than it was worth because Margot just wanted to show Greg what she'd been working on. As they waited, Greg paced the room back and forth, not with the repressed tension of a man who felt trapped, but more the barely restrained energy of someone who had a very hard time sitting still unless he had something to focus on. He straightened the boxes of latex gloves on the counter. There were cotton swabs in a jar and plastic tools that could be used to lift items without touching them. It looked, at a glance, like an exam room in a doctor's office. After a few moments, there was a soft knock at the door, and the junior agent entered with a wheeled cart. This got Greg's attention, and he watched the young man put 2 open boxes on the table with almost identical contents. 2 bright orange plastic construction pails. "Just leave everything in here when you're done, please," the agent said, then left without waiting to hear their answers. Greg moved closer to the table, then paused and returned to the counter, where he grabbed a pair of gloves and put them on. Margot did the same, then removed each bucket from its box. The buckets each had a sticker on them with their evidence numbers, so she wasn't worried about getting the 2 mixed up. "I want you to tell me what you think when you look at these. I'll give you more information on the cases after we're done, but I want your high-level, gut instinct impression of what this evidence says to you, okay?" She looked at him. He was hunched over the table like a vulture, waiting for an injured animal to die so it could pick the carcass clean. It was evident he was keen to see what was inside. Margot emptied the contents of each bucket onto the evidence table. Bagged inside each was a hunting knife, rope, duct tape, handcuffs, ammunition, a map of the local area where they had been found, a ski mask, gloves, and a canister of pepper spray. The items had all been thoroughly tested. The masks were unused. The gloves in one container had DNA traces, but they had turned out to belong to the victim, not a suspect. There had been a partial thumbprint on one of the bucket handles, not enough to run through a database, but something that might help tie a suspect to the buckets if they ever caught him. Margot tried to be dispassionate about the display in front of her, but it was hard. The bucket on the left she had found herself, less than a 10-minute drive from her house. She knew, both by instinct and now because of the DNA on the glove, that this bucket had belonged to the person who murdered Whitney Eflin. Finding a second bucket on the other side of the country told her that this man was no amateur. She wanted to know what Greg thought. She could count on him to be unemotional about it, to look at the evidence at face value and tell her what he thought it said about the killer. Margot couldn't be emotionally removed from this case simply because it hit too close to home. Literally. Getting the Willow Sheriff's Department to give up the evidence had been a Herculean effort, but Alana had been the one to finally get it done. Now, they had this man's tools of the trade. They just needed to find a way back to him. That was the part proving difficult. "This is quite the unusual collection, Margot," Greg said, stooping over the evidence. He stood looking at what was in front of him without touching anything or asking any questions. Margot stayed silent, letting him work. She didn't want to give him anything that might influence his initial deductions. Later, he could learn more about the victims, and that would help shape his overall view of the killer even more. But for now, she was curious about what this evidence alone said. She couldn't remove herself from the weeds. Greg, having done a surface pass, started to pick the items up one at a time, comparing the similar objects to their partner in the opposing bucket. He got to the maps and made an sound, turning them over a few times. "Is this how they were found? Folded like this?" he asked, a question Margot had never asked herself about the maps. "They may have been folded differently after being checked for prints, but I think they tried to keep everything the way they found it." Margot couldn't actually say if this was true for the bucket found closer to her house. She didn't want to speak poorly of the local sheriff's department, but she would not have put it past them to meddle with the items out of curiosity. Greg nodded and didn't say anything else about why he'd asked or what he was thinking. When he finished looking at the contents, he checked the two buckets, lifting each one up, checking the surface from every angle, then setting them back down. "Were these buried?" he asked. "They were," Margot confirmed. He nodded. There were still remnants of soil on each bucket, so this question wasn't altogether surprising. As smart as Greg was, he hadn't just pulled that lucky guess out of thin air. He'd gotten it from the evidence in front of him. That was why he was the perfect person to look at these for her. Greg spent a solid 20 minutes looking at the buckets and everything they had in them. The entire time, Margot watched him silently. Her hawkish observation didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. For the most part, he behaved as if she wasn't in the room at all. Finally, he stood up straight, his full height almost alarming after he'd been hunched for so long. "Very curious." He pulled up a chair and put it close to her, then grabbed a second and sat in it. He peeled off his gloves and laid them on the table, like he was debating if he might need them again. He folded his hands in his lap and looked at her. Margot felt momentarily squeamish under his gaze because it reminded her so much of the way her therapist looked at her when he was waiting for her to open up about some hard truth she was working through. With Greg, though, the moment she met his eyes, he looked away. Not in a way most people would notice, but she saw his gaze shift to her forehead. A little trick a lot of neurodivergent people used to make it seem like they were maintaining eye contact without dealing with the uneasy awkwardness of actually having to make eye contact. "Tell me what you think," she said, mirroring his pose with her hands in her lap. "It's hard to say for certain without knowing his victim profile or how he killed them. I assume you'll give me more later." Margot nodded. "But just based on these, I'm not sure what you would call them." "I've been calling them kill kits," she said. He nodded, his expression totally unchanged by the grim name. He was as stoic as ever. "Yes, that makes sense." They're similar in nature to things you might find on a killer who is planning an immediate attack. You know, the duffel bag in the backseat of the car as he heads to someone's house, or trolls for a sex worker. It shows obvious signs of an organized killer, no doubt about that. Premeditation, careful planning to ensure he has the things he would need in most eventualities. Little things are interesting, though. The maps. 2 different states, so I assume he has victims in different areas. Margot said nothing, let her face show nothing. This wasn't a test, but she still didn't want to give away the answers. Greg didn't care about her silence. At this point, he was in the same groove he got into when presenting case information at their team meetings. The ammunition was interesting to me as well. Ammunition, but no gun. It could mean a few things. Guns are expensive. Perhaps he doesn't want to raise alarm bells, buying too many just so he can have them in case they are needed. If he's buying them legally, they're also traceable, something he would know and want to avoid. So I think he probably owns a gun, likely one he purchased legally and doesn't want to leave it behind. I also think that suggests he has a preferred weapon type. The knife in each kit. They're from different manufacturers, but the same size and design of hunting knife, so he's not a brand loyalist, but he does have a weapon he prefers to use. Knives aren't really traceable, especially if he's buying with cash. That's an easy thing to buy again and again, especially in different states, without raising any alarm bells. Sure, Margot said, just because she felt the need to let him breathe for a moment before he plowed on. Everything in the kit is clean, cared for, or brand new. If I had to guess, I'd say this is someone who is meticulous about his life. His appearance will be well kept. He will likely take very good care of his property and belongings. If he owns a home, it will be in good repair with a clean yard. If he rents, he will be a good tenant who has never had conflict with his landlord. I suspect he will own his house, though. Someone who is very ordered and meticulous won't like the idea of someone else being responsible for his home. Renting also comes with a certain lack of privacy, and I think he values his privacy very much. Margot was fascinated watching Greg in this mode. He was generally very happy-go-lucky, if sometimes awkward. Right now, he was a totally different person, and when he got like this, she could see exactly why her former mentor Andrew had singled him out. He knew killers the same way some people knew obscure baseball trivia. Margot felt a surge of gratitude that Greg had wanted to work specifically with their team, because he would have been an incredible asset to the behavioral sciences unit. If their department ever did shutter, it would be a relief to know that Greg had a perfect place he could slot in once the dust settled. The fact that he sticks with the same bucket, the same items in each, despite the potential for differing local weather or environment, suggests he might have a very regimented way of looking at things. Things must be a certain way to work for him. He doesn't want to deviate from what he knows. This can suggest a person with neurodivergent leanings, possibly autistic or OCD. With either, he feels more comfortable knowing that things will be set up where he left them as he needs them. A lot of this was new insight. Margot had gone over the contents time and time again, but she hadn't been able to get the BSU to look at them yet and offer insights. The BSU were the creme de la creme of profiling cases inside the FBI, but their services were also in very high demand. It could sometimes take months to get their assistance, and even then it wasn't like TV shows. It was rarely a whole team looking at things, but rather one busy agent with 100 more files waiting, who might spend a grand total of 1 day looking at your case before offering their insights. When the BSU finally did have time for Margot, she would make sure they had every ounce of detail on the case, all the specifics. But having this new perspective from Greg was invaluable. It was helping her look at her killer with new eyes. "Why do you think he does it?" Margot asked. "The kits or the killing?" Greg asked. "The kits." Knowing why someone killed would take a lot more to determine than what she had given Greg. The way their two current victims had been killed would say a lot more about the killer than his equipment did. Greg looked over the kits again, contemplating his answer. In that moment, he seemed to Margot more adult than usual. She mostly thought of him as a younger brother figure, someone she often felt the need to protect. Right now, he was exuding a confidence and surety he didn't always have. She wished she could tell him to show this side of himself more often. People within the Bureau would treat him better. No one would have nicknamed this version of Greg Gory. He looked back at her, meeting her gaze directly, if only for 1 second. "Margot, I don't think I've ever seen a killer quite like this before." "In what sense?" "He's organized. I don't think there's any doubt of that. But an organized killer is usually one who knows his victim. He plans, usually follows them beforehand, like your—" He caught himself. "Like my dad." He gave her a grim, apologetic smile. "Yeah, he was really typical of the type. But this," he gestured to the buckets, "it's not the same thing." Margot didn't say anything, just gave him an encouraging nod. This was exactly why she'd wanted him here, because he could see the forest for the trees, so to speak. She had gotten too close to it to look at the bigger picture. "He's organized, but I think he's also impulsive. You know how sometimes people with binge-eating disorders will hide food so they always have access in case a hunger pang comes out of the blue? It's not a plan, but they want to be prepared, just in case." "Sure." "I don't think he picks his victims in advance. I think he's an opportunist. I think he gets a craving and wants to know the bag of chips is there when he needs it. These buckets aren't just kill kits, they're a security blanket." Margot stared at him. Greg went on. "He doesn't hide them to protect himself. He does it because he wants to be sure, no matter where he goes, he's ready if the urge strikes him. I'd be willing to bet there are more of these out there. A lot more." 9. When Margot and Greg returned to the office, Margot was feeling more subdued and introspective. Greg had given her a lot of food for thought, all of which would need to be combined with the initial profile she had built for the client. She wasn't a profiler. Over the last 6 or 7 years, she had started to hone that skill set a little more, looking at how her colleagues broke down the evidence of a case and pointed to all the little things it might indicate. But being a profiler wasn't something anyone could do, no matter how much they observed. It was a natural gift that some people had, and some people didn't. Margot had been a cop for a long time, and she liked to think her deductive reasoning skills had been finely honed over that time, but she'd come to appreciate her own limitations over the period she'd been with the team. She knew she was smart and perceptive, but sometimes she came to work and felt like the Watson to Alana or Greg's Sherlock. They just saw things that no one else would pick up on. She was glad she had decided to bring Greg in on her case. Later, she'd give him the rest of the file and see what he thought after he knew precisely what this guy was capable of. Margot had seen all the crime scene photos. She had read all the autopsy reports. The killer was a real piece of work. Violent, but precise. Nearly surgical in his work, but not clean enough to be a surgeon. just someone who wanted to take their time and not rush. Greg would almost certainly have some interesting insights to offer, because Margot already felt like she knew the guy looking at those photos. Once Greg looked, he would probably be able to suggest how old their killer was, what kind of behavior he exhibited in his day-to-day life. Hell, even his fetishes and personality quirks could have left their fingerprints in those knife strokes. A profile was never perfect. It was rare that one would get every single aspect of a killer correct. People were individuals, after all, not just a sum of different patterns. But often, when a killer was caught, the similarity between the profile that had been built to find them and the real person was uncanny. To Margot, the entire thing felt more like magic than science. It was soothsaying instead of pattern recognition. But whatever it was, it worked, and she was glad to know the people who could do it. In the early days of the case, Andrew had BSU do an initial profile for the Willow police. It was his offering to Margot because he hoped it would help get Wes off the hook for the crime. A fast food receipt and security camera footage were what had really gotten Wes off, but that initial profile, based only on the photos of the first crime scene, combined with what Greg had given her today, would start to shape the man they were looking for. Much like that smudged thumbprint, the profile wouldn't hand them someone, but it would help narrow their focus if they ever did manage to find a person of interest. That was the brick wall she kept running into, though. How do you even know where to start looking when the person you're looking for could be anywhere? When she'd been in homicide, the rule of thumb with murder was that 9 out of 10 times the victim was killed by someone they knew. Now that she was with the FBI, her entire perception of that had been changed. She spent more time with serial killers, which skewed all the metrics, because serial killers rarely targeted people they knew. Their first victim, or the impetus to start their killing, might have been someone from their real life, but after that, the people they targeted usually fit a need for them, rather than the killing being something personal. You might die because you were a sex worker, rather than because the person disliked you as an individual. If Greg was right about his interpretations of the evidence, this guy had more of these kits buried around the country, just waiting for him to feel a little inkling. That alone told her at least one thing about the guy. He got around a lot. This, coupled with Greg's theory that he might be a homeowner who took pride in his property, started to shape a different image of him than the one Margot had been working with. She had suspected he might live a nomadic lifestyle, possibly homeless, or at the very least untethered to one location. She was picturing a guy living in a van somewhere, being creepy to young women at campsites. Greg's theory changed that. And for this guy to be mobile enough to leave kits on opposite sides of the country but still have a home life would mean that he had to travel often for work. That was one more thing that might be able to help them if they ever caught the guy. Being able to see everywhere he had been with his job would help them compare unsolved homicides to those time frames to see what lined up. It might help them find him in the first place. She had just sat down at her desk when Alana came in, closing the door behind her, and sat across from Margot's desk. She looked tired, but still glamorous. Even though this new role was beating her down, she wouldn't dream of leaving the house without impeccably applied makeup. Alana had once told Margot that the key to looking put together, no matter how tired you were or how shitty you felt, was precisely applied red lipstick. She was certainly embodying that advice now, though Margot had never been more than a lip balm person, and that was fine by her. "How would you feel about going on a little field trip?" Alana asked. She had leaned back in her chair and was assessing Margot's office without any attempt at hiding her disdain.
Jesus, Margot. You've been in here for almost 7 years. This space looks like a prison cell.
Margot glanced around the room. She had a few textbooks on the bookshelf behind her desk, as well as binders for her active cases. There was a framed photo of the Golden Gate Bridge hanging on one wall, which had been here since she moved in, and she'd just never bothered to replace with anything else. On her desk was a cracked FBI mug filled with pens and a pair of scissors, and the rest of the surface was clutter-free, except for the letter from Carissa Withers, which was still sitting on top of its envelope on the corner of the desk. She wasn't stupid, though. She knew what Alana meant. Other agents had funny daily desk calendars, pictures of themselves on vacation, photos of families and loved ones. They had art on the walls. A few people had throw blankets to combat the chill that came in the colder seasons. At least one person had a glossy schedule for the Giants pinned up. They had personalized their spaces. Margot still looked like she was using a loaner office. She shrugged.
I'm not here that often. I don't know if it's worth the effort. It's worth the effort. I'll give you my own goddamn credit card. Just order some shit and make this place look like a real person uses it, please.
Margot laughed, shaking her head. I'll get a plant and print a photo of my cats, okay?
Fine.
Back to the actual business at hand, she urged. A field trip. Does that mean we got approval for the interview? She tried to keep the excitement from her voice, but the more she had been digging into Withers over the past day, the more her curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know more.
Well, yes and no.
How can it be both?
Yes to us doing the interview. No to us bringing the whole team.
Margot felt a little shiver of discomfort. She was used to leading the in-person interview on her own, but the rest of the team would be nearby, recording and giving additional perspective on what the killers were saying, giving suggestions for things Margot could ask or focus on the following day. Not bringing the team meant Margot would be going in all by herself. That made her surprisingly nervous. The last time she'd gone in solo, it had been to interview a killer who stalked victims in the backwoods of Tennessee. He had been the one to set the parameters. He would only talk one-on-one. That interview had left her feeling like a frayed nerve, but part of her had been glad no one else was around for it, because the killer had told her that like recognized like. He said he recognized a killer when he saw one. Margot didn't enjoy being reminded of her father's legacy, but she often felt like she was wearing his history like a giant scarlet letter on her chest. She wondered what other people were thinking when they met her. She'd been told there was an entire contingent on Reddit who believed that her work in homicide had been a long con so she could hide her own serial killer patterns and blame others for the murders. Someone said she was basically Jessica Fletcher in Murder, She Wrote, and it was a little too convenient that she happened to be around all those murders. She would have liked to ask those people what else she would be doing as a homicide detective other than spending her days with murder victims, but she knew there was no arguing with that kind of fringe lunacy. Still, sometimes a dark thought would cross her mind, and she didn't know where it had come from. Sometimes she wasn't even sure it was hers. She shook off that particularly unpleasant notion and focused on what Alana was telling her.
So, if we want to do this interview, I have to go alone.
Alana nodded.
I did my best to try to change their minds, but they're really trying to limit how many people are getting in to see Withers. And, as you can well imagine, the demand for interview requests has gone up considerably lately. They are apparently denying almost all requests, But she actually did add you to her visitation list. They said you can go, and only you. And there's a kicker. That's not the kicker? Margot tried to smile, but the excitement she had been feeling a moment earlier was gone, replaced by an uneasy, gnawing feeling in her gut. She didn't need the rest of the team to do what she did best, but it wasn't ideal. Sometimes she could get caught up in the moment, miss a turn of phrase, not see a micro-expression, any number of things that could change what she took away from the interview that might be caught by someone else. On her own, it was all instinct and memory, two things that could be fallible if she wasn't careful. "You only get 1 day," Alana said. "Not even 1 day. 1 hour." Margot sat back in her chair, letting her breath out in a little huff. When she'd been a cop, she could make an interrogation last for hours. She could push a suspect to the very brink of what they could take psychologically. She could stop and start, giving them a false sense of relief. She could lie. There were very few things the police couldn't do when it came to an interrogation, but putting a time limit on it wasn't something she had ever dealt with. Most of the time when they interviewed killers, they had set up several days of interviews, each of them lasting as long as it needed to. She had sat with the most evil men in America for hours on end, going at their pace, as long as the end result was getting the information she needed. Now she had an hour to make Carissa Withers trust her enough to tell her everything she needed to know. An hour to find out why she had done what she'd done and who she had left in her wake that no one else knew about. "That's not enough time," she protested. "It's all the time you're going to get," Alana countered with a shrug. "I wish it was better news. I wish I'd been able to convince them how important this was, but I'm going to be honest, they don't care. They wouldn't care if we told them she had 100 unsolved murders in her wake that we needed confessions for. The governor wants to make an example of her, wants to show that the state isn't going easy on killers, and I think he believes she's the splashiest way to make that statement." There was a long pause, and Margot already knew what Alana was going to say before she said it, which gave her enough time to school her features. "If your dad was still alive, I bet it would have been him." Margot chewed the inside of her cheek. "I saved them the trouble. The governor should send me a check." Alana snorted. "I'd gladly volunteer my tax dollars for that. So, what do you say? You up for a little trip to Chowchilla? Can't say it was ever on my travel bucket list, but I guess my bags are already packed." Alana slapped her thighs before getting up from the chair. "That's the spirit. You leave in an hour." 10. Margot was glad she'd decided to take herself out for a nice dinner the previous evening because Chowchilla, California, was not the kind of place she expected to find a good soup dumpling. It had a few things going for it that made her first impressions less dismal than other places she had visited. For one, it had an airport, so the private jet the FBI used for these situations had come in handy and had saved her a drive. She cringed at the notion of how much environmental damage was done every time their team used that plane, but she couldn't lie. It was awfully convenient. The second nice thing Chowchilla had to offer was accommodation. While most people wouldn't have been impressed by a Holiday Inn and suites, most people had not slept in some of the dives Margot had on these trips. She would take a stay with continental breakfast and a gym over a lot of the places she'd been before. She collected her rental car and headed to the hotel, dropping her bag in her room and finding the nearest restaurant, a decently reviewed steakhouse,
where she ordered a ribeye and opened up the case file Sydney had prepared for her before she left. It wasn't as thorough as what they usually had. If they'd had months to prepare like they often did, this would all be different.
Well, it's not like it usually is, so get over it. You just have to be better.
This voice was bordering on mean, but in this case, instead of being repelled by her own strange inner thoughts that sometimes sounded so much like her father, she did a double-take to make sure he wasn't standing behind her. This time, it actually motivated her. The reason she had joined the FBI was because she could talk to killers. It was something she was good at, something she was one of the best at. She might not have the robust notes she normally would. She might not know the case like the back of her hand, but she sure as hell knew how to talk, how to wheedle, how to find a connection and manipulate it. The ticking clock attached to this interview was intimidating, but it also lit a fire in her, gave her a challenge. Could she unravel the mystery of Carissa Withers in 60 minutes? She believed she could. Her waiter came by with her dinner, steam rising from her mashed potatoes, a wedge of lemon on her asparagus. Chowchilla might not be so bad after all. She had left the folder with crime scene photos back at the hotel, not wanting to risk one slipping free in a public space. There weren't many photos to look at, honestly, thanks to how Withers worked. Most of her husbands, with 2 exceptions, had unremarkable deaths that were quickly brushed aside as needing no additional investigation. For the other 2, though, there were photos. Accidents. That was what the murders of Delancey and Hammond were called at the time. Just terrible accidents that could have been prevented, but were accidents nevertheless. Margot wondered, as she reviewed the notes the police had made in each of those cases, how often a murder got overlooked as just being a terrible mistake. The number had to be much higher than she would like to imagine. Withers might have gotten away with her crimes if she hadn't kept pushing the envelope. That was what made Margot so curious about her. If it had just been about the money, she could have stopped. She had plenty. But for some reason, she kept targeting new men, making new plans, risking it all. For what? No, this wasn't just about the money. Killing them must have always been part of the thrill for her, but that made her a very unusual kind of killer. There was nothing about this that suggested a sexual thrill, and she certainly didn't fit the bill for a family annihilator. Margot knew those tended to be people who were pushed to the brink, thinking they had no other way to escape shame or hardship but to kill their whole family. Some experts in the field believed that the standard killer profiles couldn't be applied to female serial killers because they were so rare, but Margot wasn't as sure about that. Yes, Withers fit the stereotype of the Black Widow, and there were others before her who had similar patterns. But Margot had a feeling in her gut that there was something specific driving Withers, and she was keen to learn what it was. She paid her bill and headed into the night. The air outside was dry despite being warm, whereas Margot was accustomed to humidity with her heat. As she approached her car, her brain registered the sound of footfalls first, but didn't process it as a potential threat until a millisecond later. That gap between hearing and understanding was enough time for the person running behind her to slam her into the side of her rental car. Searing pain shot through her shoulder and chest. Her chin had smacked into the roof of the car, knocking her teeth together, sending a sharp spike of pain into her head. It took her a moment to understand that someone was pulling at the bag on her shoulder. Margot knew that the generally accepted wisdom when being mugged was that you let them have whatever they were trying to take. Nothing you owned was more valuable than your life. But that wisdom applied to normal people, not highly trained law enforcement agents who were required by their job to be armed at all times. Margot could taste blood in her mouth, and it pissed her off. She clamped one hand down hard on the strap of her bag, and with the other she reached into her jacket, where her hip holster was accessible, and undid the clip that kept her gun securely in place. She did not disengage the safety on the weapon, though. Even in a near-feverish state of rage, deep down she knew this was probably some idiot just trying to get enough money for his next fix. She had spent so much time in her life running through the worst-case scenario, and she had experienced those worst-case scenarios. She wheeled around, gun drawn, and the movement was enough to shake her attacker off her. It also gave her the first glimpse of who had decided it would be a good idea to try mugging a woman in a steakhouse parking lot. There were two men, though one of them was a good 6 feet back, and his expression suggested that being here was not his idea of a good time. The guy who had grabbed Margot was within arm's reach, though the minute he realized she was armed, he let go of her bag and took 2 steps back, his skin ashen. "Holy shit, lady, we don't want no trouble." Margot could have laughed in that moment, except her jaw hurt, and there was still blood in her mouth. Despite the throbbing in her arm, she didn't think anything was broken. "You have a really fucking strange way of not looking for trouble," she said, spitting blood onto the ground. She had a million questions. Why her? Why this parking lot? Why tonight? What could have possibly made it worth it? But just looking at them, she understood there were no answers they could offer her that would be satisfying. At her best guess, they were in their 30s, but she couldn't be totally sure. With their lank, greasy hair, overworn clothes, and skin covered in pockmarks and scabs, they might have been 22 or 52. The life they were living was hard on people, and it showed in everything from their sunken eyes to their ragged fingernails. In theory, they could have been using any number of substances, but from what Margot had seen, the crime scenes she'd visited, the unreliable witnesses she'd questioned, they had the haunted, hungry look of meth addicts. She kept her weapon pointed at them, but was hopeful she wouldn't need to use it. They both looked terrified of her. "Sit down," she instructed. "Both of you, sit on the ground." "Jesus," the one in the back whispered, but he did what she said, getting awkwardly to the ground. The second, the one who had pushed her, hesitated for a moment. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "What were you going to do?" she countered. "Sit the fuck down." He lowered himself to the blacktop, every move looking as if it hurt, like all his bones had been replaced at some point with those of a frail, much older man. The life he was living was not exactly conducive to a long, healthy existence. She pulled her phone out and called 911. "Hello? Yes. My name is Special Agent Margot Phelan. I've just been assaulted outside O'Grady's steakhouse. I presently have 2 suspects subdued but not restrained. I'm requesting local backup to my location." The operator asked her a couple of follow-up questions about whether or not she needed an ambulance, and before the call was even disconnected, she could hear sirens approaching. The men showed no signs of getting up or trying to run. The one in the back might have actually fallen asleep. The one in front of her muttered, "Picked the wrong fucking parking lot." She crouched down in front of him so she could look him in the eye. "They're all the wrong fucking parking lot." 11. If Margot had been a man, she might have tried to convince herself that the bruise on her chin made her look tough. Because she was not a man, she was going to need to spend the next week or 2 convincing people she was not in an abusive relationship, and that, for lack of a better phrase, they should see the other guys. She stared at herself in the mirror, angling her chin so she could see how bad it was under the harsh bathroom lights of her hotel room. It wasn't great. Margot also wasn't a big makeup person and had only brought tinted sunscreen with her, which wasn't going to do a hell of a lot of good to cover this up. She had two options. She could drive to a CVS and find a foundation that might match her skin tone, which she could inexpertly apply, and probably spend most of the day just looking like she had poorly covered a bruise. Or she could just let it be. Knowing who she was seeing, and knowing the history of abusive behavior shared among several of Carissa's ex-husbands, Margot decided on the latter. She didn't like the idea of faking something for sympathy, even if that sympathy was from a serial killer, but she also couldn't be held responsible for the assumptions that other people made. She had at least had the foresight to pack her prison clothes when she left home. This hadn't actually been intentional, just habitual. Normally, when she was leaving to work in the city, it was because they were going somewhere for an interview. So muscle memory had made her toss the khaki pants and polo shirt into her bag. She hated her prison clothes, but right now, she was glad to have them. It took almost no time to drive to the women's prison. Chowchilla was a prison town. They had a women's facility and a men's. That was what they were known for. Prisons, farming, and an unfortunately famous incident in the 1970s where a school bus full of children was hijacked. The children were then imprisoned in a truck trailer buried in a rock quarry. It was the kind of story that was too wild to be true, but also too crazy to be made up. The children and the bus driver all survived the incident, but it was still one of the first things that came up if anyone were to Google the town. Margot parked and headed into the visitor center, where she left everything she couldn't take into the building with her. Normally, she would have just locked her gun in the car or not brought it along, but after what had happened the previous night, her head was on a swivel, and she didn't feel like being without it, even for the distance of a parking lot. Thankfully, the prison was no stranger to armed agents, and they didn't bat an eye as she included the weapon among her items to check. A guard greeted her, and Margot realized it was the first time in 7 years of prison visits she had ever met a female prison guard. The person who had checked her in had been a man, and there seemed to be more male than female guards present from just her first glance. This woman looked like she was just begging for someone to underestimate her. She had her dark hair in a severe bun, wore no makeup, and appeared as if the last time she had smiled had been sometime around her 12th birthday. "What happened to you?" she asked, her gaze dropping to Margot's chin, then back to her eyes almost as quickly. "Attempted mugging," Margot answered, not seeing any reason to lie. "Emphasis on attempted?" the guard asked, and there was the tiniest hint of a smirk on her lips, which made Margot smile. "Indeed. Well, sorry that was your first impression of Chowchilla. Prisons aside, I promise you the crime rate here is actually pretty low. Tell that to my jaw." The guard ushered her through 2 sets of locked gates, the familiar buzz sound that Margot knew well, announcing each locking and unlocking. What surprised Margot more than anything wasn't the female guard, it was the smell of the place. Men's prisons all smelled the same, or a variation on the same theme, the way every hospital had a similar, vaguely unpleasant aroma. Here it was different, and Margot couldn't quite put her finger on why. "No piss," the voice in her head said. That was it. While Margot was certain the female inmates had their own likely terrible ways to express dissatisfaction, urine wasn't an underlying stink in this place. No amount of antiseptic sprays and bleach could completely mask that smell, and she was relieved to not have it here. Margot was taken to a room that she had never been to, but which still felt familiar. It was a standard visitation room, one that looked like it might have been designed with mothers in mind. There were a few soft toys in the space, children's books, and a snack machine on one wall. 3 tables were set up, but none of them were occupied. Serial killers usually got to have their visits without an audience. Most people, even other criminals, didn't particularly want to mingle with those who did the things serial killers did. There was a reason they were so isolated on death row. Margot didn't think any of Carissa's fellow inmates were likely to be afraid of her personally. Many of them probably had similar feelings to the fans Sebastian had mentioned with their "good for her" posters. Still, procedure was procedure. Margot sat down at one of the tables. A cell phone was out of the question, but she pulled out the tape recorder she had been allowed to bring with her. Her team might not be able to watch the interview, but at least they'd be able to pick apart the audio later to see if there was something Margot had missed. When the guard returned, she was leading a woman walking freely behind her. The woman was trailed by another guard, but not wearing cuffs on her wrists or ankles. Another anomaly for Margot. The woman in her 50s was wearing a plain, light blue t-shirt and a pair of thick blue trousers that were simultaneously too big and too small for her. They sagged in the legs but were cinched tightly at her waist, emphasizing the little extra weight she carried there in an unflattering way. Otherwise, Carissa Withers was still a remarkably attractive woman. Her blonde hair was streaked through with silver, but her skin was flawless, barely a wrinkle in sight, which was an impressive feat given that there was no Botox to be found on the inside. Maybe it was just a bonus side effect of spending the last 16 years behind bars. Couldn't get wrinkles if you didn't get out in the sun. Carissa sat across from Margot and smiled, her teeth perfectly straight and pearly white. It was disarming how comfortable she seemed, how confident she was in herself, even in these surroundings, even knowing what was coming for her in just a few short weeks. She looked like someone who was meeting an old friend for a casual brunch, not a woman who was about to make her last confession. Margot wondered briefly what a woman like this would ask for as her last meal. "Ms. Withers, I'm Special Agent—" "I know who you are, Margot. Please, let's dispense with formalities, shall we? You can call me Carissa." Margot was already knocked off center. She was usually the one to offer up first names. She did it to try to establish a certain trust and intimacy, to make it easier for the person across from her to open up. What she knew in that moment was the one true thing she could hold on to for this whole interview. Carissa Withers was the one running this show. Margot was just here to be her audience.
12. It seems strange to say it's a pleasure to meet you under these circumstances, but it is, Carissa said, still smiling. A pleasure. Thank you for the invitation. It turns out you're an awfully hard person to get to see. Carissa laughed, and Margot could imagine her, cloaked in Chanel, a sweet and powdery perfume haloed around her, at the center of a country club ballroom, captivating everyone in her radius with some bullshit story that had them all in stitches. This was a woman who knew how to disarm, who knew how to beguile, and she'd gotten so good at it over her life, she had simply never bothered to turn the skill off. "Everyone wants a piece of you as soon as they hear you're leaving the party," she said. "It's why I always preferred an old-fashioned Irish exit. You know, get out when everyone is otherwise occupied. Leave them wanting more." She gave a half-shrug, smiling in a way that must have taken practice. "They didn't give me that chance here.
The governor seems intent on making me his poster girl for the perils of a life of crime. Don't be bad, boys and girls, or you'll end up like old Carissa Withers." She waved a hand in an aw shucks gesture. Margot felt a stab of fear in her gut. She wasn't afraid of Carissa. There was nothing here for her to personally feel threatened by, but she only had 1 hour, and Carissa was in full performance mode. If Margot had a hope in hell of coming out of here with anything more than a unique story to tell at the Christmas party, she was going to need to figure out how to get Carissa talking about real things, and she was going to need to do it fast. The performance was well practiced and impressive, but it was also a fantastic waste of her time. "I've got to admit, it was surprising to hear from you," Margot said. "You weren't on our radar as someone who fit the profile." This got the first genuine reaction Margot had yet seen from the other woman, and in that flash, that moment where the real Carissa came through, Margot felt an unexpected chill in her bones. Perhaps she had been premature in assuming Withers was totally harmless, because that smile was one she knew well. She had sat across from it time and time again. It was the smile of a killer who was proud of their work. Margot was sorry there was no camera there to catch it. She knew killers were good at hiding who they were. They could mimic normal human behavior. They could blend in because it was a survival skill. But the truth of who they were was always there, just below the surface. Margot was asked from time to time how she never knew the truth about her father growing up. When she felt like validating such an intrusive and judgmental comment with an answer, she was always honest. At home, he was the only version of normal she knew. In retrospect, having sat across the table from over a dozen killers at this point, from having sat like this with her own father, she knew a different truth. She had seen the real version of her father because it was a mask he couldn't wear 24/7. But she hadn't known what she was looking at. A monster is only a monster if someone has told you the scary bedtime story. Otherwise, they're just a mystery. She knew her father wasn't the same as other dads, but he was what she had. He was angry sometimes, cold, distant, unapproachable. But when the mask was up, he was funny, charming, and seemed to genuinely care for her. Even in the end, Margot believed that he had loved her. It was just that his capacity for love didn't work quite the same as everyone else's. Carissa had let her veneer slip for a moment, but it was all it took for Margot to see her for what she really was. This was no misunderstood victim. She wasn't a product of circumstance. She really was a black widow, building her nest to invite males in, then eating them alive the moment it suited her. If she was a killer who enjoyed the process, then Margot knew it was possible there were others out there no one had connected to her. She remembered what Sebastian had said about the little mistakes that had finally been her undoing. What had she gotten away with before she made those mistakes? Or in between husbands? There was a world of possibility, and Margot only had an hour to find the truth. Carissa had spent at least 15 years committing her crimes and doing it right under the noses of the authorities. What could Margot do in 1 hour that others hadn't been able to do in the time Carissa had been sitting here waiting? "I was told you like to close cold cases," Carissa said, lacing her fingers together and leaning against the table, her gaze fixed on Margot's. "That's the goal." "And why that instead of something else, something more glamorous? Why aren't you out catching the killers still on the streets? Don't you think that what you're doing is a little safe.
"Did you invite me here just to diminish the work I'm doing?" Margot asked, keeping her tone completely neutral. If that were the case, she would actually be a little impressed.
No, I'm genuinely curious. I'm told sometimes the way I ask questions can be a bit abrasive, rude. It's not my intention.
Margot smiled. "I think it is." This got another laugh out of Carissa.
You might be right. I've been at this all for a very long time. But answer me, if you don't mind humoring a dying woman. Why focus on cold cases?
Unfinished business really bothers me.
You know, Margot, I feel the very same way.
The way she said it was unnerving, filled with sinister promise, but to Margot, it actually sounded like an invitation, a doorway she was being asked to step through. She decided to accept. "What unfinished business do you have on your mind, Carissa?"
I'm so glad you asked.
She leaned away from the table again, smoothing the front of her shirt, as if she could improve the look of the ensemble by ridding herself of some invisible wrinkles. Margot had seen photos of Carissa in her prime and knew that appearance had been very important to her. It obviously still was, even in here. Her hair was recently trimmed, and it was obvious she was maintaining some kind of fitness routine. If Margot was on death row and had a date pending, the last thing in the world she'd be worried about was exercise and personal grooming. She barely cared about those things now, and she wasn't living on borrowed time. So, whose opinion was Carissa working so hard to appease? Her own? Margot wasn't so sure.
What is it about certain killers that makes them a good match for your department? You said I didn't fit the profile. I'd like to know why. What is the profile?
Margot didn't have time for this and resisted the urge to roll her eyes, because this felt like someone looking for an ego stroke. Carissa wanted to hear that she didn't fit because of how different or unique she was compared to the others. "We like to look at patterns and victimology," Margot said. "Killers who were too professional with their first known kills, few clues, clean crime scene, no physical evidence, those are cases where we often wonder if that might not be their first crime, if they might have practiced with a lesser crime beforehand, or had murders where they were discovering their MO. That can lead us to look into crimes that are similar but not close enough to have raised alarms originally." Carissa nodded, urging Margot to continue. "We look at killers who have an extensive body of work, for lack of a better term."
I feel like that's a little insider humor, Carissa replied. I like it. Cheeky.
Margot went on. "If a killer has more than 10 victims, for example, we feel like the odds are likely there could be more out there. Getting away with 10 or more murders is quite the feat." She had phrased this very intentionally and watched Carissa for a reaction. Though her face changed very little, her eyes flashed for a moment. Margot couldn't quite read the response, if she was impressed that Margot was pushing her buttons, or if she was mad that Margot was saying she didn't live up to more prolific killers.
How interesting.
"We also typically focus on men," Margot said, dropping this in mostly just to rankle. Carissa had come into this with the upper hand, but Margot wasn't above playing games in order to wrestle it back. Carissa was still, staring at Margot for a long moment, her eyes briefly cutting to the bruise on Margot's jaw that she had almost forgotten was there.
Well, I can't let the boys have all the fun, now can I?
13. 1990. Jacksonville, Florida.
Carissa Withers had been named for her great-grandmother, a woman she had never met, who, by all accounts, was not a good person. Carissa the Elder had kept a Confederate flag on her front porch until the day she died, and had often told people, including her own children, that no one but God could tell her what she could and couldn't say, and God hadn't yet struck her dead for calling a spade a spade. While Carissa never met her great-grandmother, she was raised being told stories of her, both good and bad, all filtered through her mother, who was perhaps not the best person in the world to be establishing strong female role models for her young daughter. Lovey, Carissa's mother, was only 15 when she had her first baby, a boy she gave up for adoption, and 17 when she had Carissa, whose life would have probably gone a very different direction if Lovey had made the same choice she had with Carissa's brother. But at 17, Lovey was on her own, no longer under her parents' roof, because they had given up trying to control her. So, when she decided that it might be fun to try being a mother, Carissa was the one who got to ride out that experiment with her. The older Carissa got, the more she realized that she was just something Lovey owned that would periodically capture her fancy before being tossed aside for something newer and more interesting. When Carissa was 14, that new, exciting thing was a boyfriend named Nash who was in his 40s and didn't own a single shirt with sleeves. Nash didn't think much of Carissa, but the feeling was mutual. He had little interest in her until he realized, quite unexpectedly, that she was young and female and existing within his periphery doing young female things. Then she ceased to be something he ignored and became something he couldn't stop fixating on. Nash moved in with Lovey and Carissa into the small apartment they shared. He talked a lot about his minor league baseball career in Georgia and how he would have been playing for the Braves if not for his knee. Carissa didn't care about baseball or Nash's knee, but she didn't believe for 1 second that he'd ever been good enough for the majors, if he'd even played in the minors. One day, a few weeks after he'd moved in, Carissa came home from school to find that she was alone in the apartment with a man she didn't have any fondness for. Being alone wasn't unusual. Lovey worked a handful of part-time jobs that had her out of the apartment frequently. Being alone with Nash was a different sensation altogether. She started making dinner for herself, trying to stick to the routine she followed on nights when Lovey was out, and Carissa had no idea how long she'd be gone. She boiled a pot of water and got a box of macaroni and cheese out of the small pantry over the fridge. When she looked in the fridge, all the milk was gone, and just the empty container remained. The container might as well have directly insulted her for the amount of spite it made her feel. Lovey might forget to buy milk, but she wasn't the kind of person to put an empty container back in the fridge. When she turned around, Nash was standing at the peninsula by the stove, looking down into her pot. "That's not my favorite," he said blandly, smacking his lips together. Carissa had never had a boyfriend, didn't like any of the boys at her school, but she did have a poster of Brian Austin Green in her locker, so she understood, at least, the basics of attraction. No matter how hard she looked, no matter what angle or lighting, there was no way she could see anything about Nash that was appealing. She couldn't fathom what her mother saw in this man. Now, especially, leaning over the counter in his grungy wife-beater, his thinning hair slicked back off his head and 2-day-old stubble on his jaw, all Carissa saw when she looked at him was someone who revolted her. He reminded her of a man who worked at a car repair shop she had once visited with her mother, where Lovey hadn't been able to pay to get her brakes fixed. But after she and the greasy man talked alone in a back room, that hadn't been a problem anymore. Nash couldn't even offer them car repairs. He smelled bad, too. She knew he showered because he frequently used up all of the hot water, but there was something about his personal scent that made Carissa wrinkle up her nose and take a step back. He and that scent were in the way of her finishing her dinner. "I'm not making it for you," she said tersely, throwing the empty milk container out with perhaps too much aggression.
"Well, why the hell not? What else am I going to eat?"
"I'm not your maid. Get Lovey to cook for you when she gets home."
"I'm hungry now."
He affected a pout, as if he thought this might be endearing to her, but it just made her stomach churn. The water was boiling, but she didn't want to get any closer to him to put the pasta in.
"Why don't you call her Mom?"
The question took her by surprise. She'd been so focused on how repellent she found him, she forgot they'd been speaking. "What?"
"Why don't you call her Mom?"
"Because she liked to pretend that I was her little sister for a long time. Because men don't like women with kids." Lovey had explained all of this to Carissa in great detail. At the time, she had said it was cooler to call her Lovey anyway. Everyone else was called Mom, but Carissa was the only one who had a Lovey.
"I'm here. I like you."
Carissa couldn't help but make a face.
"You gonna share with me?"
He moved around the peninsula, coming into the kitchen, which was too small for one person and inhospitable to two. Carissa felt trapped. "I can't make shit unless I can get to the stove," she said, hoping he would take the hint and leave. Instead, he leaned against a counter, so if she wanted to pass, she had to brush by him. He did nothing to make it easier for her to get by and grinned as she touched him. When she was halfway past him, he grabbed her arm, holding her hard so she couldn't move. She froze. She'd liked to believe she was tough, that she could defend herself if she felt threatened, but in that moment, she was no more of a fighter than a baby deer that heard an approaching predator. She forgot how to breathe.
"You watch your mouth, you hear me?"
He was still grinning, but it was the way a hyena grinned, all teeth and violence.
"You're a pretty girl. That's going to get you far. But don't think pretty girls don't have to behave themselves."
Nash put his other hand on her face, brushing her cheek until he was cupping her jaw. His grip tightened until she could feel her teeth grind together. She let out a little whine of protest, tears running down her cheeks. That was what pissed her off the most in that moment, not that she had succumbed to fear. She hated herself for crying in front of him.
"You're just plain white trash, Carissa. Don't forget that. A pretty face can get you a man, and it can get you a job, but it can't make anyone give a shit about you. And don't think your mama will care a lick if you try to tell her I touched you. She was pretty too, but it's fading, and she knows it. She's going to hang on to a good man, don't matter what you say. So, you best be fucking nice to me, or I will find a way to make you be nice."
He released her face, and she could still feel the impression of his fingertips in the soft parts of her skin. Carissa felt something in that moment that was new. She had disliked many of Lovey's ex-boyfriends, but for the most part, they stayed out of her way, and she lived her life in Lovey's orbit, but never fully part of her mother's world. This felt different and dangerous. She didn't know why, because she didn't have the language or knowledge to know what the risks of a man like Nash could be, but she understood in her core that he was not having fun. He was not just saying these things to make her behave. He meant her harm in some capacity, and she had to protect herself. She couldn't do anything but nod her agreement. Okay, go sit. I'll make dinner." She tried to make her voice sound the way Lovey's did when one of her boyfriends drank too much or got too high and their voices got loud enough to pierce through their thin apartment walls. Lovey knew how to soothe. It was a skill Carissa hadn't honed yet, but she would try. Nash blinked at her a few times, then nodded.
"Well, all right then. That's more like it. Maybe you can fry up some burger to go in there, make it like a hamburger helper. There's a good girl."
He pressed against her as he passed her on his way out of the kitchen. She kept her composure, looking into the pot of boiling water, wondering what would happen if she threw it at him. Would it help? Would it make things worse for her? She couldn't articulate her fear, but she could feel it rising up in her, becoming dangerous. She knew deep in her bones something very bad was going to happen to her if she didn't do something to stop it. As she rifled through the fridge to get the meat and opened their spice drawer to get out seasonings, she saw the yellow cylinder sitting in the drawer. For a moment, she couldn't recall what she was looking at. Then the memory clicked. An EpiPen. That was what Lovey had called it. Something that Nash had to keep around because he was violently allergic to peanuts. Lovey was a big lover of roasted peanuts, enough that she still kept them in the house, but only ate them out on the deck, and only on nights Nash had to work. She'd told Carissa to keep them out of sight. Carissa took the pen from the drawer and slipped it into the back pocket of her jeans, fluffing out her sweater to make sure it covered the lump. Then she found the peanuts in their place behind all the cleaning supplies. As the meat fried, she crushed the nuts, humming to herself to dampen the noise. It didn't matter. Nash was watching TV so loud, it was a wonder he could hear whatever sick thoughts were going on in his head. When Carissa mixed the peanuts in with the seasoning, another new sensation hit her. Only this one she liked a lot more. Carissa no longer felt afraid. Now she felt powerful. 14. Margot sat back in her seat, and for a long while she and Carissa just stared at each other. It was a good story, had all the right elements to elicit sympathy, to paint a picture of how someone could be pushed to do something drastic. But all Margot could think was, how much of that is actually true?
"Women lie," came Ed's voice.
Carissa seemed to have a read on Margot's apprehension. "You can look it up, you know. Nash McCoy. His minor league stats on a baseball database rank higher on search engines than his obituary. Turns out he hadn't been lying about that after all. Nash McCoy might be the most made-up name I've ever heard," Margot countered. She wanted Carissa to know she wasn't a pushover. She wasn't going to take all of this at face value. But with the clock against them, she didn't have the luxury of being able to call bullshit on everything Carissa told her. Carissa took a deep breath. "Margot, I've been in here a long time. That's a lot of hours sitting in a cell by myself. If I was going to come up with fake victims just to waste your time, I probably could have come up with a better name. In this case, you can blame his parents instead of me." "How did you get away with it?" "He started getting all puffy pretty quickly. Then, of course, he started to look for the pen. EpiPens were pretty new still in those days. He was the first person I'd ever met who had one. But I feel like allergies were also more infrequent back then. I swear, every year that passes, people are more and more allergic to things. When did that happen? Anyway, I really didn't know if it was enough to just take the pen. What if he had another one? What if he just got sick? So I waited. I pretended to help him look, but eventually he was so bloated and almost purple he could only point to the phone. So I picked it up, and then I just stared at him. She looked into space, wistful and smiling, the same way someone might pause and recall one of the best days of their life. I stared at him until he was barely breathing, and then I called. Oh, the performance I gave on that call. It remains one of my best. I wish you could get a recording of it, but I'm sure they don't keep those around for so long. She shifted in her seat, and when she spoke again, her voice was higher, more girlish, an eerie impression of a younger her. 911? 911? Oh, God, please, you have to help me. You have to. My mom's boyfriend is really sick. I don't know what's happening to him. Oh, my God, you have to hurry. Please. I don't think he's breathing. I don't know what to do. Please help me. She wiped away a fake tear. He was gone before they ever got there. I ate everything left in the pan and cleaned it before they arrived. Tragic accident. Must have eaten something with a trace amount of nuts. Could have happened to anyone. Too bad he didn't have his EpiPen. Margot watched her tell this story, registered the delight with which she recalled each part of it. There was an element of verisimilitude to the whole thing. Sure, Carissa loved a captive audience, loved the attention that all of this was getting her. That much was obvious. She was a naturally gifted storyteller. But what had made Margot willing to believe it was the way she had described the fear. The moment of realization where she had understood that she was in danger. That Margot believed. The rest might be embellished or filled with revisionist history. Maybe she had killed him, but hadn't been quite so gleeful about it. Maybe she hadn't done any of this, and killing Nash had just been her first fantasy about killing. Margot would have to wait to know. For now, though, she had to go with what was in front of her, and that was the woman of the literal hour. No matter what, there was something in that story worth taking home. Carissa wanted Margot here, wanted her listening. She wanted to get something off her chest. Maybe Margot would leave here with a list of names that would turn out to be nothing. Maybe she'd leave here, and Nash McCoy's family would finally know the truth about what happened to him over 40 years earlier. The only choice Margot had was to believe what she was being told, and she could sift through the bullshit later. "Why kill him?" Margot asked. Carissa frowned. "Were you even paying attention?" "I was." "I believed I was in danger. In that moment, the only way I knew I could be safe was to eliminate the threat." Margot mulled this over, then decided to drop it. She could nitpick the finer points of Carissa's story until the cows came home. There was no time for that now. If there was more, she needed to find it. But she did have a different kind of question she wanted to ask first. "How did it make you feel?" "I've never slept so well in my life, Margot. In the years since I've had relationships, I've had decent enough sex. I've experienced some once-in-a-lifetime things, but I don't know that I've ever been through anything before or since that was such a pure, unadulterated shot of adrenaline to my system. There's no high in the world like it." Her eyes took on a glazed quality. Margot supposed that if Carissa was already on the cusp of her own death, there was no point in hiding what she was anymore. That was one of the more interesting things she had discovered in her line of work, that a killer, once caught, didn't need to fake their humanity quite as much. It must be freeing in a way to be able to just be yourself after so long. While almost everyone Margot spoke to for work was on death row, in many states, executions simply weren't being done, for a number of reasons. The people who were sentenced to die were usually doing it the old-fashioned way, by submitting to time. Carissa was the first person Margot had sat across from who not only knew she was going to die, she knew the date and time. It was remarkable, actually, how different that made her from the others. Margot could sense the change, the weight that had been lifted. It was unsettling to see someone like Carissa look so truly open. Nothing left to hide, no pretense, no reason to pretend anymore. "What did you learn from that?" Margot asked.
"I learned a lot of things. I learned that every man has a weakness, and if that weakness is women, then the woman has all the power, no matter what he thinks, because men like that believe women are objects, just things without agency, and they will underestimate us every time. Have you ever been underestimated, Margot?"
Margot actually laughed at this.
"I was the only female detective in my homicide unit.
I think you know the answer to that question already, or you wouldn't have bothered asking it. Any woman who sat in this chair and told you they had never been underestimated by a man would be lying right to your face." Carissa smiled, and Margot imagined it was what being poisoned felt like. Sickly slow and ice in the veins.
"I knew you were the right person for this, but I didn't know how right. There's only so much you can learn by reading, you know. My lawyer said your division had a high success rate, that you could talk to the worst of the worst and come away with all their dirty little secrets. So I decided I wanted to tell you my dirty little secrets."
"And why is that? Why, after all this time?"
"Guilty conscience?"
She lifted one shoulder. Margot snorted. "Don't start lying to me now, Carissa. I might think the rest of it isn't true either." Carissa flashed teeth, and, while it was an approximation of a smile, to Margot it seemed more like a wildcat giving fair warning.
"Maybe I just wanted to get proper credit for all my hard work."
15. Alaska. He had started the trip with every intention of being good, of staying in his lane. Look, but don't touch. Follow, but don't follow through. There were plenty of things he could do that could take him right up to the line of being bad without crossing it, and he felt so confident that he was strong enough to toe that line. He had still believed it the first night he saw the girl. From the window of his hotel, he had a view of another, shoddier hotel, one with a bar on the main floor. The first day he'd arrived in Anchorage, after a long day of work and smiling and making small talk, he had fallen into his bed, desperate to sleep, needing to recharge. The bar down the block was quietly unassuming, right up until it wasn't. The sound of breaking glass echoed up the surrounding buildings, followed by raised voices. A cuss can cut as sharp as a knife when it's wielded like a weapon, and the "fuck you, cunt" that crawled through his window that night was enough to pull him from his sleep entirely. He lay awake, wondering if it was a dream, until those rough, masculine noises of anger were countered by a raised feminine voice. This got him out of bed, made him go to the window and look through the blinds. He was high enough up that everyone below looked small and fake, but he could still make out a little cluster of people standing out front of the bar. Smoke curled up from their cigarettes, and two people stood apart, gesturing angrily at each other. The woman had long, dark hair. The man had almost none. And while their argument only came in snippets, that was more than enough to get a taste for the anger between them. From his room, the man watched. He so rarely got to watch violence from a safe distance. He was eager to see if something would happen to the woman. She threw a beer bottle at the bald man, and the world shivered, going completely still for a moment. This was it, surely, the breaking point, where things would turn from raised voices to blood on the pavement. The man's heart was in his throat, pulse hammering. His eagerness would have been embarrassing, but in that instant he was just riding the thrill. "Don't let her do that to you," he said to himself, wanting to see what would happen next. Desperate, hungry for her to pay for her insolence. Instead, the bald man spit in the woman's direction and kicked the bottle into the street. He melted back into the group of smokers, and soon the anger had subsided. Ugly laughter was the only sound, and then they went back into the bar, and there was nothing. The woman walked away alone, hugging her jacket tight around her, head down and shoulders hunched. It was summer, but the nights were still cool. From 10 floors up, the man watched her until she disappeared from sight. Even then, it took him some time to leave the window and go back to his bed. She'd come back the next night. This time, she didn't get into any trouble, but she left alone. Once again, she seemed oblivious to the world around her, staring at her feet as she walked, hands stuffed into her pockets. How easy would it be, he mused, to follow behind her? How many questions would be asked about a girl like that? One who was volatile and quick to escalate, one who probably had plenty of pissed-off people in her orbit. He could leave her behind the bar when he was done. Everyone inside would point the finger at each other because they had seen how she could be, how she could push buttons, could push men to the edge. He watched her go and wondered, how hard would it be to get a knife in a town like this? 16. 1995. Tallahassee, Florida. Florida State University. Carissa sat next to a girl named Tippy and tried to imagine being anywhere other than where she was. Tippy was sipping a drink out of a plastic cup and telling her a story about some boy she let finger bang her at camp one summer. She was well on her way to becoming tipsy, as the girls of Tri Delta lovingly called her whenever she got a little too rowdy at these parties. It was Carissa's opinion that if a girl had the misfortune of being named Tippy, right there on her birth certificate, she'd showed it to them once, that girl didn't need to be burdened with any additional unfortunate nicknames. Tippy, Carissa mused, was the kind of name strictly reserved for women who became the wives of senators. She had to believe that had been Tippy's parents' goal in giving her such a moniker. They were wealthy Georgians. They had a son named Trip. He had been on the rowing team because, of course, he had. One could accuse the Breckenridge family of many things, but originality was not one of them. Still, Tippy was Carissa's roommate, and she was a direct conduit to having access to a lake house in the summer, so Carissa listened to her stories and helped her do her hair for parties and pretended that Tippy was a very normal name. Tippy didn't need to know that Carissa had hooked up with Trip the last time they were all at the family house together. She didn't need to know that Carissa hated every minute of every day she was part of her sorority. "See anything you like?" Tippy asked. She had finished her inane story and had incorrectly interpreted Carissa's vacant stare as her being distracted by a boy. The Chi-Fi house was, to be polite, A real piece of shit compared to some of the other fraternity houses on campus, but that was sort of the appeal of it. The Animal House vibes and the way it let some of the wealthy Tri-Delta girls feel like they were slumming it, except safely. Carissa had picked Tri-Delta because she had heard it was one of the older and more storied sororities on campus. She thought it would loan her an air of sophistication. Except the current enrollment was so low, they didn't even have a house this year, something that was really killing her vibe for the whole college experience. No house did keep her dues affordable, which was a bonus, but it meant she and the other girls were all living in the standard school dorms, relying on other Greek houses to invite them to parties. This was all part of her effort to have what she believed was a normal college experience. Drink, party, maybe go to class sometimes. After the last few dark years with Lovey following Nash's death, Carissa needed a change of pace. Her mother had quickly moved on from Nash to a series of new and unappealing boyfriends who were each less attractive than the last. None of them were around long enough for Carissa to worry about. A few of them never even learned her name properly. Clarissa, Marissa, it didn't matter. She never learned any of theirs either. But while Lovey's bed never got cold, it was clear to Carissa that her mother never really got over Nash's death either. She also never looked at Carissa the same way after it had happened. She'd never accused her daughter of anything, and Carissa wasn't even sure she believed that anything nefarious had happened. But Carissa had been with him when he died, and for some reason, that was something Lovey never got over. Whether it was suspicion or jealousy didn't seem to matter. It drove a wedge between them. Carissa focused on school. She volunteered, she joined teams, she built herself a bulletproof admissions package and got a full-ride scholarship to FSU. Lovey had loaded up the few belongings Carissa had, which barely amounted to enough to fill their hatchback, and drove the 165 miles from Jacksonville to Tallahassee. Carissa was sorry to be so much further from the ocean, but after an icy 2.5-hour car ride, she wasn't sorry to say goodbye to her mother. They'd shared a stiff hug outside her dorm, and Lovey had given her a couple $100 in rumpled bills. "You're on your own from here," she'd said, brushing back Carissa's blonde hair, giving her daughter a long, assessing look that said nothing and everything, but felt completely empty of maternal devotion. "I did all right, didn't I?" Lovey asked. "Sure, Lovey," Carissa said. "I survived." Her mother smiled and slapped her face, lightly, but not that lightly. "You want my advice, Carissa? You find a rich man. You do what you gotta do to marry him. That's the one sure way in this life to protect yourself. Money is the safest blanket there is. You have a pretty face. At least I gave you something. Use it." She climbed back into her rusty hatchback and drove off without looking back. It wouldn't be the last time Carissa saw her mother, but it was the last time Lovey would ever offer her advice. Carissa took it to heart, though. So now, Carissa scoured the faces of the boys at the party, wondering if there wasn't a little bit of old money she could fuck her way into. She didn't mind. A body was a body. It did what it needed to do to keep her alive. And if it could keep her alive in a mansion with a Porsche and a YSL handbag, then she was fine with that. Once upon a time, she had considered trying to sink her claws into Tripp, but the idea of Tippy as her sister-in-law was almost as unappealing as Tripp's flaccid dick had been. Carissa jerked her chin towards a young man with dark, floppy hair and a straight-toothed smile so white and even it had to have been perfected with orthodontics. "Who is that?" Tippy followed her gaze across the room and dug her elbow into Carissa's side. If there'd been anything left in her cup, she would have spilled it from bouncing around with excitement.
"That's Brad Fulton. You don't know Brad Fulton?"
What gave it away? Was it me asking, "Who is that?" Carissa could get away with being a little meaner to Tippy when Tippy was drunk, because the insults and venom seemed to roll off her back so much easier when there was booze involved. Carissa had learned to enjoy those moments when she could, because otherwise she needed to keep her guard up and her demeanor friendly. She assumed that people just thought the alcohol made her meaner, but if they were paying attention at all, they would have realized Carissa didn't actually drink.
"Brad is here on a lacrosse scholarship. Not that he needs it. His dad owns an oil company or something."
Tippy shrugged.
"Not like one of those ones that leaks and kills birds or anything sad like that. I think one of the good ones."
Ah, yes, the notable good oil companies. Carissa sipped her lukewarm Sprite and regarded Brad carefully. Oil meant money, and if there was one thing Tippy was reliable for, it was knowing who else around her came from money. So, if Brad Fulton was from a wealthy family, that meant he was precisely what Carissa was looking for. She kept an eye on him, the bass thump of Montel Jordan's "This Is How We Do It" filling the house and inspiring a few rowdy partygoers to cluster in the middle of the living room to dance. The Ki-Fi house was small, too small for dancing, too small for a party like this, but it also lacked immediate neighbors, or at least ones who cared to call the police, so when things eventually spilled out onto the lawn around midnight, they weren't likely to get into any trouble. Carissa hated the stained sofas and the old trophy that sat over the fireplace, filled with women's underwear. Every flat surface in the house seemed to have a beer can or plastic cup on it, and on several of the couches, people were in the full swing of making out. This really wasn't how she had pictured things at Tri-Delta. She'd thought they might give her more polish, an element of class that she hadn't been brought up with, living in a cheap 2-bedroom with Lovey, and on paper they did. But in practice, the best thing they really had to offer was connections like this.
"Do you want me to introduce you? He's in a class with Bodie, I think."
Bodie being Tippy's on-again, off-again boyfriend, who her parents didn't approve of whatsoever, which made him all the more appealing to her. He'd be a fine placeholder until she met her future senator. "Sure," Carissa said. She could have introduced herself, but she had realized that sometimes guys like Brad could be a little old-fashioned when it came to assertive women. Tippy dragged Carissa across the room, clutching her hand like she might get lost along the way.
"Brad,"
Tippy sang, her voice sweet and high. Between that and her gigantic boobs, there was a reason she was so popular. She oozed an easy sexpot charm that paired well with her naivety. None of it was an act either, which was the only reason Carissa didn't completely despise her. Brad gave them a look, just a cursory glance, before looking back to the guy he was talking to. He must have seen something in that quick dart of the eyes, though, because he looked back a moment later, and this time his attention held. He jerked his chin up in a nod, and, when his eyes locked on hers, Carissa knew she had him. "Sup," he said, turning his body towards them. He looked down at Tippy's ample cleavage and lingered there a moment before he returned his gaze to Carissa. She didn't care. She had no illusions about finding a faithful husband among the wealthy elites. She just wanted to get the first wife money, get in before they figured out prenups when things were still idealistic.
"Brad, this is my best friend, Carissa. Carissa, this is Brad Fulton."
"You in Tri-Delta?"
Brad asked, taking a long pull from his drink, then crushing the can on a nearby wall, with already dented drywall.
Yeah, you Kai-Fi? I've never seen you at one of these parties before.
He shook his head.
Nah, I'm what you might call a free agent. Just here with some buddies. Never really got the whole fraternity thing, but the parties are a good time.
Sure.
This was where she was supposed to ask what his major was, or something about himself. If there was one thing men loved, it was being given an opportunity to talk about themselves. But for some reason, in that moment, she felt so disgusted by this whole thing. The entire idea of appeasing Brad, making herself smaller and more attractive, listening to whatever nonsense he wanted to talk about. None of it appealed. She just didn't want to do it. Nothing he'd said so far had given her any indication that he was someone worth wasting breath on, and she generally got a good feel for people within a few seconds of meeting them. She was rarely wrong. She'd known Nash was no good the first time he spoke to her. Brad was no Nash, but he had just as little to offer. Carissa realized suddenly that Tippy was no longer beside her, and her exit plan had left alongside her friend. Tippy probably thought she was doing Carissa a favor, letting her get to know this cute boy. But now, Carissa just felt trapped. She spent the next hour sitting on the arm of the couch near Brad, learning just how few questions it was possible to be asked until he finally had one for her.
Hey, you want to get out of here?
She glanced around the party, seeing none of her friends and nothing better to do with her time.
Sure, why not?
If she was going to leave school with the life she wanted, she would need to make sacrifices. She might as well start now. 17. "Did you kill him?" Margot asked. The story had been detailed enough she felt like she was there alongside Carissa, though what she had described had never been Margot's own college experience. She had dormed alone, never went out to socialize, never drank. Nothing that could have put her at risk. Even in those days, her father's voice had been in her head. She'd read about the things he'd done, the way he had stalked women, climbed in through their bedroom windows, learned their routines so he would know when he could find them alone. All the ways he had taught her to protect herself, he knew them because of all the ways he had hurt others. She carried that with her, an unexpected guilt on her shoulders that weighed a ton. The world Carissa had painted was bolder, more carefree. That was the difference, Margot supposed, between being the hunter and the hunted.
I did, eventually. I'm sorry. Was I boring you?
No. Margot's gaze had darted towards the clock on the wall over the vending machine. They had spent 20 minutes talking, and while Carissa was a naturally gifted and engaging storyteller, Margot felt every single minute as it passed as a lost opportunity. She had no idea how many of these stories Carissa had, and she was terrified that once their hour was up, there would be victims she still hadn't heard about, all for the sake of a little dramatic flair.
Strictly business, is it then? No room for a little creative license?
I want you to be able to tell your story the way you want to tell it. I'm just trying to be cognizant of the fact that our time together is limited.
All my time is limited.
Carissa slipped her ponytail over her shoulder and played with her silver blonde strands for a moment. Margot was struck anew by how young she still looked. It didn't take a lot of imagination to see 19-year-old Carissa in there, just beneath the few laugh lines.
I suppose, though, everyone's time is limited. Isn't that right?
I think it's fair to say yours is more limited.
If it was up to me, Margot,
I'd have given you all the hours you needed, but I suppose I'm not in a position to beg for more. Before you tell me about Brad, I have a question, and I'm hoping we're at a point now where you'll feel like you can answer honestly.
Of course.
Why are you doing this? Really?
I told you. I want credit for my work.
Margot shook her head.
No, that's the thing you say because you want to sound edgy or scary, or you want to live up to this image that you think the world has of you. But I'm listening to your stories, and I think there's a reason no one knows about these ones. The husbands, they were all drinkers. They were not good men, from what I've read.
Reggie wasn't so bad, bless him.
She smiled almost fondly. But I don't think you were ever afraid of them, not knowing what I know about you. It took a lot to rattle you. I think the husbands just wore thin. You got bored, you wanted a different life. But Nash scared you. Brad, well, we haven't gotten that far yet, but I'm not an idiot about how things happen at college parties. I suspect when I let you wrap up your story, Brad's not going to come away looking so good. Tell me why these men were the secrets you kept for so long, and why you want people to know about them now. Carissa had gone completely still. She wouldn't quite look at Margot, staring instead at the squat shelf of children's books across the room.
Do they teach you all this at the FBI? This way of reading people, of picking them apart until they're nothing but diagnoses?
I'm not a profiler, if that's what you're asking.
Then what makes you good at your job? Good enough that they send you to do this instead of the others?
I know how killers work. Margot shrugged, wishing there was a way to explain this without getting into the gritty details of her personal life. She had no idea if Carissa knew who she was. I have had a very long time and an awful lot of practice talking to people who have killed. People who've done it for any number of reasons. To defend themselves, to defend others. Those who do it out of jealousy, anger, for money, for revenge. She looked closely at Carissa. Those who do it for fun.
Fun isn't the word I'd use for it. I know there are others in here, others who feel a compulsion, like they can't live another minute if they don't spill blood. It was never like that for me. If I liked to kill people, I would have found a much more hands-on approach to doing it. My methods were usually quite distanced. For a few of them, I wasn't even with them when they finally kicked the bucket.
Margot thought of the way Carissa had described killing Nash and knew that this brush-off wasn't entirely honest. They were stuck in a momentary stalemate while Margot waited for Carissa to open up, and Carissa waited for Margot to move on. More precious minutes ticked away.
The reason I wanted to talk about them now is that they weren't my husbands. They were bad men, and they died badly, and I think it's important that my side is told. I want people to know that it wasn't always about the money. I want other women to know that they shouldn't live in fear.
You want to inspire people? Margot asked, almost choking on the words as they came out. It was all she could do to keep from laughing.
No,
Carissa looked annoyed.
I want people to know that sometimes killers are born, and there's nothing anyone can do to keep them from becoming who they are. But sometimes a killer is made. I wasn't born to be a monster, Margot. The world just shaped me into one.
Margot shifted in her seat. The notion of the patriarchy made me do it was both inconceivable
and also inherently believable. The problem was, she had looked into Carissa's eyes and seen what was there, or, more importantly, what wasn't. This woman might not loom over her victims as she choked the life out of them, but she was made from the same cloth as the men who did. "Tell me about Brad," she said. Carissa flipped her hair back over her shoulder.
"You've made it clear you understand how guys like Brad operate, so I'll save you the boring effort of hearing me describe his character. He didn't have a good one. There are plenty of men who look at women as something to possess, but they have the common decency to pretend we're human. Brad didn't really see things that way. I'm not sure if he had a reputation or not sure how many women there were before me that crossed his path in the wrong way, but I like to hope my friends didn't know anything about him before they left me there. Tippy was stupid, but she wasn't the kind of person who would let a friend get hurt. I don't know if I could say the same for the others. If there were rumors, I suppose sometimes they get written off. Back then, it was even worse for that sort of thing. There hadn't been any kind of cultural pushback yet. It was all still very boys will be boys." She paused again, glancing over her shoulder, then back to Margot. "Do you suppose I could have a drink? All this talking does a number on one's voice, you know." The guard shared a look with Margot, who gave a nod. She'd emptied her pockets before coming in, but it seemed like the staff were willing to help. It also seemed like they knew what Carissa liked, because, without being asked, she was given a Diet Coke. Carissa smiled. "Thank you, Officer Greenway." The guard didn't smile back, but there did seem to be a mutual understanding between the two that Margot couldn't quite read. Carissa sipped her drink, and Margot listened to the bubbles fizz in the can. "Anyway, I left the party with Brad, expecting that he wanted to make out, willing to do that just to see where things went. I didn't anticipate what would happen next. I think even when you know what the worst-case scenario can be, you never actually think it's going to happen to you. He had an apartment just off campus, a nice-looking place, too, especially compared to the Ki-Fi house. It was really tidy, and in retrospect, I think his parents must have been paying to have someone clean it every week, because there really is no way he was keeping it that spotless on his own. It looked like a model unit. All the furniture was new. The place even smelled clean. We sat on the couch, and he put a record on. I can't remember what it was now, but it was so cliched. Some really get-in-the-mood kind of music. We made out for a bit, and it was all going fine, all what I expected, until I told him it was getting late and I needed to go home. It's truly incredible how fast a person can change. One minute they're soft, kind of sweet, and the next minute their hand is crushing your jaw while they're spitting in your face. He became someone else. Though I think it's fair to say he just showed me who he really was. I won't bore you with the details because I don't feel like bringing them back up, but I will say he knew how to hurt me in ways that the bruises wouldn't be obvious. I'll say that I'm pretty sure if I'd said no one more time, he would have killed me. It was not the best night. I thought a lot about Nash that night, and about the promise of violence that I'd sensed from him. I hadn't seen it coming in the same way with Brad, which was my mistake. I tried to process it all that way, that it was just a painful learning curve. Margot was quiet, not sure if she should be offering words of comfort or just let Carissa finish in a way that suited her. He drove this really nice car, a red Porsche that stuck out like a sore thumb. Really easy to see when you're walking by his apartment, anyway. One of Lovey's boyfriends before Nash. He was a nice enough guy, ran an auto shop. Different guy than the one I mentioned earlier. She had an affinity for blue-collar guys. Anyway, he showed me, once, how the inside of a car engine worked. He said it was good to know, in case I was ever stuck somewhere, but also good to know, in case someone ever did something to me. He said the easiest way to hurt someone was to make them hurt themselves. That's wisdom I've carried with me my whole life. He taught me how to disconnect a brake line. Carissa stared at Margot, eyes boring into hers. She let that last line linger between them for a long time.
"I'm guessing Brad liked to drive fast," Margot said.
A real tragedy. So young, such a promising future ahead of him.
Carissa rolled her eyes.
Blah, blah, blah.
So, that was number 2. Margot goaded, wondering if there might be anyone else in between.
That was number 2. But I didn't tell you about Brad, just so you'd know I killed him.
Why else would you tell me that story?
Because I wanted you to know how I met the detective.
18. 1995. Carissa was alone in her dorm room when the knock came. It was a loud, decisive kind of sound, not someone who was just testing the water to see if anyone was around. This was someone who knew what they wanted. She answered the door to find a man in a charcoal gray suit standing on the other side. He was young enough that the suit looked out of place on him, and he didn't look out of place on a university campus. He flashed a badge at her. "I'm Detective Mike DeVello," he said, as he slipped the badge back into his pocket. She saw a quick flash of his service weapon before his jacket fell into place to cover it. She studied his face and figured he had to be about 25.
"You look young to be a detective," she observed.
He didn't think this was funny or charming. His brows knit together, and a look of indignant annoyance clouded his features. She supposed he must get called out for his age a lot. He had a young face, was the problem. The kind of face that would probably always look young. He wasn't particularly attractive, just from an objective point of view. He might grow into some of his features one day and find that he became interesting-looking, but attractive was not something she thought would ever describe the man standing in front of her. "Are you Carissa Withers?" he asked, his gaze drifting over her shoulder and taking in the room behind her, assessing for threats, perhaps, or maybe just being snoopy.
"I am."
"You mind if I come in and talk to you for a few minutes?"
"You mind showing me that badge one more time, a little slower, and then telling me what this is about?"
she replied. This seemed to take him by genuine surprise. She was sure that, with the title and that stern look of his, he was used to being kowtowed to. But she was in the middle of studying for midterms, and she wasn't in the mood for whatever this was. He handed over his badge so she could take a good look at it. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about Brad Fulton."
"Who?"
She stepped out of the doorway, ushering him into the cramped space she and Tippy shared. It was obnoxiously pink, thanks to Tippy's insistence on getting them matching bedding and letting her parents foot the bill for a makeover. Carissa didn't mind, though. She'd seen how some of the other girls were stuck living, and she would take the sponsored upgrades any day. The space also seemed to disarm Detective DeVello, who didn't look like he had the faintest clue where he should sit. Carissa left her dorm room door open and gestured for DeVello to sit on one of the desk chairs so he could be comfortable and not risk his masculinity by touching anything pink. He sat gracefully, and Carissa dropped into a beanbag chair at the foot of her bed, hugging a stuffed bear close. "Brad Fulton," he repeated, watching her.
"I'm sorry, it's really not ringing any bells. Who is he?"
"A few folks from Chi Phi fraternity said you left a party with him a couple of weeks ago."
She put on her best thinking face.
"Do you have a picture?"
He rifled through his pockets again and pulled out a photo, a picture of Brad in his lacrosse uniform. He looked handsome, but just seeing his face made the acid in her stomach roll to a boil, threatening to spill bile into her mouth.
"Oh, yeah. I made out with him a little after a party a couple weeks ago. He never called me again."
She handed the photo back, making a face that showed just an iota of her feelings, hoping it would read as typical female bitterness about being scorned. She doubted this guy would be able to pick up on any of the nuances of what women were feeling.
"Typical."
"Were you two dating?"
She rolled her eyes.
"No, obviously."
"Miss Withers, were you aware that Brad Fulton died in a car accident 3 days ago?"
She shook her head, turned on her contrite voice.
"No. Oh my God, that's so sad."
"How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Fulton?"
She resisted the urge to roll her eyes again. Listening skills must not be mandatory requirement to be a detective anymore.
"We met at a party, made out. That's it. We didn't have a relationship. I think he was just looking for an easy lay, and I wasn't interested in that, so he stopped being interested in me."
She paused.
"That feels really harsh to say now that I know he's dead, though. I'm really sorry for his family, you know?"
DeVello nodded, looking around the room again, like beneath all the pink and frills it might hold the secrets to unraveling his whole case.
"Sorry, Detective. Why are you asking me questions about Brad? You said he died in a car accident. I'm not, like, an expert on the law, but does that usually require, detecting?"
His gaze fixed on her.
"We investigate all irregular deaths. There's probably nothing to it, but we just like to be sure. Did you ever drive in Mr. Fulton's car?"
"No. We walked to his apartment from the party, and I walked home afterwards."
"Alone?"
"Yes."
"And you didn't see him again after that?"
"No."
"All right. Thank you, Miss Withers. I'll reach out again if I have any follow-up questions."
She got up and followed him to the door, still holding the teddy bear. Once he was gone, she turned the key in the lock behind him, and, for almost a full minute, she just stared at the emergency floor plan pinned to the back of the door. Her heart was racing. She was going to need to learn to be more careful, because that was a lot closer to being a problem than she would have liked. 19.
"I know what you're probably thinking,"
Carissa said, folding her hands neatly on top of the table.
"Why is she telling me about this man? But I didn't kill him. That would have been unbelievably short-sighted of me. No, Detective DeVello is still alive and well the last time I checked, though well is one of those things that's entirely subjective, isn't it?"
Margot wasn't really sure what Carissa wanted her to say.
"If you didn't kill him, why mention him?"
She reiterated the very question Carissa had predicted she would ask.
"I want you to tell him. It's important to me. He knew something wasn't right about me, even back then. I bet it's eating him alive these days to know he sat across from me after Brad died, that he questioned me about it, and then he just walked away. I think about him sometimes. So please do me that favor, once all of this is done, before it gets to the papers and the media, tell him for me that he was right all along."
Carissa looked at the clock. 10 minutes left. Margot tried not to make it obvious, but there was no point in hiding her own anxiety as the seconds ticked by. "Was it just the two of them?" she asked. 2 more closed cases was good. It was better than she got out of some interviewees. That was, if any of this held water after Margot got out of here. They would need to talk to local law enforcement. They'd need to vet the details and make sure everything Carissa said lined up with the deaths. Nash might prove difficult since his case was never considered suspicious, but Margot knew they had ways to figure these things out, even 40 years down the line.
"I've got one more. Just one."
Margot wanted to know more about DeVello, about why he mattered to Carissa so specifically. There must have been dozens of police officers over the years who had questioned her, who had been close to figuring her out. Why did one baby-faced detective matter enough to warrant such personal attention? It was a question she was going to need to leave unanswered, because, between learning about DeVello and solving a cold case, she couldn't let her personal curiosity outweigh a family's search for justice. She wished she had more time, but it was the one thing that she wasn't going to get. "Tell me about the third," she said, swallowing down the lump in her throat. She so desperately wanted more than what Carissa was giving her, even though what she was getting was what the job was all about. By all accounts, this might prove to be one of her department's most successful cases, and it was so high-profile it might give Alana all the leverage she needed to keep them chugging along for a while without intervention. Still, the part of Margot that longed to know why, to understand the inner workings of the people she was dealing with, that part was going to go unsatisfied, and it was driving her crazy.
"I told you that after Nash, Lovey and I didn't have a very good relationship. Not that it had ever been the best kind of mother-daughter thing. We weren't ever going to be the Gilmore Girls, unless you count the whole teenaged pregnancy thing. We just weren't close. Things got worse after Nash. I didn't see her much for a few years after college. She wasn't kidding about me being on my own from then on. I didn't get asked home for Christmas, didn't stay with her over summers. I ended up just telling all my friends that she was dead because it was easier than trying to explain the truth. The truth made it sound like there was something wrong with me, and that's not a thought you need to put in anyone's head. Besides, there's nothing rich people love more than looking charitable in ways that don't inconvenience them, and putting up a lone college student over the holidays is pretty easy. Chippy's family ended up adopting me through most of university, and I was a mainstay with the Breckenridge clan for 4 years. Tippy still sends me a Christmas card every year.
Did she ever marry a senator?
"A governor,"
Carissa said with some delight.
"I'm sure he wasn't thrilled about her having a prison pen pal. But it turns out Tippy had some gumption after all. She never did care much what he thought. Bless her. I'm inviting her to the grand finale, though I imagine she won't come."
"I don't think most people want to see their friends die," Margot said.
"I think it would be quite interesting."
"You're not really cut from the same cloth as the rest of society, though, are you?" This elicited a little chuckle.
"No, I suppose that's true."
So, Lovey. The second hand of the clock seemed to have sped up, and Margot caught the guard eyeing it. This was all coming to an end soon, whatever Carissa managed to say. Margot wouldn't see her again after this, and, unless she decided to pen a confessional in her cell before the big day, any other secrets she had would go to the grave with her. Margot would not mourn Carissa's passing, but she would regret all the things she never got the chance to ask.
Lovey called me one day, which was surprising enough on its own, but what was more surprising was that she wanted my help. She had no one else to call, no one she could lean on who wouldn't take advantage of her. You see, she had met a new man, because Lovey was always meeting new men. But this time, she found one who was worse than useless. He was mean. She let it slide when it was little things. A slap, getting knocked over, a bruised rib. Things that she could hide or bury in her mind as just being a bad day, or him losing his temper a little. You were a cop. You saw what happened to women who didn't leave.
From both sides, Margot said. She'd seen the women dead on the kitchen floor after dinner wasn't made right, after they spoke up, after they finally tried to leave for good. She'd also seen the husbands, the contents of their skulls decorating bedroom walls when they'd landed one blow too many, or got bored of the wife and turned their attention to one of the kids.
So, you know that no matter how many sorries there are, it never ends. They never stop doing it.
Margot wanted to disagree, wanted to believe that sometimes people could actually change. But Carissa had her number, and she knew what the answer was. No, they never stop.
When Lovey called me, she was in the hospital. The cops had talked to her already, because I guess it looks a little suspicious when a woman shows up with a mouthful of broken teeth and so many bruises she can't open her eyes. She told them she'd been hit by a car, and it was a hit and run, that she couldn't give them a good description. I doubt they believed a word she was saying, but there's not much a cop can do for a victim who is still alive, especially if that victim isn't doing a damn thing to help herself. She called me, though. She called and said she needed me to come home, just for a few nights, just until the swelling went down and she could move around on her own. But I didn't buy it. I knew what she was asking me for when she said all that. I got home later that same day. She was still living in our same apartment. I brought her home from the hospital because they wouldn't release her unless someone was picking her up. She was a mess. I've never seen anyone look that destroyed. He must have been trying to kill her, because that's not a state you leave someone in just to get a message across. No, he was going to kill her, and I think the only thing that stopped him was that all those broken teeth fucked up his knuckles. It hurt to keep hitting her. So he stopped. Carissa was trying to sound dispassionate and removed, like she was describing something she had read a report on and just wanted to get the details right, not something that had directly impacted an important person in her life. Margot knew where this was going already, simply based on the M.O. Carissa had established in her first two confessions of the day. She was making it seem like she was righting wrongs with what she had done, and maybe that was how she justified it to herself. But it was also certainly coloring the narrative she was feeding Margot. There was that old saying that there are 3 sides to every story: his, hers, and the truth. The truth was always the hardest version to uncover. Margot suspected it might be closer to what she was being told, but also there was no way to know until she got out and figured out what had actually happened to all these men. Still, there was a nagging feeling in her gut that it might all be a lie, that this was just one last-ditch effort to feel important, to feel centered in the story again.
Carissa was doing a one-woman performance of Cell Block Tango from Chicago, and Margot was sitting pretty as her captive Roxy Hart. It was a compelling song and dance, though, whatever the reality behind it. "What's his name?" Margot asked, not wanting to need to unearth this simple detail later. It sounded like Lovey Withers had a long list of lovers, and figuring out which of them had died in potentially troubling ways might take some time. It might not even shorten the list that much if more of these men were like the ones Carissa had already described. Chet Jackson. And what happened to Chet? Margot's eyes cut to the clock. They were so close to being out of time. She just needed to know those last little details, the things she could take from the recording and tie to the real death to make it stick. Then 3 families would have closure. Perhaps closure they hadn't been looking for, though. Hell, there might not even be families left to wonder. But it was her job to follow the leads right up until the end of the line. "I think it's safe to say Chet got the worst of anyone." She smiled to herself, and Margot knew that no matter what Carissa told herself, whatever narrative she'd spun to make herself a victim and make these crimes about retribution and cosmic balance, there was something under all that was also true. She had no regrets about what she had done. She was proud of herself for doing it, and she had enjoyed every minute. At the end of the day, there was no difference between Carissa and a male serial killer who murdered sex workers because of his own twisted stance on mortality. They were both issuing judgments and making executions according to what they believed was right and what they believed was wrong. And it didn't matter what anyone else thought about it. And the problem with that was that a sociopath's moral compass never really pointed due north to begin with. Chet was a poker player, played every Sunday at his buddy's place. Even after what had happened with Lovey, I guess he was so confident no one was going to come after him that he showed up for that usual game like nothing had changed. I'd been watching him for a few days by then, just to get a sense of what he did with his time. He didn't come to check on her, that's for damned sure. But I knew if I didn't do something, he'd come back groveling. She wouldn't know how to say no, and the next time I was in Jacksonville, it would be for a funeral I had to plan. A second ticked by. Then another. The guard cleared her throat, an obvious warning. Margot's pulse thrummed. I knew he was out, and I knew where he lived. So I went to his house while he was at poker. I had learned something growing up in Florida, something that people in the northern states don't really think about. When you grow up down there, you know how to keep yourself safe from snakes. If you know the right people, you also know how to pick them up. If you have a few days, you can find yourself a cottonmouth without much trouble. And when someone lives out of the way like Chet did, where there's run-ins with wildlife, well, tragic accident, Margot said for her. Tragic accident. Margot tried to picture the situation, a man getting home from a poker game, woozy from the alcohol, ready to climb into bed, and there, waiting for him, was a venomous snake coiled and ready to bite. She wondered if he even had a chance to realize what was happening, or if he'd been bitten before the moment of recognition came. Had Carissa waited there for him to come back, just in case she needed to finish the job? Margot didn't know enough about snake bites to know if the cottonmouth bite alone could have killed him, or if a helping hand would be necessary. She wouldn't have time to ask any of these questions, though, because the clock on the wall had hit the hour. The guard approached Carissa, took the empty soda can, and jerked her chin towards the door they had entered from. Carissa gave Margot a warm smile.
"Well, Special Agent, it's been a real pleasure. I so rarely get the opportunity to meet new people, and I appreciate you coming. Don't forget what I asked you. Tell Detective DeVello in person, please."
She was on her feet and being ushered from the room. Margot sat in her uncomfortable chair and watched as Carissa Withers disappeared. She had no idea if she had just had the best day of work in her entire career, or if a serial killer had spent an hour jerking her chain for some final kicks before she got her lethal injection. There was only one way to find out. Margot turned off the tape recorder, made her way out, and put Chowchilla Women's Prison in her rearview mirror. 20. After every prison visit, the first thing Margot wanted to do was go home. Since the tape of her visit would need to be transcribed and listened to by several staff members on the team, she took the brief reprieve as an opportunity to return to Elk Creek. She was exhausted, mentally and physically, and wanted a few nights in her own bed before she had to head back down to San Francisco the following week. While Margot had been in Chowchilla, Alana had tried to fight for more interview time, insisting they weren't done, but it seemed as if the prison was. The idea seemed to be that if they continued to speak to Carissa, there could come a point where she kept trying to push with more and more confessions and use it as an excuse to get a stay of execution. No one seemed willing to risk that, no matter what the consequences. Margot didn't think Carissa had any more murders left to confess to, but she couldn't help feeling disappointed. She could have used more time to dig into Carissa the person and maybe find where the line between truth and fantasy existed. As soon as she pulled her car into the long gravel driveway leading up to her property and the 2-story farmhouse came into view, she tried to put work out of her mind. It would still be there in a few days. And Margot knew that a good decompression and break from the grind was often the best way to come at a case with new perspective. She couldn't count all the times she had left her office on the ranch to go for a long walk among the rolling hills she owned, a small pack of dogs at her heels, only to come back an hour later with much-needed insights. She got out of the car, and 3 senior dogs ambled up to her. The one hard part about giving seniors their final safe home was that they were never around that long. Margot had learned a long time ago to not let herself get too emotionally attached to the seniors because their stays would be short, but that didn't stop her from loving each and every one of them immensely. Having pets for the first time in her life had proven to be very mentally healing for Margot, whose only childhood pet had been a hamster named Philip, who had disappeared one day while she was at school. A victim of her father, she assumed later in life, though she was the only one who'd mourned. The 3 dogs they currently had were an old terrier whose once dark face was almost completely white, a German shepherd, and a little Maltese who reminded her of her first dog, Betty. Sitting on the top step of the porch was Lucy, Margot's beloved calico cat. About 10 feet to Lucy's left was Margot's beloved human, Wes, waiting for her on the porch swing. Margot pet the dogs in succession before grabbing her bag out of the car and making her way to Wes, overemphasizing each step like her legs were made of lead, and the effort of it all was simply too much. Lucy rewarded her for her performance by rubbing against her shins and purring loudly. "Welcome home," Wes said, patting the seat next to him on the swing. Margot abandoned her bag by the screen door and slumped onto the swing next to Wes, curling in against his side. It was early evening now, but the heat of the day was holding on. Her blazer instantly felt too warm, but she was also too tired and lazy to take it off. Lucy pawed at Margot's leg, then jumped up on the swing between her and Wes, tucking herself in as close to Margot as she could get. Her purrs vibrated against Margot's stomach. This alone was all she needed to bring herself back to life. "I missed you," Margot said, letting the warmth of Wes's arm wrapped around her soothe her nearly to sleep. The swing rocked back and forth gently as Wes pushed his heels against the porch boards.
"I can't tell if you're saying that to me or to Lucy, but I choose to believe it was me."
"It can be both. My love is limitless." He chuckled, and it shook her body, but she loved the feeling. If she could just stay trapped in that moment in time, life would be perfect, and she would never complain again. She loved her work and her team, and she had a seemingly endless capacity to listen to the most horrific details about all the nightmares that could be enacted from one human being on another. She did most of it without complaint, because it was what she was good at, and the work was important, and, more than any of that, it was a challenging and rewarding job. She wouldn't have kept doing it otherwise. But after the last few days, she needed a break very badly.
"Margot, look at me for a second."
He nudged her again, but his voice had lost its humor and was now deadly serious. She looked up, confused by the change. That was until she saw where his gaze went. In her hour with Carissa, she had completely forgotten about the bruise on her jaw. She hadn't needed to deal with anyone else yet who might have said something. She'd sent the recording to her team digitally, she'd talked to Alana by phone, and the staff of private jets were literally paid to keep their thoughts to themselves, so no one had said a word. She'd picked up her own car from the airport when she returned to the city and driven straight home from there. Wes traced her jaw with his fingers, his touch so gentle she barely felt it.
"I'm fine," she assured him. "What happened? Was this from the prison? What the hell went on today?"
He had shifted to the edge of his seat, prepared to drive to Chowchilla immediately and rough people up for her if necessary. She squeezed his hand. "2 meth heads tried to rob me outside a steakhouse last night. I promise I'm fine. I had my gun on me. They just took me by surprise initially. They were both pretty useless once they realized I wasn't going to go down without a fight. They just kind of sat there while we waited for the cops to come."
"You filed a report, though?"
"Of course. It looks a lot worse than it feels. I didn't do anything to cover it up. I was kind of hoping it might manipulate Carissa into talking to me more easily. Turns out she didn't actually need any motivation on that front." She slapped his knee as another thought took over. "Did you know there are female guards at the prison?"
"At the women's prison?"
"Yeah."
"Yes."
"Well, you're no fun."
"The more important question here is how did you not know there were female guards at the women's prison?"
She looked up, and he quirked an eyebrow at her. Between them, Lucy yawned. "In fairness to me, I've never been to a women's prison before." "Did you make dinner?"
"I did."
"Okay, let me wash the day off because I could really use it. And then we can eat, because after that, I need some uninterrupted cuddle time."
"With me or the cat?" he asked.
"It can be both," she replied.
"Right. Your love is limitless."
21. Alaska. He just wanted to follow her. That was what he told himself as he left his hotel room, a dark windbreaker zipped to his chin, a knit cap on his head. To locals, he might stand out like a sore thumb like this in the middle of summer, but he wasn't built for such unusual temperature shifts. He could convince himself that this was just a little taste. He still didn't have a knife, which meant if he wanted to do anything else, he'd need to do it with just his hands. This wasn't something he was opposed to completely, if it felt right in the moment, but there were drawbacks. It wasn't easy to choke the life out of someone. The media got many things wrong, but this was one where they really messed it up. To put your fingers around the neck of a living being and squeeze until the life went out of them wasn't a simple thing. For one, unless they were unconscious, they would fight. They'd claw at his hands and arm, they would slap and wriggle and kick. He'd never ridden a bucking steer, but he thought the overall vibe would be very similar. The other thing was, you had to squeeze hard. So hard, his fingers would start to seize up and go numb. And it took a long time to make sure they were really dead and not just passed out. That was a risk. Sometimes they weren't all the way gone. It could take 2 minutes or more, which on paper didn't seem like such a long time, but in practice was agonizing. There were easier ways to kill, ways that were more satisfying, that left him feeling more in control and more fulfilled in the end. But if there were no other options, he wasn't opposed to doing things the old-fashioned way. He hit street level and headed up the block, hoping to come up behind her. She'd left the bar only minutes earlier, and, based on how he'd seen her walking in the past, he didn't think she would have gotten very far in the time it took him to get downstairs. Moving quickly, but trying not to look too suspicious, he came out on a side street just 2 blocks down from the bar and scanned the sidewalks. Her hunched shoulders and retreating form were heading north, away from him. From down here, she was going much faster than it had seemed from above. He paused. Was this worth it? He was here with colleagues, not by himself, and while it was easy enough to explain away a late evening walk, fresh air, getting smokes, a fast food craving, there were a million good excuses he could use. He still had to worry about attention. What worked when he was on the road solo was the fact that no one who knew him was around to clock any strange behavior. That was why he never did this when he was at home. He didn't need his wife to start asking questions, to start seeing things as suspect. It was unlikely that any of his colleagues had noticed him leave, but what if they saw him come back? He watched the form of the woman get further away, his pulse racing as he weighed out the risks and merits, and then he followed her, keeping his pace brisk, enough that he would slowly catch up to her. He was just following, after all, just wanted to see where she would take him. There was no harm in that. At least, that was what he told himself. 22. There was no such thing as a day to sleep in when living on a ranch. This was a truth Margot had needed to learn the hard way when they had started bringing animals in. Being a rescue was a lovely notion in theory, but in practice, it was actually a considerable amount of work. It meant that if Margot and Wes ever wanted to get away together, even for a single night, they needed someone to come stay at the house so the animals could all be attended to on schedule. But today, Margot was home, and the morning chores fell to her. She naturally got up earlier than Wes, so it made sense that she did it. He did it when she was gone. It wasn't a chore they had beef about. Vacuuming, an activity they both loathed, was where they tended to disagree on whose turn it was. Margot stayed in her pajamas, slipping on her Ugg boots and her thick housecoat with its Navajo blanket-inspired print, and pulled her hair up into a messy bun at the top of her head. The sun was just coming out when she headed outside, catching the screen door before it slammed to allow Lucy to follow her out and to keep from waking Wes. While it was summer break, Several teams still had semi-regular practices at the school, so he ended up needing to go in a few times a week. It was Saturday now, though, which meant a proper nothing day for the both of them. Margot had good intentions of putting all her cases on the back burner and spending time with Wes, but even as she crossed her yard to the feed pen, she found her thoughts straying to Carissa Withers. She focused on the task at hand, unlocked the shed door, and started to prepare food for the dogs, as well as collecting medications from the small bar fridge under the counter. This routine had gotten somewhat easier after the passing of her two more medically complex dogs, but seniors always needed a little extra attention to keep them chugging along. The cats were primarily indoors and would be fed when she got in, but Lucy would bully the dogs and steal their food if she didn't get fed when they did, so Margot set a bowl out on the workshop counter for the cat, who accepted her morning offering with a chirruping meow. When the dogs were fed, Margot did her rounds with the chickens, releasing them from their roost and giving them fresh food and water. They also got a steady diet of kitchen scraps, and there were plenty of bugs on the ground to keep them entertained and well fed. In the barn that they had been forced to rebuild over the winter, 3 goats and an aggressively cute senior mini donkey were waiting for her, and she went through the process of leading them all to a large fenced-in paddock outside before cleaning their stalls and refreshing their supplies. They were happy to graze outside, but they needed some supplemental nutrition as well. With that done, Margot headed inside to feed the cats. Her automatic coffee maker had already brewed a pot. One of the perks of being in San Francisco so regularly was access to some of their favorite coffee beans. They had a cupboard loaded with Blue Bottle and Phil's, so, while the experience wasn't always identical, their morning cup of coffee still tasted a little like home. She fixed herself a cup and went back outside to take sole ownership of the porch swing until Wes got up. Margot looked out over her yard and smiled contentedly. The chickens were making small talk among themselves, and periodically she would hear a bleat from one of the goats as it attempted to boss around the donkey. Lucy was lying on the porch, perfectly aligned with a patch of early morning sunshine, the tip of her tail flicking against the wooden boards. And, in that moment, Margot broke her cardinal rule. Normally, she didn't let herself think about serial killers until after her second cup of coffee, but today, Carissa was being persistent, and there was simply no way Margot could resist the urge a moment longer. She pulled her phone out of her pocket. She tried to ignore work in general, as well, until after her second cup, but right now, she wanted to get back to the case while the interview was still fresh in her mind. Her recording had been transferred to her phone when she had submitted it to the office, so it was easy enough to pull up. She set her phone down beside her on the swing and started the interview over from the beginning. It wasn't the same, just listening to Carissa speak. Margot knew immediately that the staff at the office wouldn't get the full scope of how the interview had really gone. With just the audio, Carissa sounded docile, friendly, and even charming. She had been charming enough in person, disarmingly so, but there were things the recording couldn't possibly have captured. It missed the hollowness in Carissa's eyes, or the way she would smile sometimes and chill Margot right to the bone. This, Margot realized, was why Carissa had been so successful in amassing a fan base. People weren't going to change their minds about Carissa based on this new evidence. If anything, admitting to the murders of 2 trailer trash abusive boyfriends and a college rapist would simply deepen the lore around her. She could potentially become a folk hero in a way. Margot didn't spend a lot of time on social media, but she remembered the story of a suspected female serial killer in Texas who was targeting men. The comments on the article were meant to be funny, asking if the men had said no, if they had considered smiling more, asking what they were wearing. In the cultural context, Margot understood the feminine urge to push back, to make a point. But she had a hard time looking at any murder as a joke. She worried about what was going to happen to this story when it hit the mainstream media. It was vital that they get all their ducks in a row and make sure this information was correct before going public with any of this. The victims, especially Brad and Chet, would not fare well in a post-Me Too world. Margot didn't sympathize with them as people, not if even half the story Carissa told was true. But they had families, and they had been murdered. Her job would be made infinitely harder by people clamoring to celebrate Carissa's efforts. The problem was that, much like this recording, the people who were hungry for some kind of retribution for eons of wrongdoings against women, they weren't sitting down across the table from the woman they were applauding. They didn't see all the things Margot had seen. Perhaps they wouldn't even know what they were looking at if they did. Margot knew a monster when she saw one, though. And, in her opinion, Carissa had taken advantage of the fact that there was little to no empathy in the world left for rich white men. It's hard to see the villains of society as victims. It was a complex place to be, because Margot had plenty of her own opinions about the patriarchy, about sexual predators, and even about rich white men. She despised them all by their own measure. As someone who studied killers for a living, it was a fascinating case study to see how Carissa could turn her need to kill into something that people would defend her for. Margot didn't envy the governor one bit. He had picked Carissa to go first, likely because of how high-profile her case had been. But Margot felt certain he wasn't prepared for the heat he was going to get as the execution day drew closer. She listened to the interview, to the way Carissa weaved in and out of her stories. They had the taste of truth to them, and Margot liked to think she had a good sense for when people were lying. But these were also things that had happened when Carissa was 14, 19, still so young. The mind has a way of lying to us more and more over time, changing narratives, shifting memories. A story could be 100% true in Carissa's mind, so much so that she would pass a polygraph if questioned about any of it, but at the same time, almost entirely made up. Killers generally remembered their kills with a lot of clarity, especially killers who took immense pleasure from the act of killing itself. They loved to revisit those moments in their mind over and over again. Some took it a step further, revisiting the crime scene or leaving their victims somewhere that they could come see the burial site or bodies whenever it suited them. For Carissa, it was clear she relished the killing, but she didn't need to revisit it. Margot wasn't sure if she had even kept souvenirs, beyond the money or items she inherited. She remained an atypical killer in a lot of ways. Wes had come out while she was listening, his own coffee in hand. He stayed near the door, leaned up against the outside of the house, just listening along without offering opinions or observations. As the tape got towards the end of its run, he sat beside her, lifting her phone and placing it on his leg to continue playing. "Cottonmouth venom probably didn't kill Chet," he said finally, as the recording concluded and Margot turned it off, sticking her phone back in her pocket. "Aren't they a pretty venomous snake?" Margot asked. "Sure, but their bites are treatable. You'd get some swelling, some discomfort, but he would have been able to get help if he'd called an ambulance or gone to a hospital. Even without it, for a fully grown man, the effects aren't even immediate. It can take hours for the venom to start having an impact. She paints a pretty good story. You can picture him climbing into bed and getting bitten. It plays up this whole Black Widow perception people have of her. But I'm not buying that he died that way.
Not by the bite alone, anyway.
Huh. Margot sipped her coffee and stared thoughtfully out into the yard. The sun was properly up now, and it was obvious that it was going to be a hot day. I wondered about that, but I know sweet fuck all about snakes. How do you know so much about them?
Because I was once an 8-year-old boy, he said simply. I could probably still talk your ear off about rattlesnakes if need be. I used my knowledge for both good and evil at that age. Whenever we'd go hiking, I would tell stories about venomous snakes to my sisters. But then, when I'd get them so freaked out they didn't want to go at all, my parents forced me to explain how chill most snakes really are and how rare it actually is to die from a snake bite in this country.
Do you think she could have gotten a different snake? A more venomous one?
Unless she had an exotic pet dealer on speed dial who didn't ask questions about why she needed to borrow a fer-de-lance, then no. I suspect she probably found a more typical way to kill him and is just trying to make herself sound more interesting.
Killers behind bars did love to boast about their conquests. Some of them also loved to boast about the conquests of others. I will bear the opinion of 8-year-old Wes in mind. I'm sure someone else on the team will have noticed that as well. It does make for a good story, though, doesn't it?
It might even be true in part. She very well could have put a snake in his bed, only to realize it wasn't quite the dramatic, immediate death she had hoped for. She would have needed to figure something else out. A shame she wasn't a bit further south. She could have just driven him out to the Everglades and let a gator take care of it.
What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? She asked. Wes beamed.
Now you're just sweet-talking me. Do you actually want to know?
Yes. I was raised in Northern California and then St. Louis, so my exposure to this stuff is limited. I know where to watch out for sharks if you're swimming in the ocean. I know what spiders to stay the hell away from, but I had no need to learn the difference between two ancient dinosaur-looking things. In all honesty, she just wanted to give her brain a break. Listening to the interview a second time had her mind going in a million directions at once, and she couldn't figure out how to follow a single mental path to its conclusion.
Alligators are freshwater. Crocodiles are saltwater. So, Florida would have both, depending on where you were in the state. Alligators have a more rounded, U-shaped snout, where with crocodiles it's more V-shaped. There are also differences with their teeth, but I somehow doubt you're ever going to be looking at an alligator's teeth.
Margot sipped her coffee. Little kid you must have been an absolute riot.
The only boy in a family of all girls and burdened with a bunch of weird hyperfixations? Yes, I'm sure I was a real hoot for my parents.
But he was smiling broadly, his eyes closed against the morning sun. She took him in like this, his blonde hair almost glowing in the light of early day, a bit of stubble grown in on his chin. He was barefoot, in just his flannel pajama bottoms and a plain T-shirt. He'd gotten older since they'd met, something that was true for her as well, but it was harder to see the change on her own face. With Wes, it showed in subtle ways. He was still as handsome as ever, so much so that it sometimes took her breath away when she caught him out of the corner of her eye. He'd always been too good-looking for his own good, but in the eternally unfair ways of the universe, he just kept getting better and better as he aged. She might be a touch biased, perhaps, but she saw the way other women did double takes, or let their gazes linger on him. Margot didn't get jealous. She knew he was all hers. He'd been with her for the ugliest parts of her life, and he'd loved her steadily, even from a distance when she had her walls up so high she could barely see him on the other side. Margot reached out and ran her fingers through his hair. He turned his face into the palm of her hand and pressed a kiss there, soft and scratchy.
"I'm glad you exist," she said. "Thank you. I am also glad I exist."
She laughed and leaned into his side, tucking her knees up under her. They swung like that for a few minutes in a peaceful, companionable silence. If she could take a snapshot of this and send it to herself 10 years earlier, she wouldn't have believed it was possible, even for a minute. Things could get very ugly in Margot's life, and there was plenty of horrors she needed to compartmentalize to keep herself going. But mornings like this, where all was right with the world, these were the times she felt like she'd done something right. Like all this shit she had waded through to get to this point, it had all been worth it. Of course, that was the moment her phone started buzzing in her pocket. Wes could feel it, since it was pressed to his hip.
"You need to get that?"
"It's Saturday," she complained, fumbling to pull the phone out and tempted to just throw it as far into the yard as possible, or give it to the goats, who would surely destroy it in short order.
"Phones still ring on Saturday, apparently."
That might have been true at her old job, but in this role, it was very rare for the team to need to work on weekends. Since the suspects they were interviewing were already behind bars, and the cases they needed to solve were long cold, the pressure wasn't exactly high enough to warrant overtime hours and weekends. Still, when she pulled out her phone, she anticipated it would be Alana's name on the screen. When she realized the caller ID said David, her heart sank almost immediately. She thought about the text she had ignored that night in Chowchilla, the ones she'd ignored while she was working. Going back, she thought about all the needy messages he'd sent over the last several months, where he would reach out but then ghost her once she replied. Margot's mind was racing with an infinite number of possibilities, and none of them were good. Before she even answered the call, she was already feeling guilty. But perhaps worse, she was already annoyed with him, because she knew whatever his reason for reaching out, it wasn't going to be a happy family catch-up call. Margot didn't keep secrets from Wes, and he knew all about her difficult relationship with David, but nonetheless, she got up from the swing and walked around the corner of the house's wraparound porch, finding a side set of steps to sit on before she answered. It wasn't that she didn't want Wes to know what she and David spoke about. It was more that she didn't like who she became when she talked to her brother, and she didn't need it coloring what her partner thought of her. "David," she said as she answered. It had taken her decades to outgrow the habit of calling him Justin, the name he had been given at birth. When they had left California after her father's arrest and trial, they'd all changed their names. At the time, it had been easier to avoid media scrutiny and the people who hated them just because of their connection to Ed. In reality, Margot knew it was just as much about escaping Ed himself as it was anything else. There was a reason she'd never gone back to being Megan Finch. David would always be Justin in Margot's mind, but she had managed to break the habit of calling him by the wrong name whenever she spoke to him. On the other end of the line, there was a drawn-out silence, but the kind that was filled with too much nothing to actually be a dead line. Margot waited, afraid that if she spoke again, she would spook him. He almost never called. It was always texts, or the odd fleeting email where he would dump all his feelings and then ask her for money. At the end of it all, that was what every text, every visit, every interaction came down to. Money. He needed it for Cruz, his son. He needed to pay rent and was out of work due to an injury or some other problem that had arisen. He needed help with child support so he wouldn't lose access to his son. Sometimes Margot would cave. Sometimes she'd offer to send the money directly to his ex. That was usually a good barometer as to whether or not the request was genuine. Usually, she knew, he wanted a fix. Drugs and booze were the shackles that kept David tethered to his past and unable to move forward with his life. Margot couldn't even judge him too harshly. She'd had her own struggles, though never to the point of it overtaking her life the way it did for her brother. Finally, a sound on the other end of the line told her he was there. He cleared his throat and tried to speak, but his voice was raspy, almost pained. Then he spoke at last, and the serenity of Margot's morning was fully shattered.
"Margot, I'm in trouble."
23. When Wes had dropped Margot off at SFO, she held on to him tightly, like she was worried that once he was out of her sight, she would never find her way back to him again.
"It might turn out to be nothing,"
Wes said.
"You know how he can catastrophize things sometimes."
He tugged the end of her ponytail and tried to look optimistic, something he was usually capable of doing quite naturally. Right now, he wasn't selling it very well. David had been vague on the call, just insisted that he needed her help. He wouldn't say why, wouldn't explain more. He had sounded paranoid, almost like he believed someone else was listening to their conversation. It was the kind of thing she might normally write off as a side effect of the drugs, but for one thing, David had never asked her to come to him before. He had shown up on her doorstep, high and needy, or in withdrawal and wanting something. He would text, he would send out feelers like invasive weeds, stretching across the distance until they cropped up in her life, and she had to tear them out by the roots just to get her own version of normal back. She'd only been to see him a handful of times. Once, in a healthier season of his life, he'd asked her to come out for Christmas to enjoy the holidays with him and his pregnant girlfriend. She'd been out shortly after to celebrate the birth of Cruz, but it wasn't long after that he started to get bad again, and it had been a slippery slope ever since. David's ex, Tamara, was good about trying to keep Margot in the loop. She knew about their family, their famous father, their dead mother. She knew that Margot was all David had left, and, by extension, was the only other part of Cruz's family on that side. Family was important to her. Her parents were Mexican immigrants, and she had 7 brothers and sisters, all of whom she was still close to, regardless of gaps in age. Family meant a lot to Tamara, and so she made sure Margot got Cruz's new school photos and the Christmas letter every year and invitations to big events. Margot was rarely able to attend, but she sent gifts. She made sure that some of her inheritance from Ed had gone to Cruz. She appreciated the connection. Margot hadn't known how much she had been yearning for a normal family dynamic until she had spent a Christmas with Wes's parents and sisters. It put her own tense childhood into stark perspective. She hadn't realized until then that it was possible to have a family Christmas where no one was on edge, hoping that the wrong reaction to a gift, or mashed potatoes made a different way, might trigger an explosion of anger. Even after Ed was behind bars, her little family never really recovered enough to become a happy, cohesive unit. They were more like freed prisoners who had been encamped together in the same war. They had similar battle scars, but little else to bond them. That families could be light-hearted and filled with genuine delight for one another simply hadn't been Margot's life experience. Any time she spoke to David, she was reminded of what her reality had been, and, having seen the alternatives, it just hurt worse to be dragged back there. She didn't want to live in the past, but her brother didn't seem capable of living anywhere else. Margot called Alana from the airport. Now she was the one bringing work into the peace of someone else's weekend. letting her know that she had to go to Phoenix for a family emergency. Alana didn't ask questions, either because she didn't want to pry or because she didn't care to know. While Margot considered Alana a friend, she also knew that her friend had limitations when it came to rifling around in Margot's messy family dynamics. Maybe she didn't ask because she didn't want to put Margot in a position to have to answer. The disinterest was actually a relief in a lot of ways.
"You take the time you need," Alana said. "We'll start working through the Withers case on Monday, and we can do that without you." She paused, caught herself. "Not that we want to do it without you. You know what I mean. We couldn't actually do it without you because you're the one who got all the information."
Margot laughed softly.
"It's okay, Alana. I know what you meant. Thank God. I got feedback that I can come off aloof and cold when I'm speaking to agents. Like we're supposed to be warm and fuzzy. It's the FBI, for fuck's sake. When did compassionate interpersonal communication become necessary at a job where we look at crime scene photos all day?"
She made a scoffing sound. Margot was grateful to her, because the almost robotic detachment from normal human emotion was what she needed in that moment to ground her. Otherwise, she worried she was going to spiral on all the potential complications her brother might be throwing her way.
"I'm hoping to only be gone a day or two." "You never take time off, Margot. Go see your brother. Take the time you need. I promise we won't do anything public with the case until you're back."
Alana was aware that Margot wanted to follow through on her promise to break the news of what she had learned directly to the Florida detective once they had confirmation that the confessions had merit. Alana might not understand why that was important, because Margot barely did, but she would respect it. When she hung up, she realized that she had done literally everything that was within her control to do. Knowing the rest wasn't really up to her was enough to send her spiraling. 4 hours later, she was in Phoenix, a place that should not exist in the summer, no matter how hard they might try to sell it with, "It's a dry heat," and Margot had rented a car with fully functional AC being her only requirement. It might have been cheaper and faster to just get a rideshare or a cab, but she had an inkling that she might need to be mobile. Her brother had once had a nice little bungalow with a yard and neighbors who smiled at him. Now, he lived in a basement apartment in a neighborhood that might have last been considered livable in the 1950s. As Margot pulled up in front of his building, she surveyed the street. Squat little houses with tiny yards, most of them filled with sun-bleached toys that looked like they hadn't been used in a decade, or rusted bike frames. One had a car that appeared to have been dismantled piece by piece where it sat, leaving little but a rusty frame on cinder blocks. Everywhere, the grass was brown and brittle, and the black top shimmered in the early evening heat. No children were out playing, and if Margot hadn't spotted an elderly couple sitting on their lawn a few doors down, she might have easily mistaken the block for a set from a zombie movie. She grabbed her overnight bag and locked the car, then made her way to David's building. Buzzing herself in wasn't necessary, since the front door was propped open with a brick. On the floor, under the mailboxes, several of which seemed to be permanently ajar, there was a small mountain of flyers and other unwanted mail just heaped on the floor. Her stomach churned uneasily. This was all too reminiscent of places she had been in the past. Crime scenes, visits with hostile witnesses. The vibe of this place just didn't inspire thoughts of anything positive. From one floor up, she could hear a TV playing too loudly, and someone in another apartment was yelling, but not the kind of yelling that triggered her fight or flight. She looked down the stairs to the basement, where the overhead light was broken, and steeled herself. She was happy to be armed. As an FBI agent, there were some minor bureaucratic perks, one of which was that she could fly commercial while armed, as long as she had the appropriate training and documentation. She had both, thanks to her regular travel for work. Even though the team flew private to avoid the hassles, she was still vetted and approved to bring her gun with her anywhere in the U.S., on or off official duty. It created a little extra complication in the airport for screenings and quietly alerting the flight staff, but now that she was standing in the vestibule of Satan's armpit, she was certainly happy to have a weapon on her. Just in case. As she descended the stairs, the smell of mold and old gym shoes made her wrinkle her nose. How could a place feel so damp when the air actually absorbed any moisture around it? This place should be studied. Or burned to the ground. The big sister problem solver in her wanted to go into David's apartment, pack whatever shit he owned that was worth keeping, and get him the hell out of here. Find him something better. But she knew it wasn't that easy. He'd had better, but the choices he had made brought him here. Whatever she did to help him, he'd probably end up back here anyway. It was better than him living in his car or in a tent under an overpass. There was no way he had overnight visitation rights to cruise in a place like this. Tamara wouldn't have allowed it in a million years. But Margot supposed it was still better than what the worst-case scenarios could be. She knocked on his door, and a moment later, it opened. Margot had seen David looking bad before, but to see him now sucked all the wind out of her sails. She thought she'd been prepared for whatever harsh realities she might deal with on this visit, but seeing him in person made her realize how entirely unready she was. He looked thin. Not a healthy thin, but a gaunt, hollowed-out kind of thin, with dark bags under his glassy eyes and cheekbones that made her think too much about the structure of his skeleton. His skin was almost gray, with a rough, flaky texture. He hadn't shaved in several days, so he had a patchy beard coming in, and it looked and smelled as if he hadn't changed his clothes in that long either. At first, he didn't even seem to know who she was, looking at her as if she were a total stranger in his doorway. She felt like he was a total stranger. This haunted shell of a man couldn't possibly be her baby brother, could it? Margot! He had a moment of clarity, snapping his fingers and moving in spasmodic jerks, like his puppeteer had shaky hands that day. Come on in. He stepped out of her way, ushering her inside. She stared at him while he moved, wondering how it was possible for someone she was looking right at to move like they were being streamed with a shoddy internet signal. Then she saw his apartment. Oh, David. She thought about putting her bag down, but she couldn't see a place that seemed clean enough to do so. Towards the end of their mother's life, in the last year or so before she killed herself, she had started to keep things. All the things. Newspapers, items she found on sidewalks that had been labeled with a free sign, things that people were giving away. These things had started to take over her little house, a house where David still lived. Margot was in university at that point, and she only saw it in little fragments, slowly getting worse every time she came home to visit. Their mother hadn't lived long enough to become a full-blown hoarder, but the signs of it had been there. It had taken them weeks to clean out the house when she'd died, and, at that time, David had seemed disgusted by all of it. Now, he had recreated it in his own home. Piles of flattened Amazon boxes were visible everywhere she looked, and on every flat surface in the apartment there were takeout containers, half-finished plastic cups of soda, and so many beer cans it boggled the mind. If he actually collected all of them, he would probably have a decent amount of cash for all his efforts. Clothing littered the floor, some of it so flattened and stained from being walked on that it was impossible to determine if she was looking at pants, a shirt, or if it was clothing at all. And her brain was just telling her it was to give her some kind of recognizable item to label. The whole place stank of rotting food and something else she didn't quite want to think about. Flies buzzed around several of the food containers. The power was off. That was something she could fix. In all this mess, her mind going a mile a minute, unable to figure out where to start or if he would even let her, the lights being off was something she could handle. With no air conditioning, the apartment was a hot, sticky box, and it was doing nothing to help the stink that permeated the place. He was going to get evicted. Margot shook off the shock of what she was looking at and decided to start with something small, something solvable. She couldn't berate him, couldn't rub his nose in it like a bad puppy. She took a deep breath, but then gagged. "Where's your power bill?" she asked, glancing helplessly around the room. The stacks of unopened mail were remarkably similar to the one upstairs, where everyone was dumping their flyers. She wondered if he had been taking his neighbor's mail just to add to his own unfortunate hoard. He ambled across the room, limping slightly. His clothes were hanging off him. Once she had the power back on, she would work on feeding him. She worried what she would find in the fridge, and that horrific bridge would need to be crossed before she could get him new groceries, but a pizza was not beyond her immediate capabilities. She'd take him out somewhere, but she wasn't sure any restaurants would serve him looking the way he did. He dug something out of a pile on his coffee table, then handed it to her. Large red lettering indicated "Past due, final notice." It hadn't been opened. She wondered how many other financial landmines were buried in the rubble. One thing at a time. Her therapist always told her that she wasn't going to solve all her problems in a single day. It had taken more than a day to create the issues, and it would take time to correct them. Just pick one battle at a time. Margot opened the power bill and gaped at the total. He must have gone close to a year without paying. She was surprised it had taken them so long to shut it off. The notice was 2 months old, so she wasn't sure how long he'd actually been without power, but it had to have been a while. She was even more nervous about the fridge now. She called the number on the bill, spoke to a brusque woman in collections, and then paid the whole bill with her credit card. She also updated the payment information on file to her card, so he wouldn't do this again. Margot couldn't afford to carry him completely, but she would do what she could. While she was on the phone, he sat on the one clear patch of his couch, staring vacantly at the black screen of his TV. It was coated in dust and grime. "They'll have you reconnected within the hour," she said, putting her phone back in her pocket. Every time she looked at the apartment, she saw something new. It was only a studio with a small kitchenette and bathroom, a little half wall separating the main living space from a bedroom area. At most, it was 500 square feet. How had he managed to fit this much stuff into such a small space? Tamara lived in a sweet little 2-bedroom with a basement suite where her brother rented from her. Margot thought about that house and the house that David had shared with Tamara in happier times. None of that aligned with what she was looking at right now. Because of her mother, she knew that hoarding behaviors were triggered by trauma, and heaven knew David had suffered his fair share of trauma, just like she had. It was hard to know what the breaking point had been, what had happened that made all this start to spiral out of control. She didn't need to ask if he'd been going to therapy. It was obvious he hadn't been doing anything to help himself in quite some time. She was relieved that he had called her instead of letting some poor landlord find his decaying body in here several months down the road. Margot set her bag on top of a stack of boxes that didn't appear to be stained or soiled in any way and scrubbed her face with her hands.
David, how long has it been like this?
He glanced around, seemed surprised by the apartment, like he hadn't been living in it for months.
I don't know. Has Tamara seen this?
She let her eyes travel over the kitchen counter, wondering if he had garbage bags. Then she decided not to bother looking, pulled out her phone, and submitted a delivery order for several boxes of heavy-duty bags, gloves, and cleaning supplies. She wasn't even sure he would let her clean, but she'd be damned if she just turned around and left without trying. He'd made the effort to call her. He'd asked for help. A lot of times, she felt like she'd given up on him, and that had been a survival instinct for herself. There was only so much she could do without going down with him. It was the hard reality that people who loved addicts had to learn sometimes, that helping wasn't always an option. But this was different. This wasn't just a cry for help, it was a full-bodied scream. Once she'd ordered the cleaning supplies, she ordered a pizza, because none of the remnants within her eyeline looked remotely fresh, and David was so vacant she was worried he might be on the cusp of starvation, having forgotten to eat among all the other things he had forgotten in this house. With everything done that could easily be done, she stood in the middle of her brother's home and fought the urge to start crying. She didn't know where to begin, just that she had to pick something and start. 24. There was no way Margot could leave David in his apartment overnight. She realized on further investigation that he'd been sleeping on a small sliver of a mattress that was directly on the floor. Everything else on or around the mattress was more filth. The mattress itself was bare, no sheets, no blanket, and appeared to be stained, either from something it had absorbed from the floor or from David himself. She didn't want to think about it, but she couldn't let him stay there. She brought him back to her hotel, where she insisted he clean himself up, something he didn't seem inclined to do without a command. And the moment he was out of the shower and into the clean pajamas she'd picked up at Walmart, he was passed out, dead to the world. Margot left him in the hotel room and went downstairs to the pool deck, which was empty thanks to the late hour. The pool itself was small but lit, giving the patio a soothing bluish glow, and providing Margot with something clean to look at for a few minutes. She sank onto one of the lounge chairs and called Wes.
"Hey,"
he answered on the second ring.
"Can I come home now?"
she said, and for the first time since she'd arrived, she needed to fight back tears. She'd kept it together the whole time she'd been with David, not wanting him to see how bad she really thought it was, how devastating it was to see him like this. But on her own, with Wes's voice coming through the line, the real weight of what she was dealing with felt impossible to carry.
"Do you want me to come?" he asked. "I can get Sadie to stay. She already offered. She could be here by morning."
Margot loved him. She loved his big heart, and the fact that he would drop anything to help her. He was probably already looking at plane tickets when she called. She'd sent him photos from the apartment earlier, so he had some sense of what she was dealing with, but there was no way to really capture how bad it was in a photo. As much as she wanted to have him here, she also felt like this was something she needed to handle on her own. David was her burden. She knew Wes would argue that family was family, and he wanted to help no matter what. And if she let him make those arguments, she might even start to believe them herself. After all, she loved his family like her own. But his family was so normal. It was easy to love them because they didn't fight so hard to resist love. I don't think so, but you're the sweetest man alive for offering. I don't think he'd respond well to having more people here. I'm surprised he even let me see this, honestly. If you need to bring him... No. Margot could guess what he was going to offer, and she wouldn't even let him say it. There were a lot of things she could do for David. She could clean his apartment. She could get him a new fridge. She could direct him to AA and NA groups. She could give him the tools, but she couldn't let him into her life. Wes would be a saint. Wes would let him stay as long as he needed. Margot knew that David was always going to need something, and while he wouldn't mean to bleed her dry in the process, that was exactly what he would do. She'd made a boundary for herself years before, after one bailout too many. She would help the best she could, but she wasn't going to give someone else her life jacket. The ranch, Wes, that was her safe space. And she could not and would not risk destroying that while trying to save someone who was instead letting themselves drown. It would sound cruel to anyone who hadn't experienced it firsthand. They might say family was family, and you did what you had to, no matter the cost. Margot would argue that there were prices too high to pay. Okay, I understand. And he seemed to, or at least he was trying to. Is there anything I can do? Tell me you love me. Of course I love you. I love everything about you. I love that you're doing this for him, even though I wish you'd let me make it easier for you. But I love you, stubborn, bull-headed, irritatingly inflexible woman that you are. This made her laugh, and the urge to collapse into tears faded enough that she thought she could get through another day. Anything after that, she was just going to need to wait and see. If you change your mind, I'll be there on the next flight. I know. Is he going to be okay? Margot thought about this for a long time before replying, I don't know if he ever was. After ending her call with Wes, she returned to the hotel room. David was curled up into a ball, his blanket kicked free, and his body looking like that of a child or an old man. There was so little of him left to look at. She wondered vaguely if he had wanted to die, but didn't want to kill himself because he'd seen how hard their mother's suicide had been on her. Maybe he thought it would be easier just to fade away. She sat on her own bed, staring at the pastel-hued picture of a desert landscape hanging on the opposite wall. If she could have, she would have walked right into it and kept on going until she was swallowed by the horizon. Had it just been that morning she was sitting on her porch, drinking coffee and thinking about how lucky she was? That was the real danger in complacency, in letting her guard down. Because sometimes the worst-case scenario was the real one. She'd spent a lot of time preparing for bad things, and her therapist had said it was okay to imagine good things instead. What if it all goes right? He'd told her. That's a far more interesting eventuality to consider, I think. Except, where did that leave her when it went wrong? David grunted, kicking his legs. He thrashed around briefly before settling down, an arm and leg thrust off the side of the bed. Margot's heart ached for him in that moment. She could see him at 9 years old, as clearly as she could see the grown man he'd become. His sandy blonde hair sticking out in every direction, sometimes his thumb creeping into his mouth, a habit he had clung to for quite some time as a kid. She wondered what his life would look like today if they had just had a normal father, one who taught his son to throw a football and showed his daughter how to dance. Margot knew that this kind of idle daydreaming had never been good for anything, but it was still hard sometimes, not to get lost in the fantasy of it all. David might still have had problems, but she had a hard time believing they would have become this bad. It was easy to say that she had turned out all right, but she had done that despite all her own best efforts to crash and burn. She'd needed to work to become a somewhat stable and passably normal human being. David hadn't managed to do the same. He grunted again and whispered something. She didn't think it mattered until she heard him say, "I didn't mean to." For some reason, those words grabbed her by the throat and wouldn't let go. She leaned closer, barely breathing herself for fear she might miss what he said. "I didn't want to hurt her. I'm sorry." Margot realized she was standing now, looming over her brother's bed, her hands shaking. "I just wanted to make him stop," David whispered. "I just wanted to shut him up." Margot's pulse was racing. It was a dream. He was just having some kind of strange dream, brought on by the stress of everything he was going through. She shouldn't read too much into this, shouldn't turn it into something it wasn't. "Who?" she asked, her voice so low she could barely hear it. "Who did you want to stop?" "I didn't want to, Megan, but Dad said I had to. He said I had to." His breathing shuddered, then steadied. Soon he was asleep. Margot didn't think she would sleep again for a very long time. 25. Margot stared at the ceiling all night, thinking about shoes. She was thinking about a pair of running shoes, little drops of blood on the toe. Brick paint. That's what he'd told her. The spots were brick paint from a job he'd been doing before he came to see her. An easy explanation, one that he hadn't even needed to think about. This had been years ago, when she was still living in San Francisco, back when she didn't mind so much if David spent a few days sleeping on her couch. But during that stay, she'd let Ed get into her head. He had been telling her about an accomplice, someone he'd committed several murders side by side with. He had to have known what he was doing, the way he was telling that story. Margot had been convinced her brother had been Ed's secret helper. She had been so sure of it, so paranoid, that she'd managed to convince herself that her brother was still killing women, that he'd put a body in a dumpster just blocks from her house. She'd been wrong. The accomplice was someone else. The body in the dumpster was someone else. But she kept thinking about those fucking shoes. Those were drops of blood, as clear as day. She would have staked her life and career on it. But he'd laughed. He'd been insulted, but amused. Brick paint, just part of a day's work. But wouldn't he have been wearing boots on a job site? Why would the paint be on runners? And who painted a house that precise shade of dried blood? She'd been willing to believe him because all the other signs aligned with her being wrong. He hadn't learned to kill from Ed. He hadn't put a body in the trash just walking distance from her front door. Ed had made her crazy, and she was taking it out on David. But couldn't two things be true? Ed had a different partner. That didn't mean David had never killed anyone. The two crimes were not mutually exclusive. She also thought about the little voice in her own head, the one that had seemed to get louder, more persistent ever since Ed's death. It never sounded quite like her own, and there were days, dark days, where she thought it sounded an awful lot like him. That was madness, of course. The subconscious could do a great number of strange and terrible things, but it couldn't bring the dead back. It couldn't let her father goad her from beyond the grave. She knew that. She wasn't so sure about David. Her stomach churned, and she sat upright, the sun filtering in through the crack in the blinds. She had thought she might vomit, but now that she was sitting, she wasn't so sure. Margot looked at David, sleeping peacefully, snoring ever so slightly. Not as much as he had when his body had been bigger, though. A dream. He'd been haunted by their father in a dream. That was the safest truth, the one she was going to believe until she had reason to believe otherwise. But she couldn't stop thinking about the shoes. Many hours later, she was alone at David's apartment, standing among the ruins of his life, trying to pick one place she could start. She'd left him sleeping, put a note on his pillow that she was at his apartment, but he should stay there and rest. She'd stopped at a pharmacy on her way over to get a mask, one with a filter. By the looks of the apartment, she didn't want to be breathing anything in for too long. She decided to start with the cardboard. There was a big recycling bin at the back of the complex, and it seemed like the best bang for her buck in terms of space clearing. She had no idea what he'd even ordered to amass so many boxes. The apartment didn't appear to be filled with new purchases. It was good for her to focus on cleaning. It gave her mind something to do instead of playing the scene from last night over and over again until it made her crazy. That was how all of this felt right now, like a steady descent into madness. It took her 40 minutes to get the cardboard out, and when she was finished, there were little patches of clear floor she could see amid all the chaos. That alone felt like a tiny victory, something she could cling to, even though the rest was still nightmarish. The next thing she did was grab clear garbage bags and do a lap through the whole house, filling them with cans and anything that looked remotely recyclable. Someone digging through garbage for bottles or cans to sell was going to have the surprise of their life. She could have sold them herself, but her goal here was only to reclaim the apartment, to get it to a point where it could be lived in again, where David wasn't likely to be evicted. She didn't have the time or energy to worry about making $20 off cans. She repeated this process, focusing on one type of item at a time with each lap, rather than locking herself into a single area only to get overwhelmed by how bad the rest of the space was. The next pass, she double-bagged the garbage and tackled the food containers. There were takeout containers, plastic Tupperware containers, even real plates. Margot didn't discriminate. If there was dried food on it, it was going directly into the garbage. She could replace the dishes. This was the most difficult process of the day so far, both because of the sheer volume of food waste that had amassed in the apartment and because that was where the bulk of the stink and flies were coming from. She tried her best not to look into any of the containers as she worked, knowing the reality was likely far worse than her imagination. By the early afternoon, the dumpsters behind the complex were full of garbage. Margot was out of bags, and despite the power being back on, the little box air conditioner in the window was doing very little to combat the blistering heat of a Phoenix summer. Margot was sweating. She was exhausted, and, looking around the apartment, it felt like she had barely made a dent. While she sat outside on the stoop, her phone started to buzz in her pocket. Since she knew it wasn't likely to be David, she didn't feel that same lump of apprehension in her chest when she pulled it out. She was surprised, however, to see that it was Greg. "Hey, Greg, what's up?" He cleared his throat like he was surprised she had answered, and he'd been bracing himself to leave her a message. "Oh, Margot, I'm sorry to bother you. I can hang up and email you if you want. I know you're off. I sort of just dialed by force of habit. No, I could use the distraction. Go ahead. I just wanted to let you know I've been thinking about your bucket case a lot, and I decided to do some preliminary cross-referencing." This was a process they did whenever they started to look at an incarcerated serial killer to determine if they were a good fit to consider investigating for other cold cases. They plugged in known areas of activity, searched against known victim types or MOs, and investigated if any cold cases came up that looked like they might align.
"How can you do that when we don't know where he's been?"
Margot asked. "Well, it's a broader search, obviously, but I took it into consideration that if he's using the buckets as a bit of a crutch, then he'd need to be able to dig them up easily. I eliminated any areas where the ground isn't conducive to burial, natural disaster pathways like Louisiana, for example, and then did a seasonal scope to the search where I eliminated any areas where the ground would be frozen in winter, making it impossible for him to retrieve things. That would narrow down to quite a few places. It's imperfect, but when we cross-reference with female victims who have been stabbed and show signs of mutilation, the list becomes surprisingly manageable. I'll get a deck put together to review with you when you get back."
"Greg, did anyone ever tell you that you're a genius?"
"A few doctors, and my mom." "Well, you can add me to the list."
"Thank you. That's incredible work, truly."
"Wait until you see it, I guess. But thank you." She could almost hear him blushing over the line. "Sorry again. Is everything okay?" The way he said this was almost an afterthought, like it had only just occurred to him to ask what might be wrong, and he was reminding himself how polite conversations worked. Margot glanced at the barren landscape of the block David lived on. She smelled the drying sweat wafting off her, the food debris stuck to her clothes. This wasn't a burden she felt the need to share with anyone else. "It'll be fine," she said, though, even to her, it sounded like a lie. "Thank you again for your help." She headed back inside, against her better judgment, and stood in the apartment, hands balled on her hips. The kitchen counter was still cluttered with dirty dishes and garbage, clothing, and other detritus was mounded on all the furniture and the floor. She wasn't sure what to do next. Did she call about renting another dumpster? Did she look into what it would cost to hire professionals? She wasn't sure how David would respond to that. He hadn't called or texted her yet today, so she had to hope he was still at the hotel resting, something he'd been in very clear need of. Margot stripped off her gloves, letting them drop to the floor because it barely seemed to matter at the moment if she added just one more thing to the mess. It had felt like she was making real progress, but seeing how little had actually changed in the space after so many hours of labor was hard to stomach. This wasn't something that was going to get fixed in a single day. Margot wasn't even sure if it was something that could be fixed. It was also taking her right back to the week her mother had died, adding an element of melancholy to the whole thing. No part of this work was good for her heart or her mind, or her 40-something lower back. She took off her mask and went outside with a bottle of lukewarm water since she couldn't put anything in the fridge. She'd peeked inside, then closed it immediately. Outdoors was much worse in terms of the heat, but even the too hot air was nicer to breathe than the inside of a ventilated mask. She sat on the front step of the building and looked up and down the block. With this kind of weather, she would have expected kids outside playing in sprinklers or with sidewalk chalk, people going by on bikes. Even in poor areas, people still lived their lives, still participated in joy. But this was like a place trapped in one elongated moment of misery. She only saw one car drive by. No one was walking around. The only hints that anyone actually lived in David's building were the blaring TV and little bursts of bickering she caught through the walls. If she had seen anyone in the building, she realized they probably would have assumed David had finally died, and she was the one forced to clean up after him. They would have been half right. But David wasn't dead, and she was alone here with her persistent thoughts, the blistering sun, and those fucking shoes. His words echoed in her mind. I didn't want to hurt her. Dad said I had to, which Margot heard as, Dad made me. Dad made me. She swiped sweat from her brow with the back of her hand and sipped the water. Even lukewarm, it was still one of the best drinks she'd ever had. Margot knew she was overthinking this, and that was the worst thing she could do, given the circumstances, because, much like the mess waiting for her below, there was no easy solution. If David was a killer, she needed to figure that out, to know for certain. In his current condition, though, she wasn't sure if anything he said or did was coming from a rational place. But that also meant he could be dangerous. Someone who had killed once could do it again, depending on the circumstances of the first kill. If he was as mentally unstable as his apartment suggested, was he a risk to himself? To others? She wanted to know if he was actually a risk, or if the trauma of the current situation was sending her spiraling, and she could only think of one person who might be able to give her those answers. She picked up her phone, swiping through the numbers, and then, with only a momentary pause to consider if what she was doing was right, she called Tamara. 26. Tamara Lopez, ex-Phelan, stood beside Margot in David's apartment, and together they soaked in just how bad things really were. Having someone else with her, someone who had loved David very much at one point, made Margot feel better and worse about all of it. Better that she was no longer in all this alone, but worse because this felt like a betrayal of her brother's trust. He'd come to her for help, and now she was showing his darkest secrets to the woman who had the power to take his son away from him. I had no idea it was this bad, Tamara said. She had borrowed a mask from Margot, so her voice was slightly muffled, but the pain behind her words was evident. Back when Cruz was still having sleepovers sometimes, I made comments that things were a little messy and he needed to take better care of the place, especially on nights Cruz was coming. But that was nothing. A few crusty dishes in the sink, clothes on the floor, some old takeout containers. Oh, there were plenty of those. It was messy, but it wasn't unhealthy. It just looked like a bachelor pad, a place where someone maybe didn't take good enough care of themselves, or didn't think it mattered. She braced her hands at her waist, and Margot could see the same expression there that she'd had herself when she arrived that morning. The look of, where do I start? Margot was relieved that it seemed Tamara's initial response was wanting to help rather than condemn. He hasn't been seeing Cruz lately? Margot asked. He sees him, but no sleepovers. That was his own request, not mine. Every other Saturday, he still picks Cruz up, takes him out for the day. He tells me exactly where they're going, and Cruz hasn't said a thing to me about this, so I assume he was being honest. I think he was embarrassed. He didn't want us to see how bad it had gotten. Did you see how bad he's gotten? Margot asked. Tamara cut her a sharp look, then, seeing the pain on Margot's face, her expression softened. Margot, you don't need me to tell you that your brother is a very troubled man, and we both know that love alone can't bring a sinking ship to shore. David has his phases in life. Sometimes he's healthy, he's attentive, he pays his child support on time and takes Cruz for the weekend. He's a good father and a good friend. Those times, I see the man I loved, the man I was going to marry. But other times,
He goes to a very dark place, and lately, it seems like when he goes there, he doesn't know how to find his way out again. I don't know if he's drinking, if he's using, what. When he picks up Cruz, I ask him if he's clean. I smell his breath, I look at his eyes. After years with him, I know how to see when he's lying. But for the past 6 months, minimum, he's been clean when he spends time with his son. He looks like shit, but I'm not going to make his life harder by denying him access to Cruz. If I think he's high, if I think he's not himself, then we reassess. Maybe he doesn't get to come in, or maybe he just hangs out in the living room where I can check on them. She shrugged helplessly. I know he's gotten worse, but I don't know how to help him. I send him home with food. I don't know if he eats it. I still pay his cell phone bill. Well, that explains why that didn't get shut off, at least. Tamara didn't ask for specifics, but she did nod her head, like she wasn't surprised to hear the implication. I feel like I'm watching him die in slow motion, Margot, but how can you stop someone from doing that to themselves? She gestured helplessly to the room around them, mirroring exactly how Margot felt. I want to ask you something, but... The words caught in her throat. She had already risked so much to invite Tamara here today, and while she was being kind and empathetic, there was no real way to know if she would find a way to weaponize this once she left the apartment. Margot didn't think that was her style. She knew that there was still a grudging kind of love between Tamara and David that wasn't easily erased. Go ahead. I feel like we're all cards on the table here already. She towed a plastic bag that was stuck to the ground. When Margot looked at her, she could see so much of Cruz. The dark, curly hair, the hazel eyes that looked ringed in gold. Tamara was a stunningly beautiful woman, and she'd passed those genes onto her son. But Margot couldn't help but notice how tired she looked. And it wasn't hard to imagine that a large part of that was because of her time with David. You said he goes to a dark place sometimes. How dark are we talking? Tamara went still, her shoulders suddenly more rigid. It was hard to read the expression on her face because of the mask, but it was obvious that she felt differently than she had a moment earlier. He never hurt me or Cruz, if that's what you're asking. Though I think once or twice, when we were still together and fighting all the time, there were moments it crossed his mind. Like we'd be sniping at each other, and I'd see something come over him, and I just knew he wanted to hit me. He never did, though. Margot considered her next words carefully. Do you think he's capable of hurting other people when he goes to that dark place? Tamara was too smart a woman and knew too much about their family history to pretend that she didn't know what Margot was asking. They lapsed into silence again, and the length of it made Margot feel sick to her stomach. I found blood once, Tamara said. On his shirt. Not a lot of it, not enough to ring alarm bells or call the police, but it was there. Blood. On his cuff. You're sure it was blood? It sure as hell wasn't paint. They looked at each other, then looked away. Because looking at the apartment was a lot easier to stomach than the truth that had just passed between them. 27. It took Margot 3 more days to get the apartment back to a place where she could comfortably allow David to return. Tamara came back on Sunday to help her, but couldn't get away on Monday or Tuesday, which Margot didn't mind. The extra hands for a day were helpful. She rented another dumpster,
and spent endless hours hauling soiled clothing and items of uncertain origin out to it. Margot and Tamara did not discuss Margot's concerns again. David did not speak in his dreams again. Margot drove past a police station 7 different times, debating whether or not she should go in. For what? To ask if they had any unsolved homicides? Of course they did. No matter how good a police department might be, they were going to have unsolved cases. If they didn't, Margot wouldn't have a job right now. But what else could she do to sate the anxious, gnawing ache in her chest? Bring in a DNA sample apropos of nothing? Say, hey, you don't know me, but could you see if this DNA matches any of your unsolved cases in any capacity? She had access to CODIS. She could do that herself without involving the Phoenix police. And she still didn't know if this was all just one terrible spiral. Her conversation with Tamara hadn't helped. If anything, it had just convinced her that she wasn't imagining this, and her worst fears about her family were being realized. She'd often wondered, when her anger got the better of her, when a sinister thought crossed her mind that didn't feel like her own, if there was more Ed in her than she would have liked to believe. She wondered, too, if evil could be passed through bloodlines. Now, those same ugly thoughts were creeping in, only they weren't about her. They were about her brother. It made her feel sick to imagine it, but she couldn't pretend she hadn't heard what she'd heard. She'd spent years pretending those spots had been paint. Turning her back on it wasn't going to help. On Tuesday, she brought David back to his apartment. It wasn't perfect. There were stains on the floor that would never come up, and she'd needed to buy a new fridge after cleaning out the old one enough that someone would be willing to remove it for her. She'd filled it with food, replaced his mattress, and gotten him a cheap IKEA frame to put it on, but she'd had to get rid of a lot of his things. He sat on his couch and stared at his now dust-free TV. The air conditioner hummed in the background. Her throat felt dry from trying to keep from asking him exactly what she wanted to know. He'd only shut down. Lie. That was what he'd done so far, and it was habitual at that point. She couldn't imagine a single person who, backed into a corner, would actually admit to having murdered someone. Margot had been a detective once. She could do it again. She had a suspect. Now, she just needed to match him to a crime. It was the exact opposite of how things were supposed to work. Never force a suspect to align with evidence. Don't get too caught up on just one person. She'd need to go against everything she'd ever learned, everything she'd ever taught others. And she would destroy what was left of her family in the process. She was already picturing the headlines. Son of notorious classified killer arrested for murder. And that would be if they were being kind. Killer family. That was a niggling idea that she'd never been able to escape. Her father, in interviews, had constantly goaded her, implying he'd always thought she might be the protégé he yearned for. In a sense, she had learned to kill because of him. How deep did that instinct run? She cleared her throat to chase away her instinct to dig. Deep down, she didn't want answers to this question, but unfortunately, that wasn't who she was as a person. She'd find out eventually, just not now. "Is it okay?" she asked. He looked around, then back at the TV. "Yeah, thanks." She knew in that moment that his reaction would have been the same if she had left everything in place. He had nothing left to give her. He had nothing left to give anyone. It would have been kinder for him to let himself die, she thought unkindly, and couldn't manage to make herself take it back. It was true. Whoever this was sitting in front of her, It wasn't her brother. She didn't recognize this man. David might still be in there, or if they stretched far enough back, maybe she'd find Justin. But neither of them were living in this body at the moment. She'd put a tracker on his car in case he ever actually used it. She'd also turned on the phone tracking app, knowing it was unlikely he'd ever go looking for it to see what she'd done. If he called her out on it one day, she'd just do what he was so good at: lie. David had spent the last 4 days sleeping. He looked ready to go to bed right then, too. Margot crouched in front of him, placing a hand gently on his knee. Slowly, he looked at her, but his expression was cold and blank. She wondered when the last time was that she'd looked at him and seen her brother. She was afraid the last time had been the last time, and she hadn't been present in the moment. David? He just stared at her. David, when you called me, you said you needed help. I've done what I can here. I've tried my best, but I want you to tell me if you meant something different. If there's something going on that you haven't told me about. Maybe something I can help with because of the police or the FBI. I want to help you, but I can't unless you tell me. He looked right through her. It was very different from Greg fixating on her forehead because eye contact made him uncomfortable. To David, she might as well not have been in the room at all. If there had been part of him that wanted her to do something, the part of him that had called her on Saturday, it wasn't here anymore. She got to her feet and looked around the apartment. She couldn't even feel proud of what she'd done because it was never going to be enough. Whatever he needed from her, she was beyond giving it to him. I have to go, she said, mostly to herself, because he wasn't listening. Margot took one last look at her brother and wondered if this was the last look. If the next time a Phoenix number called, it would be Tamara telling her they'd found David's body, or if she might see him again, but behind a table in a courtroom, wearing a suit and that same hollowed-out look on his face. She blinked into the light coming through the windows, fighting back tears. Because of those two options, she knew which one she'd rather see happen, and it didn't involve watching her brother walk in her father's footsteps. 28. By Thursday, Margot was back in San Francisco. Alana had told her it was okay to take the whole week off if she needed it. Wes had told her there was no need to push herself back into work, but Margot ignored them both. What was healthy and what she needed were two entirely different things in this situation. Healthy would have been taking the extra time, talking her fears through with Wes or her therapist, and trying to recenter herself with new coping mechanisms to handle whatever the hell had happened to her life over the weekend. What she needed was a distraction, and the team had a 3-day lead working on the Carissa Withers case. Margot wanted to play catch-up. She got to the office early, her suitcase in tow because she wouldn't be able to check into her hotel until later. Her one-night reset, sleeping in her own bed next to Wes, had been nice. It had been necessary. But he kept looking at her like she was an injured animal he was afraid of spooking, and she knew she needed to go. She still wasn't sure how to tell him what she'd learned. Years earlier, when she had first found David's bloody shoes, she'd confided her fears in Wes, and he'd done what he did best. He comforted her and told her what he thought she wanted to hear. Maybe he believed it himself, because it was easier to believe someone wasn't a killer than to confirm that they were. She was worried if she told him now, he would say something to imply that she was reacting to the stress. that her relationship with David was complicated, and her fear for her brother was manifesting itself as something considered workable, like a case. This situation defied logic, and she didn't want to hear it until she'd had time to think it through on her own. A week of casework, a nice hotel, her favorite food. This was what Margot needed to reset. She'd barely been in her office for 10 minutes when Sydney knocked on the door and then entered without waiting for a response. She practically melted into the chair across from Margot, a stack of folders in her hand. Margot could probably count on one hand the number of times she'd seen Sydney without a stack of folders. She just came perpetually armed with information and resources. If she'd been a Barbie, a stack of tiny paper folders would have come included. And now, a dog. "Welcome back," Sydney said, almost breathless. "Thank you." Sydney didn't ask how her trip was, so Margot assumed Alana had warned the team that she was dealing with something private, personal, and unfun. Margot appreciated that. The last thing she wanted to do was talk about her trip to Phoenix, and making up a lie would require more energy than she currently had. "We had a bit of a head start this week, but I thought you might appreciate being caught up to speed before the morning meeting." Margot's mind had wandered off, and she had to force herself back into the conversation. "Sydney, do you have any siblings? I feel like I should know that, but I don't. I'm sorry." This question took Sydney by surprise, and she blinked several times. Yeah, I have a pretty big family, actually. Not sure if that's a Nigerian thing or just a my family thing, but I'm one of 5. Only girl." She held her free hand up to her face like she was doing a modeling pose. "The baby. 4 brothers, wow. My poor mom, right?" She rolled her eyes, suddenly warmer than she'd been when she first came in. The urge to conduct business had fallen by the wayside. She immediately wanted to invite Margot in to know her family, because they were normal. None of Sydney's brothers had killed anyone, that Margot knew of. "How much older are they?" "We're all 2 years apart. Our parents knew they wanted a big family. My mom was one of 10. My dad was one of 8. They agreed they didn't want any major gaps in age. After 5, they decided they were good. I like to say it's because they had me and knew they couldn't improve on perfection." She tossed her braids over her shoulder and winked. Margot liked this version of Sydney, the loose, funny, friendly version. At work, she could be wound a little tight. She worried too much about how she was perceived and if she was liked. That had improved slightly since Andrew had retired and Alana took over, probably because Sydney and Alana had once been on a more even footing. Sydney had practically worshipped Andrew. His attention and validation meant a great deal to her. The real Sydney had started to come out in increments over the past several months. Margot hoped it wasn't a phase and that this version was here to stay. Sydney didn't ask if Margot had any siblings because she had been on the Ed Finch task force. She knew Margot's entire family history because it had also been Ed's family history. "All right, tell me what we've figured out so far. Is she full of shit? Did I waste my time? Or am I Employee of the Month?" Sydney smiled, pulling one knee up on the chair to make herself comfortable. Margot was glad that just a few personal questions had been enough to make the younger agent feel so much more relaxed. Maybe she should try this be-friendly thing more often. She'd just wanted to distract herself with someone else's reality for a moment. The results of that were a happy accident. Let's start with victim 1, allegedly. Nash McCoy. Not his real name, by the way. He was born Henry McCoy, but started to go by Nash in high school. It was what most people knew him as. We were able to confirm through old medical records that he did have a severe peanut allergy and had been prescribed an EpiPen in 1995. We pulled his death certificate, and it does indicate he died from an allergic reaction. Margot chewed on her thumbnail, an old habit she had mostly shaken, but which still emerged from time to time, especially when she was feeling tense or stressed. She nodded for Sydney to continue. With Bradley Fulton, we confirmed a lot of the aspects of her story. He attended FSU and Tallahassee at the same time Withers did. He was on the lacrosse team, and he did die in a car accident around the time she indicated. There was nothing in the reporting to suggest that foul play was suspected, though we were able to request records from the local police department, and, as she indicated, there was a detective named Mike DeVello who did an investigation. His notes on the interview were not extensive, and shortly after he signed off on the accidental death determination. This was what Margot had hoped for, that everything Carissa had said would be true. So far, it seems like she was being honest with me, she said, mostly to herself. Her gaze had pulled towards the window, momentarily distracted. She looked back to Sydney with an apologetic smile. Sydney gave her an odd look, as if she might ask if everything was okay, before thinking better of it. Chet Jackson, actually his real name, was a little harder to determine. We found him just fine. The guy has a rap sheet a mile long. Drugs, solicitation, assault, robbery, domestic violence. There were several protection orders issued against him, many of which he violated. He was imprisoned briefly for manslaughter, but got released on an appeal because a witness recanted their testimony. Generally speaking, all signs point to him not being a very good person. This fell in line with what Carissa had told Margot. So where did we run into trouble? Well, he did die right within the window of time she indicated, but his cause of death was listed as heart failure. There's nothing in the autopsy to reflect snake bites or outside intervention. The report suggests natural causes. Margot sat back in her chair, looking out the window again. This time, she just wanted somewhere to focus her gaze while she thought, and didn't think it would be polite to disassociate in Sydney's direction. She considered the options. Chet had died naturally, and Carissa wanted to take credit for it. Certainly possible, but also not really her style, as far as Margot could tell. There was the option that Carissa had left the snake, and the surprise of finding it in his bed had done Chet in before the snake ever had a chance to. Carissa had hinted that she'd stayed around until the job was done, but that could have been a lie. The third option was that the coroner saw what they wanted to see. A bad man was dead. He had a history of heart disease. No one was going to miss him when he was gone, so why dig further than necessary? Why look for snake bites when the easiest answer was right in front of them? Margot had met a great number of coroners and medical examiners in her day, and she had a lot of respect for them and the difficult work they did. But that didn't mean everyone in the profession was good or ethical about their work. There had been dozens of cases over the years of coroners being called to account for lying in their reports at the behest of police, for not doing complete investigations, or simply making up results and hoping no one would notice. Did we check out the history of the coroner who did that report? No. Let's look into that. Not suggesting he or she was wrong necessarily. I'd just be interested to see if there were any judgments brought against them for their work. Let's do that for all 3 cases, just to be safe. And if they all come back clean? Margot turned her gaze from the window back to Sydney, trying to decide whether this was a challenge, if she had offended her somehow by asking for due diligence. But Sydney's expression was earnest, She just wanted to know what happened next. Carissa was notoriously good at making the deaths around her look accidental. She didn't learn that overnight. There's always a chance that she wasn't being totally honest about Chet, but has convinced herself of a different truth over time. I'm not sure. We'll make sure everything looks above board, and then go from there. Sydney started to gather her folders and her coffee, but Margot thought of one last thing. You said we got the reports on Brad Fulton from the local PD. Do you happen to have contact information for Detective DeVello? Sydney set down her coffee and rifled through one of the folders. A tiny part of Margot's brain had once wondered if they were all just empty and being used as a prop to make it look like Sydney was busy. Margot herself used to use folders as a prop in interrogations. She'd bring one in, the thicker the better, and slam it down on the interrogation room table. The illusion that she had amassed that much information on someone was usually enough to set a guilty person's teeth on edge. It wasn't a perfect ploy, but it did have a decent success rate. Sydney's folders appeared to actually be filled with information on the current cases. She flipped one open, grabbed a Post-it from Margot's desk, jotted down a number and email address, and handed them to Margot. Thanks. Sydney paused in the doorway, turning back to look at Margot. I know I'm probably not supposed to say anything. Alana told us to just give you some space, but I just want you to know, for whatever it's worth, you have friends here. If we can help with anything, just say the word. Margot bit her lip at this unexpected offering of kindness. It was almost enough to rattle loose the tears she'd been holding in all week. But if she wasn't going to cry alone in David's apartment, and she wasn't going to cry when her brother looked right through her as if she didn't exist, then she certainly wasn't going to cry in front of Sydney, no matter how kind the gesture. She smiled. Thank you. I really appreciate that. When Sydney left, Margot stuck the Post-it to her monitor and stared at it for a long moment. She'd call. This just wasn't the right moment to follow through on that promise. Instead, she pulled up her computer's browser and started to look up unsolved homicide cases in Phoenix. 29. Alaska. The man knew he'd made a mistake 6 blocks in. There were 2 parts of him at war with each other as he continued to trail behind the woman from the bar, further and further from the hotel. One half of him wanted to keep going, to see where this would take him, and to give him the satisfaction of knowing where she lived. This kind of information felt like a treasure, a little thing he could hold on to, just in case. I won't hunt her down, but I could. She's safe for now, but I know where she lives. He typically liked victims of circumstance, people given to him by the universe at just the right time. He believed that the right person always found him at the proper moment. He normally didn't need to follow anyone like this, but sometimes the urge hit him, and it was so strong it couldn't be ignored. Another part of him, the logical part, the mindset that kept him safe and hidden, told him that this wasn't smart. There were risks. The further they got away from the bar, the less likely it was that he just looked like he was out for a walk. If she had any self-awareness at all, she might realize she was being followed. He shouldn't draw attention to himself, not when he didn't plan to do anything about it. This was all risk for no reward. Yet his feet carried him onward, her persistent shadow, making sure he left enough space between them that he could have plausible deniability. This was a city, after all, a large enough space that anyone could just be out for a walk. It didn't matter that he'd barely seen any other people since he'd started out, or that the further they walked, the less safe the area around them became. That was such a funny notion to him, the idea of physical spaces being more or less safe. What really made an area unsafe was its draw to people of a seedier character. The reality of life was that any area could be unsafe. The wealthiest neighborhoods could be home to people like him just as easily as a block with boarded-up windows, broken-down cars, and people huddled on the corner asking for change or harassing passerby. Yet, you wouldn't see anyone going for a late-night jog here, or out walking their dog after dark, because of the perception. Perhaps, too, because of the history. But he knew safety was an illusion. People weren't safe anywhere. Even a home could be breached by someone who wanted to get inside badly enough. Even someone living in a small town where no one locked their doors could fall prey to someone with bad intentions. He would know. The woman he was following didn't seem to have any concern about her environment. She knew where she was, and she knew the risks associated with being there. It seemed obvious to him that she must live close by, or in a similar type of area. He'd seen the way women behaved when they walked home alone, carrying uncertainty like a handbag. Their gazes would swivel at the slightest noise. They would constantly check over their shoulder to see if there was anyone trailing behind them. They walked faster than they normally would, an anxious hustle to their steps. This woman was different. Her pace was quick but confident, like this was the speed she walked regardless of where she was. She had her head down, hands in her pockets, lost in her own world and oblivious to, or uninterested in, whatever was happening around her. That made her all the more interesting to him. Her behavior at the bar, the way she would scream or lash out at men, it was the way someone acted before they became a victim. This was someone inviting violence into her life. He knew all about the idea of high-risk lifestyle, the notion that the way someone lived put them more in the path of danger. People assumed this meant only those doing sex work or living on the streets, but the man knew there was more to it than that. People could be high risk if they opened their mouths too much, if they believed in their own invincibility, if they refused to acknowledge any risk around them at all. He hadn't been watching this woman long enough to know her life, to know if she did drugs, if she sold her body. Based on how she acted and where she spent her evenings, there was a good likelihood of one or both of those things. But that wasn't what made her high risk. She looked at danger and spit in its face, either not recognizing it or simply not caring what happened to her. That was a potentially deadly combination. It also meant, if anything happened to her, no one would be surprised. A real shame, they might say, if they knew her, but not a real shock, given how she lived her life. This notion brought a thin smile to his lips and kept him moving forward. Everyone was born to die. A select few were born to be victims. He didn't make the rules. He just lived by them. 30. Margot stared at the post-it on her monitor, knowing there was no sense in putting off the inevitable any longer. She had wasted time digging through old files that could be something, could be nothing. It was impossible to know what, if anything, was connected to her brother. In his sleep, he'd said her, so that narrowed it down to female victims of violent crime in the state of Arizona, which basically meant it didn't narrow things down at all. If David was guilty of something, she didn't know if it was a one-off event or if he'd committed more than one crime. And if it was the latter, she didn't know if he had a victim profile. She didn't know what time frame he'd been working in. He'd been living in Arizona for almost 2 decades at this point, which was too big a window to look through. She wanted answers, but she was going to need to come up with a better way to get them, because taking shots in the dark was only making her more frustrated and causing her imagination to work overtime. The woman strangled outside a bar in the early hours of January 10 years ago. The woman beaten with a crowbar under a bridge 5 years ago. The woman stabbed in her apartment 2 years ago while her roommate slept in the adjacent room. They were all horrific, and any of them could have been David. Or none of them. Instead of digging herself deeper and deeper into the muck, she snatched the Post-it off the screen and dialed the number before she could give herself any reason not to.
Tallahassee Police Department, how can I direct your call?
My name's Margot Phelan. I'm with the FBI. I'm hoping you could connect me to Mike DeVello, please. There was a pause on the other end, and Margot wondered if the woman was trying to decide if this was a prank or not. She snapped her gum in Margot's ear.
All right, Agent. Just one moment.
Soft muzak came over the line, the vaguely familiar sound of an 80s pop song. Simple Minds, maybe? Before she could settle on what it was, the line clicked over.
DeVello.
She felt an unexpected thrill as he answered the line. Some part of her had wondered if he was a real person or someone Carissa had made up, and his voice made her feel as if she was speaking to a celebrity for a brief moment.
Good morning, Detective.
She glanced at the clock on her wall, doing a little mental math over time zones. It was still morning in Florida at the moment, just barely. I'm with the FBI, and we've been working a series of cold cases. I believe one of them might have been yours. I wanted to call you and give you an update on that. Again, a drawn silence. Apparently, folks at the Tallahassee Police Department didn't care much for filling dead air. Finally, he cleared his throat, letting her know he was still on the line.
I wasn't aware the FBI had any interest in any of my cold cases. I haven't submitted anything to the BSU recently. Can I ask which case this is regarding?
You might not remember it. I believe it was pretty early in your career, but it's the Bradley Fulton case. Margot had begun to absently doodle on a piece of paper on her desk, just something to keep her mind from spiraling onto other things and let her focus better on the phone call.
I'm sorry, did you say Bradley Fulton?
His tone was sharper now. Yes.
That case was closed. Accidental death. He was driving too fast and lost control of his car.
Margot could tell just from the way he said this, a practiced response, that he didn't necessarily believe what he was saying. But it was so well rehearsed, it came out naturally. She'd delivered plenty of similar speeches herself about cases she'd worked on in the past. It was just part of being a detective. Margot tried to figure out the best approach to explaining this next part. There was generally no easy way to say that she was delivering a personal message from a serial killer, but in this instance, she figured that being forthright was probably in her best interest.
Detective, do you remember Carissa Withers?
He let out a little snort sound on the other end of the line.
Not every day you meet someone like that, Agent Phelan. Yeah, I remember talking to Carissa. I remember talking to her about that case, no less. I also know what came after all that.
DeVello paused for a long time, and Margot let him do his own detective work for a moment. The pieces would certainly fall into place quickly.
Agent Phelan, what is it exactly that you do with the FBI?
I'm part of a special department that works with incarcerated serial killers in an attempt to solve any cold cases we believe are connected to them. About 2 weeks ago, I received a letter from Carissa Withers, who was not on our radar, suggesting she had some things she wanted to get off her chest. I met with Ms. Withers last week, and she was very forthcoming about some deaths that we had not previously attributed to her. One of the cases she brought up was Bradley Fulton's. She was very clear after her confession that she wanted me to tell you directly that you had been right. You had been suspicious of her, and you were right. She wanted you to know that. For a period of time, all Margot could hear was DeVello breathing on the other end of the line. This didn't strike her as the kind of situation where small talk was necessary or even welcome. Not all silences needed to be filled, and not all dead air was uncomfortable. After giving him what felt like enough time to process this information, she added, "We did our own independent inquiries into the cases she confessed to, and were able to corroborate her stories to the best of our ability. We believe she is being genuine about these confessions. While they predate the murders she is known for, they do fit her MO of concealing her kills as unfortunate accidents."
"Who were the other two?"
DeVello asked. "They were in Fort Lauderdale, related to her mother specifically. Two pretty unpleasant boyfriends, Nash McCoy and Chet Jackson. As far as I know, no connection to your jurisdiction."
"Nothing else in Tallahassee?"
he asked, and it was a specific enough ask that it made Margot wonder if he had other crimes he'd suspected Carissa of. But he didn't say anything else. "No, just Fulton. She alleges that he sexually assaulted her, and that she killed him as retribution for that."
"Not surprised,"
he said with a sigh, though there was a faint tone of disappointment in his words that Margot couldn't quite place.
"I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but I remember that investigation well. He had quite the reputation, and very little of it was good. I heard plenty of rumors, but unfortunately, no one had ever filed any reports against him officially, so that all remained hearsay. Not that any of it means he deserved to go like that."
Margot wouldn't debate what she felt were fair punishments for rapists, as she would likely have a very different outlook from a male detective in Florida. She just made a small sound to let him know she was listening.
"Did she say anything else?"
he asked.
"You said she wanted me to know, specifically."
She understood his curiosity. Margot herself didn't really understand why this call had been so important to Carissa. She just knew it was a request she had been willing to honor, more for DeVello's sense of closure than Carissa's. Margot couldn't help but think there was more to it for Carissa, something that served her instead of him, but she couldn't put a finger on why. Nothing else, no other messages. She was just insistent that you were personally told about the Fulton case.
"Do you make a habit of doing things at the request of serial killers, Agent Phelan?"
Margot took a breath. That hit a nerve. "No, I can't say that I do, but this felt like professional courtesy. Best I can tell, I don't think she wanted you to read about it in a newspaper. I got the feeling she had something akin to respect for you, as much as a killer can respect anyone, that she remembered you after that long. I think you might have been one of the only people to get close to figuring her out."
"Too bad I didn't do it a few decades sooner. Might have saved a few families a lot of heartache."
This was a game that homicide detectives loved to play with themselves, one in which there was no winner. The guilt-inducing notion that they might have been able to stop a crime or criminal sooner, that they could have done things differently. Margot had played it many times on many cases. She'd played a personal version as well, one where she asked herself what she might have done differently if she had figured out who her father was years earlier. what could she have done differently? She'd been a child, and her family was the only normal she knew. The insights and awareness she had now were not available to her in the 80s and 90s. There was nothing she could have done to save the women Ed Finch had killed, just like there was likely nothing DeVello could have done to stop Carissa Withers. It didn't stop the what-ifs, though. Nothing really could. She was careful. Even at that age, she knew she had to be, Margot said as a small comfort. At least you know now. He let out a little grunt.
Funny thing is, she probably thinks it was a kindness telling me. But to me, it's just one last wound she gets to inflict before she goes.
Margot, now complicit in this wounding, was quiet. She'd done what she set out to do, but neither she nor DeVello felt any better for it. 31. Since Margot already felt like shit, she decided she might as well add insult to injury and visit the least comforting person in the entire office. She knocked lightly on Alana's door, and, through the window, she was waved inside. Alana was working on her laptop, a pair of bifocals on the end of her nose, looped around her neck by a fancy chain. Alana held up one finger to indicate she shouldn't be interrupted as she finished what she was working on, and Margot settled into one of the chairs across from her, picking up a wooden puzzle box that sat on the corner of the desk. She fiddled with it, before ultimately becoming frustrated at the immovable pieces. She had a brain for puzzles, but she liked the ones with solutions that mattered. As she set the annoying trinket down, Alana closed her laptop and took off her glasses, letting them dangle around her neck.
"What can I do for you?"
she asked.
"Sydney let me know everything going on with the Withers case. That was good work. We get to close 3 more cold cases, and she came to us. That looks really good to the higher-ups."
She gave a thin smile.
God, I hate caring about this shit. I hate that any of it matters. No wonder they pretended not to know how old Andrew was for so long. He was great at the bullshit parts of this job.
She slumped back in her chair, folding her arms over her chest.
"It's not too late, Margot. You could still be the boss if you wanted to."
Margot snorted. Oh, gee, after such a good sales pitch, how could I possibly resist such an offer?
"You get a raise."
"I'm good."
"Traitor."
"Hey, I knew I didn't want it." "Bureaucracy aside, you're doing great. We just need to get back to a point where they forget we exist, and then we can swim under the radar for another 6 years."
"From your lips to God's ears," Alana sighed. "What's up? I know you. You don't generally talk to anyone unless you need something."
"That's not true. I'm very fun and social." Alana just stared at her.
"Well, that's hurtful." "It's honest. There's a difference. Stop avoiding the topic."
Margot had briefly forgotten her reason for coming amid the banter, and now that she had to come back to reality, she found she wasn't really interested in revisiting her real reason for coming to see Alana. But she was sitting here, and there was no avoiding it. "I think there's something going on with my brother."
"Something like you might need to take some more personal time?"
"Because that's fine, Margot. You just let me know.
You've earned more than enough of it and barely ever take any time off at all. I'm probably on the verge of getting a call from HR about you as we speak anyway."
Margot forced a wan smile, wishing this was something that a few days off might be able to easily resolve. "A while ago, maybe 7 or 8 years, my brother came to stay with me, and this was at the height of my work with Ed, right when we were about to uncover the James McMaster connection. McMaster had been Ed's partner for a handful of murders. Alana nodded. She'd been a part of the Ed Finch task force, and she had been with Margot almost every step of the way through the whole ordeal. It was a shared history, even if it wasn't as personal for Alana as it was for Margot. I was in a hard place. I was feeling stressed, paranoid. I had a lot of other things going on at the time as well, and I got it in my head that there was blood on my brother's shoe. I built up this whole possibility in my mind that maybe Ed wasn't the only one with something wrong. Maybe there was something in the family, Alana offered when Margot struggled to find the right words. Exactly. He laughed it off, though, when I finally asked him. Paint, he said. I let it go. I forgot about it for a long, long time. He hasn't had an easy go of things. He has his struggles. I think we all found our way to deal with the whole Ed thing, and maybe some of us picked more productive outlets than others. She didn't say healthy, because between her therapist, and the gods, there wasn't really anything healthy about the way she threw herself into her work. When I went to see him, he was a mess. He wasn't himself. He was almost incoherent, but... She paused, the admission dying on her lips. It was one thing for her to share her concerns with Wes. He was a pro at talking her down from ledges, giving her some kind of valid reason for things to seem the way they did. He could hold her hand and make her feel better without judging. But if she told Alana what her fears were regarding David, that made them real. That was putting her brother on the radar of people who might do something about it, might actually look into things. People who could validate Margot's fears. She knew that was the next logical step, but that didn't make it any easier, didn't soften the betrayal at all. Still, what was right, even if it wasn't easy. And if she was wrong, hearing it from Alana might mean she could finally believe it. Either way, there would be some kind of finality to this mess. He said some things. I don't think he even knew what he was saying. But Alana, they made me think about the blood on his shoes. Her friend watched her carefully, waiting to see if there was more. When nothing else came, she gave a little nod of acknowledgement and sat forward on her chair.
Do you know any specifics?
Margot shook her head. It was all vague. Nothing in his place looked like it was evidence, but it also looked like the inside of a New York City dumpster the day after New Year's, so there was no way to know for sure.
Doesn't give us an easy place to start. The potential window for time and location is huge. It's too deep a pool to just start pulling cases at random.
She picked up a pen and twirled it around her fingers as she thought out loud.
Here's what we can do, just as a starting point. We can put your DNA into a genealogy database. I have a friend who is retired police, and she's part of a group that helps look into cold cases. They've been using a lot of familial DNA these days to help connect unregistered crime scene DNA or Jane Doe DNA to family members. If we have your DNA, that's going to be a very close match. It won't trigger CODIS, but some of these familial DNA sites might have something that's just been waiting for a hit.
Margot hadn't considered this angle. She'd wished she'd had the foresight to bring something of David's she might have been able to use, a toothbrush, hair, anything that might have helped make a profile for him. But failing that, she was the next closest thing. It wasn't a surefire way to get the answer she wanted, but it was certainly better than sitting on her ass doing nothing.
Okay, let's do that then.
She tried to smile, hoping to show Alana she was grateful that her story was being taken seriously and that she also wasn't being judged. But the best she managed was a grimace. It was hard to be cheerful when you were in the process of dismantling your life intentionally. 32. 1 week later. Visiting Chowchilla Women's Prison felt very different for Margot the second time around. As she approached the bland-looking complex, she could see the parking lot was teeming with news vans, and she had to find a space a long walk from the prison itself because of how many cars were present. The last time she'd visited, she'd been able to park within a stone's throw of the visitor center. The noise was obvious the moment she got out of her car. A cacophony of voices, all struggling to be heard over one another. As she moved closer to the prison itself, she could finally see the congregation. There appeared to be two sides to the people amassed outside the prison. There was one group with a religious bent, carrying signs that said, "Hell awaits sinners," and "Repent to save your soul." One small child, who likely had no idea what they were party to, had a sign of Carissa with devil horns and demonic eyes, the words "Devil Woman" underneath. Opposite them was a largely female contingent with their own signs. "Good for her," "Free Carissa Withers," "Self-defense is not murder," "Eat the rich," all bobbed in the air. People were wearing shirts with Carissa's face on them. It was a sideshow. The two sides were screaming at each other, and everyone seemed to be screaming at the prison itself, like they were hoping to be heard inside its walls. Compared to the calm, dull introduction Margot had the first time she'd visited, this was a world apart from anything she'd ever seen at a prison before. The news were having a field day filming the whole thing. Margot made her way to the visitor center, hoping to avoid any attention from the crowd or media. She wasn't a celebrity, not really, but there were those deep in the true crime world who knew her face and name. She'd opened herself up to that with the documentary she'd participated in, but things had briefly gotten intense when she had joined the FBI. There were still a handful of people who seemed to think all her work was an elaborate plot to cover her own work as a serial killer, and this would be the kind of crowd where someone with those peculiar beliefs might show up. She was still by herself for this visit, but this time around, the guidelines were different. She was able to wear her usual clothes, though she still needed to check a few items for safekeeping, and instead of being led into the depths of the prison itself, she was guided to a completely separate building. From the inside of the complex, the voices outside took on a more muffled quality, but they were still loud enough to be heard. The conflicting chants of "Let her go" and "Rot in hell" seemed to merge to become their own strange chorus. It was haunting and surreal, the constant barrage of voices in a place that was usually quite quiet. This was entirely new for Margot. While she was no stranger to prisons or to visiting those on death row, this was the first time one of the people she had spoken to was actually going to be executed. There were people she'd met who likely deserved this fate a lot more than Carissa Withers did. She wasn't innocent by any means, but she also wasn't the most vile or monstrous person in prison in the state. California was home to plenty of evil people. How the governor had landed on Carissa being the first to go was always going to be a mystery to Margot. But actions had consequences, and no matter how popular Carissa had become in the zeitgeist over the past few weeks, she was about to become the poster girl for what happened when people took things into their own hands. Margot was guided to a small room with 3 rows of chairs on risers. They were all facing forward to a wall with 2 curtains tightly drawn over it. Margot assumed there was a window behind those curtains, but that was just her best guess. She was as new to this as anyone. There was only one other person in the room so far, a woman in her 60s, her hair pulled back in a tight but chic bun. Her clothing looked expensive. She was the very portrait of elegance, which made her look out of place in her surroundings. She was clutching the front of her jacket like she wished she had her handbag to hold on to. Margot gave her a nod and sat down. Based on the woman's age and the immediately well-to-do air she gave off, Margot was willing to bet this was one of Reggie Baxter's children. She wasn't going to ask. This seemed like the kind of setting where people should be granted the right to be anonymous. It was none of Margot's business why they'd come to watch a woman die. She wasn't sure why she was here herself, but the invitation had come, and for some reason, Margot had felt compelled to honor it. She didn't owe Carissa anything, but when someone says, "Come watch me take my last breath," it's not really something you rain-check. Margot shifted in the uncomfortable chair and glanced at the clock. Another hour to go. It made her think of the last hour she and Carissa had spent together. Was she the last visitor Carissa ever had? A woman was shown into the room. She was in her 50s and polished like the other woman, well-presented, but lacking the same aggressively old-money look of the first woman. The two shared a look, but there was no recognition between them. The new arrival sat next to Margot. She smelled of a flowery perfume that was aggressive, but not unpleasant. For a moment, the quietness of the room was maintained, but then the new arrival leaned in close to Margot and whispered,
"Have you done this before? Do you know how it works?"
Margot knew that the blazer and her general mien were usually a dead giveaway that she worked in law enforcement in some capacity. She wasn't surprised that the woman had made an assumption about her. The older woman in the front row didn't carry herself in a way that suggested she was a repeat visitor at state executions. "It's my first time," Margot said, "but when it comes time for everything, I think they'll open the curtain so we get to see it as it happens." The woman blanched.
"Oh, how dreadful."
Margot wasn't sure what she'd been expecting. At least it was lethal injection. The visual impact of that would be less scarring than watching the electric chair or a firing squad, the way Margot pictured it happening, anyway.
"Did you work on her case?"
the woman asked, her body now turned in Margot's direction, showing no sign of being deterred. She had not read the room the same way Margot and the rich woman had. Unlike last time, when Margot had wanted to stop time to get the most she could out of every possible second, this was different. In a sense, not her original investigations, just more recent information. The rich woman in the front was obviously listening, because she turned her head in their direction before jerking it back to look straight ahead once more.
"Police, then?"
FBI. "Oh." The woman seemed to have a reaction to this, but Margot had a hard time deciding if she was impressed or put off.
"My name is Tippy Cartwright."
She offered a hand, which Margot shook with some surprise. "Formerly Tippy Breckenridge?" she asked. Not that there was a surfeit of Tippies running around the U.S. Tippy brightened visibly.
"Yes. How did you know?"
"Carissa mentioned you." Now the woman in the front row wasn't even pretending to ignore them. She pivoted around in her chair and fixed her steely blue eyes on Margot. "You spoke to that monster?" "I interviewed her in a professional capacity, yes." "You called her Carissa." Margot hadn't even realized she'd done it. Part of her had become accustomed to knowing these killers by their first name, since she often spoke to them like they were closely acquainted. Everyone in the office used the inmate's last name. Margot had been the only one to call her father Ed when talking about cases, and sometimes it was a hard habit to break. Still, it was funny how easily she thought of Carissa as Carissa now. She shrugged off the woman's comment, giving her an expression that said, "It is what it is." She asked me to, in the interview. I guess it just stuck. The woman made a face of such obvious disgust that even without her saying anything, Margot was offended. People reacted in a lot of different ways to the work that Margot did, so this was nothing new to her. But this woman had no idea who she was or what her job entailed, and she was treating Margot as if she was an accomplice to Carissa's crimes. Margot had to remind herself that this was a person who was here because she was hurt and angry, because Carissa had taken someone from her. With the high tension of the day and how unusual the circumstances were, Margot should resist taking the attitude personally.
"Did you know her?"
Tippy asked.
"Yes,"
the woman said tersely, her fingers worrying at the hem of her coat. She didn't elaborate on this, and Tippy had the common sense not to ask any additional questions. The room started to fill more steadily then, and, as it did, the atmosphere felt thicker and heavy with anticipation, not unlike the feeling right before a thunderstorm. A man with silver hair sat beside the woman in the front. There was a likeness to them, both in features and in how they carried themselves, that suggested they were brother and sister. A few people who Margot couldn't quite imagine a backstory for came in, and then a woman who looked to be about 70 entered. She had tanned skin that had taken on a leathery quality over the years, and her blonde hair was in a ponytail. Just as Tippy and the pair at the front wore their money on their sleeve, this woman wore her poverty in a similar fashion. Her bra was visible through her black tank top, and the jacket she had on over it was threadbare along the cuff and hem. Her jeans were out of fashion, with rhinestone detailing on the pockets, and in general, she was dressed about 40 years too young for her age. There were lines around her mouth that her red lipstick had bled into. But with all that being as it was, she also carried herself with a confidence and attitude that challenged anyone to try to fuck with her. Margot would have bet the farm that this was Lovey. From the way Carissa had spoken about her mother, Margot had assumed she was dead. But, of course, that had been how Carissa wanted her to be. It made sense that she would have learned to talk about Lovey in the past tense. And here she was, ready to watch her daughter die. Margot felt a strange sensation looking at this woman. On a psychological level, she knew that a lot of how Carissa had turned out was due to how she had been raised, and that all fell on Lovey's shoulders. But from a more empathetic perspective, Lovey had been 17 when she'd had Carissa. She had already given up one child for adoption. She'd probably done the only job she knew how to do, given how she'd been raised herself. A few of the others in the room looked at Lovey. Some may have drawn their own conclusions, and Margot didn't know what those might be. Lovey sat at the end of the front row, closest to the door, a place she could escape from easily once this was all done. No one attempted to speak to her. The last person to arrive was an older-looking man whose shoulders were hunched and who held his head low. He wore a long coat, even though it was summer, and settled into one of the few remaining chairs. He didn't look at anyone else. He had dark hair that was graying around the temples, and there was a roundness in his cheeks that made his age hard to estimate with any certainty. With 1 minute to go before the hour, a guard came in and pulled back both curtains, revealing a sterile-looking room with bland white walls. The vibe in the observation room changed, turning solemn and uneasy. There was medical equipment visible, as well as a hospital bed. As Margot absorbed the room, a door on the side opened, and 2 guards entered with Carissa between them. Several people in white coats followed behind. Those in lab coats began working on the equipment, checking the connections of various tubes and flipping switches. The guards guided Carissa to the center of the room, then stepped away from her. There was no priest or religious figure in the room, though, if she had requested one, they probably would have attended her privately in her cell anyway. Margot felt a stab of sympathy for Carissa as she came in. What must it feel like to know you were walking towards your own death? Again, she found herself wondering what Carissa's last meal had been. It was one of those things that didn't matter in the slightest, but was so easy to get hung up on.
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
Steak and lobster? Caviar? She couldn't imagine anything other than hamburger helper with peanuts crushed into it.
"She looks so young,"
Tippy whispered beside her. Margot had to agree. With her hair down and wearing a medical gown instead of her ill-fitting prison uniform, Carissa looked younger than the last time Margot had seen her. Carissa was also looking right at them. Having spent a lot of time with one-way mirrors in interrogation rooms, it took Margot by surprise that this was a normal window, and that Carissa was looking directly into their little room, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. She seemed to register each person in turn. The pair in the front row could only hold her gaze for so long before looking away, the woman sobbing into the man's shoulder. When her gaze reached the man in the long coat, she actually smiled, though it was so subtle it could have been a twitch. She held his gaze for a while and gave the briefest of nods before she looked away. Margot watched as the man stiffened, shifting in his seat. As Carissa looked over the back row, she took in Margot's presence with barely a pause, but when her eyes landed on Tippy, her entire expression changed. She smiled, no mistaking it this time. It was, as far as Margot could tell, a real, genuine smile. She was happy to see an old friend. Margot recalled what Carissa had said the day they'd met, that she had invited Tippy but was sure she wouldn't come, and that Tippy had never stopped sending her Christmas cards. For all the shit Carissa talked, all the ways she wanted Margot to think she'd resented and despised her college roommate, it was obvious she was the only person in the room that Carissa was happy to see. Even Lovey only got a quick nod of recognition. Margot was suddenly much more interested in Tippy and wondered what the other woman could tell her about Carissa and, potentially, about Carissa and Brad. This was, unfortunately, not the place to start conducting witness interviews. But in that moment, Margot knew with a punch to the gut she hadn't gotten everything she wanted from her interview with Carissa. Not even close. A lump started to build in the back of her throat, and a sensation like guilt or worry started to gnaw at her. She was used to being able to go back, to ask more questions. Time was almost up, for good, and every unanswered thing gnawing away at her was never going to be resolved.
"Don't you wish you could have seen me in there?" That familiar voice, her father's voice, taunting her at the exact right moment. If Ed had still been alive and in prison once the death penalty had been restored in California, it probably would have been him and not Carissa to be made the face of death for this new era. He would have been the perfect person for it. No one would have stood outside with signs saying, "Good for him." But given the chance to sit here for him, would she have taken it? Would she have chosen to watch his life get snuffed out? She wasn't so sure. Ultimately, it didn't matter. He had taken away her opportunity to choose that for herself when he'd put her in a position where she had no choice but to kill him. She had watched him die, but she didn't think what happened to Carissa would be anything like that. Margot swallowed hard. Carissa cleared her throat, and even the small buzz of background noise in the observation room went totally silent.
I know some of you are here in the hopes that I'll make a grand statement of my regrets, that I'll get down on my knees and ask Jesus or Jehovah or whoever it is we're talking to these days and say I repent, I feel terrible, I did wrong, forgive me. She looked at everyone, eyes grazing the room. But none of that is going to happen. I'm not sorry. I know what I did, and if there is a God, He knows what was in my heart when I did it. And that's enough for me. They're not sexy last words, and maybe some of you will be disappointed, but that's life. I'm not going to live long enough to worry about what you all think of me. Not that I ever did." She gave a look specifically to the pair in the front row. "Thomas, Fiona, I'll see you in hell." She waved over to one of the guards, and they guided her to the hospital bed and got her situated until the staff in lab coats took over. The process took a long time, and Margot wondered if it was because this was the first one in so many years and the staff were new at it. There was a horrible moment when she wondered if they were going to do it wrong. But then the machines began to work, and slowly Carissa was pumped full of the chemicals that would end her life. After an excruciatingly long time, one of the lab-coated technicians said, "Time of death, 1:42. It was almost too easy, too quiet. Margot thought she could hear her own pulse in her ears throbbing. She felt certain everyone else must be able to hear it too. She didn't know what she expected to feel, but she hadn't thought she would feel so bad. Surely there was justice in this. Carissa was responsible for so many murders. She had taken the lives of people who were beloved to those sitting in this very room. Yet, Margot didn't feel an elated sense of justice. She just felt empty and a little sad. In the room, everyone was still for a very long time. The body on the gurney wasn't moving as various tubes and wires were disconnected. Beside Margot, Tippy sniffled, dabbing her eyes on her sleeve. Thankfully, no one said anything to her, though Margot was sure no one else here was going to mourn tonight. Margot finally looked away from the body. Carissa Withers was dead. She couldn't pinpoint what it was that made her heart ache a little in that moment, but it didn't feel good. 33. Margot was almost back to her car when she heard someone behind her shouting. She'd been in such a daze following the execution, she barely registered the sound of footfalls speeding up across the parking lot. She turned, hand ready to go to her weapon. It had been a bad month. She didn't need anyone else sneaking up behind her, and she had no idea what the people outside the prison were capable of, not with emotions running so high. "Special Agent Phelan?" The man in the long coat was jogging towards her, looking as if the effort of it was really costing him. By the time he got to her, there was a faint limp to how he moved, and he was wincing, either from the limp or from his shortness of breath. "Damn, nothing tells you how old you've gotten, quite like trying to go for a run in your 50s. He shook his head, holding his ribs with one hand, extending the other for a handshake. Margot was hesitant to move her hand from her weapon, but she decided to trust that he wasn't faking to try to attack her in a public space with about 1,000 potential witnesses just around the corner. "I'm Lieutenant Mike DeVello. We spoke on the phone." The voice suddenly clicked, and Margot's uncertainty abated. "Oh, Lieutenant, yes, it's nice to meet you in person, circumstances notwithstanding." She was surprised he hadn't corrected her when she'd called him detective so many times on their call. "A memorable first meeting, I suppose. You ever been to one of those before?" He scratched his stubble absently. Margot couldn't help but be reminded of Peter Falk in Columbo, and wondered if it was as much an act here as it had been on the show. He was exactly as Carissa had described him, now that Margot was looking at him with a more observant eye. He wasn't handsome, but there was something about his face that only worked because he was the age he was. Carissa had said he might grow into his looks, and Margot suspected that was the case. She had a hard time picturing him as a young man. He was the kind of person who was always meant to look older, a little worn down. It suited him. "No, this was my first time. Hopefully my last.
I've seen some grim things in my life, but it feels wrong to go into a room and watch someone die.
Even knowing what you know about her?
Margot shook her head. Before I was with the FBI, I was a homicide detective. I've spent most of my life trying to solve murders. It just doesn't feel right to sit down and watch a state-sanctioned one in my spare time.
A homicide cop who doesn't believe in the death penalty. I'll be damned. I thought most of us had seen enough in our days. We all believed that the world was better without certain people in it.
I'm not sure I really feel like getting into the finer details of what I believe, given the current circumstances. He held his hands up to communicate a silent apology.
Sorry, didn't mean to let my Florida man show. I've been to a couple of these, and they always tend to leave people a little on edge, especially the first time. I wanted to let you know, I really appreciated you calling me to tell me about Brad Fulton.
Well, she asked me to.
Who?
Carissa. She was surprised to have to repeat this, having told him as much during their conversation. Of course, they had just witnessed an execution, so she could forgive him for being a little flighty. DeVello's expression changed in a subtle way as he registered what she'd said.
Hey, do you want to go grab a coffee really quick? I feel like this isn't the best place to have a conversation like this. Not unless we want all our quotes scattered around the local news stations.
There weren't any reporters near them at the moment, but she understood his concern. At any moment, someone could pass by and hear what they were talking about. For right now, at least, the details of Carissa's final victims were vague in the public eye, and Margot wanted to keep it that way. Sure, I saw a little coffee shop on my way here, maybe a 10-minute drive. It was called Bean Better.
Ominous name for a coffee shop, but yeah, I'll meet you there.
He seemed almost disappointed that she wasn't inviting him to drive along with her, but for Margot, trust came in tiers. Mike DeVello was on the entry-level tier, and it took a lot more than that for her to offer a shared ride. 15 minutes later, they were seated across from each other in a comfortable booth inside the charming shop. She had ordered her usual combo, while Mike had settled for a plain black coffee, and now they were pretending there was nothing awkward about sharing coffee and talking about the execution they'd just witnessed. It all felt a little too normalized for Margot's tastes. The only other people in the shop were a teenaged couple who appeared to be on their first date, and Margot wondered which table was having the harder time making small talk. "Why do you think Carissa insisted so much that I contact you?" Margot asked. "I won't say it was like her dying wish, but it seemed very important to her that you knew what she had told me."
How much do you know about that case?
DeVello hadn't taken a single sip of his coffee. "Only what I learned from her, and the little information we were able to glean from the files your department sent over. The pictures were nightmarish, to say the least."
Could have been an advert for not speeding.
He shook his head.
A real fucking mess. And I'm going to be honest, not a lot of people saw anything fishy there. He was a shit, like I told you. I'll be the first to admit it. He was rich, good-looking, and a star athlete. A recipe to breed guys like that. You're not going to catch me justifying his behavior. No, boys will be boys, none of that. I have no illusions that Brad Fulton was going to grow out of it and become a good man. Once a guy like that sees what money and power can get him, it only gets worse. I've been told by several women, confidentially, that he had assaulted them, but they were afraid to say anything while he was still alive.
"I've met the type," Margot said.
So you'll believe me when I tell you I don't have any warm and fuzzy feelings for Brad Fulton as a person. But that case stank to high heaven as far as I was concerned. Several witnesses testified that It didn't look like he attempted to brake at all. A few people theorized that maybe he had a medical emergency, like had a stroke while driving, and that was what happened. But the more I looked at that scene, the more it bothered me. And of course, the car was totaled, so it was hard to tell what, if anything, might have been done to the engine. It's a shame it wasn't one of those Porsches with the engine in the back. Then we might have gotten something useful out of it. He shrugged and finally took a sip of his coffee, nodding to himself to share his approval. Did anything specific stand out that made you think it might be homicide rather than an accident? Gut feeling more than anything else. His friends were effusive in their praise, talking about what a great guy he was, but when I started to talk to the other people on his lacrosse team, that was where I started to get little fragments that maybe Brad wasn't the golden boy I was being led to believe initially. His teammates were reserved in how they explained things, but a few guys mentioned that Brad loved to haze new players, often in violent or humiliating ways. I got tipped off at that point that he had a bit of a coke problem as well. Don't schools do pretty rigorous drug testing? It's not Major League Baseball. They did periodic tests, but Brad had someone on the inside who would always tip him off so he could get clean long enough to pass the tests. I wouldn't have put it past him to buy clean urine either. There's not much in this world you can't buy if you have that kind of wealth on your side. Margot was surprised that DeVello didn't even try to hide his disdain for Brad, or for the wealthy entirely. He struck her as being the kind of man who didn't care much if he was sharing an unpopular opinion because it was his, and he wanted to talk about it. She didn't disagree with him per se. It had just been a while since she'd heard anyone speak like he did. It was both refreshing and off-putting in equal amounts. She couldn't decide if she liked Mike DeVello or couldn't stand him. She knew for certain she didn't trust him yet, but her trust was hard-won in any circumstance. Her reaction to him made him more interesting to her than she had predicted. So, I kept poking, and I start to hear about his history with women. It's mostly from other men, though. Guys talking about how Brad would brag to them about getting laid, about how great he did with women, and ultimately about how he never took no for an answer. It didn't take anyone long to figure out what he meant by that. I don't think anyone ever called him out on it, and I don't think any of those guys ever warned girls to steer clear of him. But I guess I can't hold grudges about that. One of those guys told me about a few of the girls Brad had recently been spotted with, and that was the first time I ever heard the name Carissa Withers. She's been a lot of people since I met her. Charlotte White, Felicity Roman, Emily Lowell, Holly Clausen. But when I met her, she was still herself, still just Carissa. And I gotta say, she left an impression. DeVello smiled then, in a way that reminded Margot of how Carissa had smiled when she described her first kill. It was dark, but honest. Whatever else he thought about her, there was a certain fondness he held for her, even if it was in spite of himself. I've heard about that meeting from her perspective. I'd be curious to hear yours. This was my first case as a detective, and I think most of the department thought I was wasting my time. I was just supposed to go in, get witness statements, and confirm it was an accident. Let the family file their insurance claims, and let everyone move on with their lives. But like I said, that story, the crash, none of it ever sat right with me. So I go talk to Carissa, and I'm expecting her to be like some of the other girls I talked to that he dated. They would say he was nice, he was handsome, but things just didn't work out. They'd say it in a way that let you know there was more to it than that, but they just weren't willing to talk about it. Carissa was different. The first thing she did was try to pretend she had no idea who I was talking about. But she did it in a way that was interesting. She just crafted this sense that Brad was so beneath her, she hadn't bothered to learn his name. He didn't matter to her. The other girls, even though I think he'd done things to them, they still showed signs of distress, sadness, even, that something so terrible had happened to him. Carissa acted like I'd said a friend of hers had a flat tire that morning, like the news was passably interesting, but it didn't have a thing to do with her. Margot thought back to the way Carissa had described her night with Brad, how she hadn't been able to put it into words. That could have just been good acting, but it also could have been real trauma. She'd had no problem describing her murders, but talking about the assault she'd endured was something she couldn't manage. And that made you think she was hiding something. They were all hiding something. It was the way she was hiding it that made her so interesting to me. I had nothing on her, though. No evidence that she was involved. No one had seen her with Brad, aside from that one party. An ultimate gut feeling or not, the evidence we had available to us pointed to the whole thing being an accident. That was the official report. I moved on, but color me not so surprised when, 40 years down the road, I see that familiar face on the news. When they figured out she wasn't Holly Clausen, she was Carissa Withers, and everyone could see the path of destruction she'd left behind her. And it took me right back to that day in her room, when she was sitting there, clutching a teddy bear and looking at me like she was hoping I would ask her the right question. But I never quite figured out what that question was. She does have that effect on people, Margot admitted, thinking about the long list of things she wished she'd been able to ask. The answer to one of those questions was sitting right across from her. DeVello might not know why Carissa remembered him, or cared so much about sending him one last message, but he was alive, and Carissa wasn't. If anyone might have a clue, it would be him. I'm curious why she stayed with you for so long. I'm sure you've had plenty of cases with frustrating witnesses, people who got under your skin and made you crazy. Was it because she was the first? DeVello shook his head and took another sip of his coffee. No, it's because I was sure that Brad Fulton wasn't the only person Carissa killed. I just couldn't prove it. The two boyfriends, Margot said. He shook his head, his expression clouding over, almost like it hurt him to say what he was going to say next. No, I think she killed a cop. 34. Margot stared at Mike DeVello for a long time, wondering if he had just started speaking a different language that sounded a lot like English, but the words meant something else, because what he was saying didn't make any sense. You think Carissa killed a cop? I do. And I think her telling you to call me and tell me about Brad was her way of telling me I was right about this case, too. There's just nothing, and I mean nothing, physically connecting her to the victim. In all her other cases, even the cases of Brad and her mother's boyfriends, there was something tying her to those people in a direct line, a way to follow A to B. But in Edwin's case, that's just not there. Margot wasn't sure she wanted to go any further with this conversation.
She thought she was done with Carissa because the confessions were wrapped up and the woman herself was sitting in a morgue in the prison, waiting for whatever her burial plans were. This felt dangerously like a police officer inviting an FBI agent into an open investigation, and that wasn't a bridge she was sure she was interested in crossing. Yet, despite her misgivings, her curiosity about Carissa won out. "Tell me about it," she said, wishing she could take back the words as soon as she'd said them, but knowing she would have asked no matter what her common sense told her to do. An unsolved mystery was just something she couldn't resist poking at. It was too tempting, even though she knew it always seemed to get her in trouble. "His name was Jason Edwin, and he was a detective from Orlando. Was he investigating a case that Carissa was involved in?" She wondered if maybe he'd been involved when she murdered Chet, but she had no idea why an Orlando cop would get involved in a crime in Jacksonville. "Nope. Well, at least not officially. This story gets a little complicated, so you'll need to trust me. It gets there in the end, and I think you'll see why she was involved." This already sounded like the paranoid conspiracy theory of an obsessed madman, but even Margot had to admit it was strange how specific Carissa had been about Margot talking to DeVello. There was a reason for that, beyond giving a single officer closure on a 40-year-old case. "I spent about a decade working with internal affairs, and we were handling things on a statewide level, not just in Tallahassee. We had to be the objective eyes and ears on any investigation, so it was beneficial that we didn't have a connection with the cops we were looking into." Margot knew a thing or two about dirty cops on a personal level, so she nodded her agreement. "The case of Jason Edwin was an unusual one, because he was killed while working undercover, and we were trying to figure out how complicit the department might have been in what happened to him. Did they leave him in too long? Had he made any mention that there were potential risks, and those concerns were ignored? We wanted to make sure it was really just a one-off mistake and not a sign of the department setting cops up for potentially lethal investigations. There were always risks to going undercover, something any officer doing it would know. But ideally, the department sending them undercover would also find ways to protect them if necessary. Of course, the only time Margot had gone undercover herself, she'd nearly been strangled by a low-level sex trafficker. So perhaps it really was as risky as DeVello was making it sound. "What was he working on?" she asked. "There was an organized crime syndicate that had been establishing itself in the state throughout the late 90s. They were primarily into drugs, bringing things in through Miami on small planes from South America or on boats through some of the islands. That all got distributed up through the rest of the state. It was the other usual suspects, too. Prostitution, weapons, illegal exotic animal sales. Is that really a big enough problem to warrant undercover work? Guys stuffing birds in their pants? The U.S. Department of Agriculture would tell you it is. Of course, it wasn't just that. It's never just one thing." So, this guy had infiltrated this organization. What does that have to do with Carissa? Edwin's focus was on one specific guy, someone they thought was pretty high up the ladder, at least stateside, and who was getting a fair bit of attention in Florida, but managing to avoid getting his hands dirty. Someone who was careful, if you know what I mean. Margot was immediately reminded of a man named Emmanuel Riga, an organized crime leader in San Francisco she had crossed paths with during the course of her tenure with the SFPD. While Riga's bad business had eventually caught up with him, she knew all too well the things he'd gotten away with before that happened, and the kind of men he had control over that allowed him to get away with the things that he did.
"I know the type," she said. "Then you also know how hard these guys are to pin down, and how dangerous they can be when anyone tries. Well, in the Edwin case, he was working to get some insider knowledge on a guy named Fabian Rodriguez, Cuban by birth, but got to the States with his mother when he was still a kid. One of those real rags-to-riches street stories that the little thugs tell each other at night. Like, if Fabian can come up from nothing, so can they."
He gave a half-hearted shrug.
"Fabian was into all the seedy shit. At the time, he was probably one of the most dangerous men in Miami, and that's saying a lot for that city. But he was fucking untouchable. He never did anything to get his own hands dirty. He had people to do all that for him, so it was impossible to get a hold on him. That was where Edwin came in. He went undercover, working as Fabian's personal security."
That's a pretty specific gig for an outsider to get. How did he manage that?
"A department CI on the inside. A confidential informant they've been using for little tidbits for a long time. He vouched for Edwin, got him on the inside. He wasn't close, didn't work the main house, mostly the grounds, but he was getting some good intel, and he was earning their trust. It was meant to be a long game, keep him in there for months, as long as it took to potentially get something usable from Fabian himself. Except one day, he stops making his scheduled check-ins, and a few days later, what's left of him washes up on South Beach. There was no way to know what happened to him, not exactly. I've scoured the whole autopsy report, but he wasn't shot or stabbed. Best anyone could tell from the parts not nibbled on by sharks."
Margot pulled a face, and DeVello gave a humorless chuckle.
"That's Florida."
"I'll stick with California. We still have sharks, but it's a lot less Florida." She drummed her nails on the tabletop. "I'm sorry for Edwin, but what does this have to do with what we were talking about?" DeVello leaned across the table, fixing her with a dead serious expression.
"Because the last time he checked in, he talked about Fabian having a girlfriend, someone he thought he might be able to work if he just took the right approach."
Margot didn't need to be a genius to know where this was headed.
"Let me guess." He didn't wait for her to try. "A girlfriend named Carissa."
35. Alaska. At some point between the 6th block and the 16th, the man decided he was no longer just following. Perhaps it was the sunk cost fallacy in action, but after walking for over 20 minutes, he had committed himself to following through. While he yearned to have all his equipment, wished he'd planned ahead enough to have a knife, he also knew there was something almost poetic about having to do it this way. He was a tourist, out of his element, out of his hunting ground. Having to do things in a different way from what he liked was its own challenge and its own reward. He'd put a lot of thought into this as he went, and it only further convinced him it was the right thing to do. If he killed her with his bare hands, there was no weapon to leave behind. Doing it this way would also mean there was no way to tie it to his other work. He doubted anyone out there was looking for him. His kills were all separated by time and distance, with very little to connect them. He'd killed in cities, in small towns, on the side of highways. He never did things exactly the same way any time. This was part of his growth. He needed to challenge himself, to learn and adapt from what he'd done in the past. There was always room to try new things, to experiment, to adapt. That was how an artist got good,
not just by relying on pure talent alone.
He knew that in doing this, he would prove to himself that he was capable of adapting on the fly, that maybe he could outgrow the crutch of only hunting when he knew one of his kits was nearby. The kits had been a good thing for him, a way to be prepared, a way to cover his tracks. But there was something very freeing in what he was doing right now. There were merits to different approaches here. He could catch up to her, take her off the street, do the dirty business behind some emptied-out store, and then disappear into the night. Or he could keep going, hope she lived alone, and find a way to get inside with her when she thought she was safe and her guard was down. There were pros and cons to each option. The third option was the one he was no longer considering, and that was turning around and going back to the hotel without touching her. This was a last-ditch Hail Mary if something went wrong, if she had roommates, if she lived somewhere he might be spotted. Security cameras didn't seem to be the norm in this area, where, in fact, it seemed rare for anything to have been open in the last decade. He doubted she was living in an apartment with a doorman and fancy security setup. This area seemed to be made up of small old houses, nothing fancy, largely in disrepair. There were no large apartment complexes or even smaller single-story units. This seemed like a place families once lived, but then the city had changed around them, and it stopped being somewhere anyone wanted to bring up children. He wondered which sidewalk she would turn up, when she would reflexively reach for her keys, announcing they would soon arrive. She was a regular attendee at the bar by his hotel, so she couldn't be going very far every night. But that theory had already been slightly challenged by the length of walk they'd already been on. Much longer, and she would be spending an hour of her night just to get to and from a place she didn't seem to enjoy very much. She'd made a few turns off the main drag, and each time he allowed the distance to stretch between them a little longer, like a few extra feet would mean the difference between being invisible and being perceived as a threat. Finally, her steps began to slow. Her hand came from her pocket, and with it, a jangling set of keys. The man paused at the walkway of another house, pulling out his phone in case she looked back at this point, but he kept his gaze on her just from the corner of his eye, her denim jacket easy to follow, even in the dim streetlights. She stopped and turned up the sidewalk to a little pillbox of a house, no different from all the others they'd walked past in its shoddiness and unremarkability. It had once been a yellow, but was now faded to old butter, and the yard was untended, weeds crawling up around the fence and through cracks in the sidewalk. He got a sense for it, and for her, as he got closer, his steps measured and careful. He wasn't going to screw this up now, not in the last quarter mile. The light over the front door was on, and soon interior lights followed, marking her path through the house. There were blinds on the windows, but either they weren't closed properly, or they were too sheer to really block anyone's view. This was clearly not a person who worried if people were watching her. Maybe the norm in this place was to keep your eyes on your own household and mind your business, and she just expected that no one was looking. He was looking now. That was another problem of the so-called bad neighborhood. Those who lived there became adjusted to it, like the frog in the pot who didn't notice the water was beginning to boil around him. Live in a place meant to be dangerous for long enough without anything bad happening to you, and suddenly you're not looking for danger anymore. You fail to perceive the risks. He slipped into her yard, now invisible from the street, and slowly began to circle the house. It didn't take long to identify the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room, and a bedroom. The house didn't have room for much else in its tiny footprint. The bedroom window had curtains left with a slim part in the middle. The window itself was slightly ajar. His heart flip-flopped, and something dark and familiar stirred inside him. Here was his invitation, after all. The universe had a funny way of telling him he'd chosen well, of giving signs that this was meant to be. Why else would that window be open if he was not meant to open it? He waited pressed to the side of the house, careful to keep himself to the shadows so anyone who happened to glance this way from the street or another nearby house wouldn't see him. But the thing that was making it so easy for him to look was the same reason he knew no one else was looking. An unspoken promise between neighbors. Mind your own business. He'd been watching long enough that he felt confident she was alone in the house. She hadn't spoken to anyone since getting back, and there were no signs of another person in the snippets of the home that he could see. Slowly, the lights were turned off, starting with the porch, casting the yard into more darkness. The kitchen and living room followed, then the bathroom. At last, she entered the bedroom, and he held his breath, not wanting to risk a single thing that might ruin this perfect moment. He watched her undress, but even the nakedness of her body as she slid between her sheets was nothing compared to that slim window opening in terms of how turned on he was in that moment. She turned off her bedside lamp, and the little house was now entirely dark. If he left now, he would have gotten to enjoy all this and put himself at no risk. He could get a knife, come back another night. He could do this right, the way he liked. But he knew his time was running short. What if the next night the group suddenly wanted a late dinner? They wanted to chat over drinks. What would happen? Tomorrow, she could realize her mistake with the window and shut him out. No, the time for turning back had been blocks earlier. He was in it now, and he would see it through till the end. He hunkered down, waiting. When he felt certain she must be asleep, he worked his fingers into the crack between the window and the sill and gritted his teeth, putting out a silent prayer that the window would open silently. It slid up with a faint shush noise, and he paused, breathless, listening for any changes inside the room. Soft breathing, the whir of a fan. He climbed through. 36. If Margot were to rank all 50 states in the order in which she would most like to visit them, Florida likely would have been last on that list. There was plenty to like about the state, she was sure, but every time she had been forced to come for work, she had found new and exciting reasons to never want to go back. She stood outside the Tallahassee Police Department and lifted her sunglasses onto the top of her head. On either side of the precinct building were verdant walls of greenery threatening to overtake the sidewalks, as if the police station had been dropped into the middle of an overgrown jungle, and now the flora was making its best efforts to take the lot back. Margot eyed the sidewalks warily. She had a name for them, one she had never shared with anyone else. Murder sidewalks. The way that vegetation snuck up on pedestrian paths in this state was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was so dense, so ever-present, that anyone who was a local probably didn't think twice to look at it. But whenever Margot saw those sidewalks as she drove by or went into buildings, she could just imagine how easy it would be for someone to hide among all that greenery, to reach out and grab someone passing by who wasn't paying enough attention. People could disappear into those little wooded spaces and not be found for months, if ever. No, Margot wasn't a fan of Florida. Plus, the humidity made her sweaty and cranky, which was a power combo for someone on the cusp of perimenopause. The sooner she got back to Northern California, the happier she would be. She made her way inside, where the blasting air conditioning immediately cooled her damp skin, but did so too quickly, making her suddenly chilly. She hadn't thought to bring a jacket with her, but now it felt necessary. Before she could get to the reception desk, DeVello appeared in the lobby. Maybe it was the lighting, or perhaps it was that his was the kind of face best viewed in its own familiar setting, but today he no longer reminded her quite so much of Columbo. She could see that from certain angles, and perhaps given the opportunity to grow on someone, he might have a certain appeal. She was feeling a little generous today, apparently. "Agent Phelan, so glad you could make it." "Margot, please." She shook his hand, and he guided her through a frosted glass door into the inner sanctum of the precinct. The building just felt like it belonged in Florida, much the same way her host did. The tile was a muted beige and mint green combination, and there were pink accents on the walls. It didn't feel like a set from Miami Vice exactly, but it felt natural to the environment. DeVello took her to his office, and she immediately had flashbacks to her tenure with the Homicide Division. No matter how different police station offices might be on the surface, there was a sameness under the skin that couldn't be ignored. Margot felt like she could have started working on a case then and there. It was a warm, almost comforting sensation. She hadn't realized till now how much she missed being a cop. DeVello moved a stack of folders off an old wooden chair to make room for her. Margot let her laptop bag rest on the floor, leaning against the chair leg, and settled in across from her host. The office was messy, piles of paperwork everywhere, and a whiteboard with a list of cases and their statuses on it. Old paper coffee cups were lined up on DeVello's desk, yet, when he sat down, he was drinking from a proper mug. He left the office a fair bit then, or at least liked to bring coffee in for himself frequently. She didn't think he had a Wes to deliver coffee to him just the way he liked it. Margot couldn't help but smile to herself thinking of this, the tiniest signal of his love spread out over years. "Afraid the place is very much a representation of what's going on in here," he said, tapping the side of his head. He settled into his own chair. "I'm really glad you could come." Margot nodded. "You piqued my curiosity with the Jason Edwin case. I'm not sure how much we can figure out, given how long ago it was, but I'd like to help if we can." DeVello gave her a thumbs up. "I thought you might like to come around with me for the day. Maybe relive a bit of your wasted youth in the PD." Had she been that obvious in how she'd reacted to being in the building? "You go out in the street a lot?" Figured you'd be too high on the ladder for that at this point. "Nah, we have enough going on and too few bodies for me to just be shackled to my desk all the time. I'm still working active cases, just have folks reporting up to me these days. Can't say it's worth the extra money." He chuckled, pushing himself back from his desk. "Come on, let's play cops and robbers. You can tell me more about this little heart-to-heart you had with Withers. I can tell you what I know about Edwin." Margot hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should go with him. A part of her felt a thrill of excitement at the idea of going on the beat again, while another part, the part raised on Ed's warnings, said, "Never go to a second location with someone." She shook off this warning voice. DeVello was a detective, not one of her killers. The latent paranoia of her old life was hard to shake sometimes. She decided, instead, to lean into the giddiness of getting to play detective again for a day. Margot followed him out to the parking lot, where he zeroed in on a battered old Ford Taurus that looked like it had been parked there in 1995 and left behind. He unlocked her door and skirted around to the driver's side. When she opened the door to get in, he was hastily wiping some wrappers and crumbs off the passenger seat. The passenger floorboards were littered with yellow McDonald's wrappers and various cups of coffee. The car smelled like a Waffle House, which wasn't a compliment. Margot got in anyway. She would have preferred to suggest they use her rental, but she also knew the rental wasn't insured as a police vehicle, so she really didn't have any other option. Politeness dictated she grin and bear it. "Sorry," he said sheepishly. "Practically live out of my car these days, it feels like. I mean, not literally, of course. I have an apartment, but ever since my divorce, I've just been working." He shifted the car into drive. "Sorry, you don't want to hear my sob story." "It's not an unfamiliar one," Margot said. "You divorced?" he asked. "No, but I worked with plenty of divorced cops." This made him snort a laugh before he added, "Just noticed you don't wear a ring." Margot felt a flicker of discomfort. She wasn't sure if this was just professional observation or if he was interested. "My partner and I never got married. Didn't see the point." She picked the word partner intentionally. First, because it was doubly accurate for her and Wes, but also because a lot of people interpreted it as her meaning a woman. She figured the vagueness of it might scupper any interest DeVello was harboring. "Gotcha," he said. As they approached a red light, he activated the dash-mounted lights and siren he apparently had installed in the car. She wasn't sure if they were in a hurry or if he just didn't like red lights, but she kept her mouth shut. She was just a ride-along. She didn't get to have opinions here, but in her previous life as a cop, she had always hated guys who used the siren as a shortcut just to bypass traffic when it wasn't actually necessary. "So, hey, we're planning to have a press conference in a couple of days while I'm out here, just to share with the public the new information we have about Carissa. I was supposed to be the one to lead it, but frankly, I'd rather cut off my right foot than give a press conference. I was thinking you might want to do it. The Fulton case was yours, after all. I think it only stands to reason that a cop who worked one of the cases should get to share its closure. The other two primaries are either retired or passed on." DeVello darted a glance at her, then blessedly looked back to the road. "Well, thanks, Phelan. That's considerate of you." His tone, much like the rest of him, was hard to read. She found herself out of sorts with him. He made her uncomfortable, even though he hadn't really done anything specific. Just something about him made her spidey senses tingle in an unpleasant way. "You'd be doing me a favor." "I'd be much obliged. I think it might feel good to put that final nail in the coffin." Margot said nothing about his phrasing, finding it unsettlingly cavalier, but she was saved from having to make a reply because they had pulled up to their evident destination. Based on the bright yellow crime scene tape fluttering in the breeze and a half-dozen blue and white police cruisers, Margot got the feeling they weren't here for just a standard domestic dispute. The house they pulled up to was on a pretty, residential street. It was painted a soft, butter-yellow shade, and the garden beds out front had been lovingly tended. The grass had been mowed recently. A tall sign leaning against the door read, "Welcome." Margot felt anything but. An unexpected mix of apprehension and nostalgia washed over her as she followed DeVello under the tape and up the sidewalk. A few uniformed officers gave her a second look, but her proximity to DeVello seemed to issue her a free pass. A man in a cheap brown suit came out the front door, a notepad in hand. He might as well have had "cop" tattooed on his forehead. He was probably 40, tops, and had dark red hair and a matching beard that was in need of a little trim if it was going to be considered tidy.
"Hey, LT,"
he pronounced each letter separately, like LT.
"Thanks for coming by. It's been a doozy."
DeVello had reached into his jacket pocket to pull out some latex gloves, and he handed Margot a pair. While she had no idea what they were about to walk into, she appreciated that he was prepared. She hadn't packed for a crime scene.
"Phelan, this is Detective Will Carter. Carter, this is Special Agent Margot Phelan."
The redhead nodded at her, and Margot realized that, with their hair and general builds, if they were to stand next to each other on a street corner, everyone would probably assume they were twins.
"Don't you want to see what we've got before you call in the feds?"
Carter asked. DeVello snorted.
Margot's an old hand with murder. You guys don't mind a little guest star on set, do you?"
He glanced past Carter to the man behind him, shorter, plumper, darker of feature.
"Haynes,"
he greeted him with a jerk of the chin. That was all Margot was going to get by way of introduction. They followed Carter and Haynes into the house, where the air conditioning was still running, thank goodness. Carter fell into step with Margot as DeVello drifted a little ahead.
"You worked the Carissa Withers thing, right? He mentioned something about that."
"Yeah, I interviewed her before she was executed." Carter let out a low whistle.
"That's the old man's white whale, you know. He would read everything about her that came up in the news. Since she's from Florida, we'd sometimes get retrospectives, history pieces, you know. Floridians love to hang on to the memory of their killers. Considering he didn't even work one of her homicides, he really acted like she was the one that got away."
Well, he did work one of her homicides, as it turns out. He just didn't know it at the time.
"No shit, eh? Wild."
They passed down a short hallway and into the kitchen, and Margot did a double take. With one exception, it had been a good, long time since she'd seen a fresh kill, and it had been almost 7 years since she'd seen one that looked like this. It was one thing to look at pictures of victims and crime scenes, but to see a body up close and personal, that was an entirely different sensation. There was a woman lying face down on the tiles of the kitchen floor, and what remained of her head was a pulpy red mass that fanned out over her shoulders like vermilion feathers. A heavy rolling pin was resting beside her on the floor, with bits of skull fragment and brain matter still stuck to it. Her skull was almost entirely obliterated. Someone had gone to a lot of effort to kill her. "Jesus," she muttered out loud. Normally, she would have kept quiet, but that one snuck out on her.
"Yeah, like I said, doozy."
"Overkill," Margot said. She took a deep breath through her nose to steady herself, and then slipped back into the disconnected flow state that she'd occupied almost daily when she'd been on the force. Suddenly, the crime scene came into sharper focus. The grisliness of the crime wasn't as upsetting. It was just a body and a crime, and the crime was what needed to be solved. "She's married?" The house just screamed suburban normalcy. She was willing to bet money this woman had a husband and 2.5 kids. Statistically speaking, given the gruesome nature of the crime and the way the rest of the house was untouched, the husband was their most likely suspect.
"Yeah, husband is upstairs with one of the responding officers. He's not saying much. Margot moved as close to the body as she could without disturbing any of the blood spatter. Who called it in? Their daughter. She apparently came down to get breakfast and found Mom like this. That'll fuck her up real good, came Ed's unwelcome, but not incorrect observation. Margot looked up at the cop, shaking her head as if she might shake off Ed's voice along with it. What a damned mess. DeVello came to stand next to her, tilting his head to the side to observe the victim in a dispassionate way. What do you figure? Affair? Maybe she just didn't make him a sandwich fast enough when he asked. Margot gave him a cautious glance, then looked over to Carter, who was shaking his head and focusing his attention on his notepad. Gallows humor had its place in homicide, but there were unwritten rules. Usually, you didn't punch down on the victim, and you always waited until you had left the scene of the crime to say something unprofessional. Every homicide cop on the planet had made jokes about murder. It helped dull the edges of what they had to deal with. But she'd never heard someone in DeVello's position say something so crass, with his toe half an inch from the dead woman's ribs. Her own politeness was strained as she wanted to ask him what the fuck was wrong with him. "Marriage is a killer," he added, snorting softly. "Right?" He was looking right at her, like they were compatriots in this through their shared connection with Carissa Withers, but Margot didn't think this was a team she wanted to be on. She turned around, noting that a drawer beside the stove was slightly ajar. She pulled it out and found that there were other baking essentials stocked inside. Her eyes trailed over the counter. Eggs, a package of bacon, some shredded cheese. She wasn't baking, she said. "Sorry, what?" Carter asked. "The breakfast she was making. She wasn't baking. There's no flour out, no mixing bowls. The oven isn't on. So whoever killed her had to know where they kept the rolling pin." She tapped the drawer she had pulled open. "Rules out a crime of opportunity." Carter scribbled down some notes, nodding. "Good eye." DeVello scratched the side of his nose and gave their victim one last look. Something about his expression made it seem like he felt it was her fault for being dead, which sat in Margot's gut like a rock. "You boys let me know when the husband decides to fess up. I wouldn't mind sitting in on that chat." He walked away from the kitchen like it was just any other scene, completely unmoved by the violence of it. There was detached, and there was whatever Mike DeVello was. Margot shared one last look with Carter, who gave a half-shoulder shrug. She was starting to wonder if this visit had been a mistake. 37. DeVello had offered to take Margot out for dinner, but after only a few hours with him, she already felt like she needed a break. He dropped her off at the precinct so she could collect her rental car, and when she got back to her hotel room, she decided that a little room service might be the ticket to wind down her evening. Normally, she didn't mind going out, sampling the local offerings, but after what had happened in Chowchilla with the muggers, and still feeling a bit frazzled from the crime scene with DeVello, she didn't need anything else that felt potentially dangerous. An overpriced Cobb salad and a glass of wine seemed like the perfect way to take the day off. Before she could even order, though, her phone rang. Assuming it was Wes, she grabbed her cell without looking at the screen and answered the call with a mindless swipe. "It has been a day," she groaned. "Well, mine isn't even over yet, but I agree." It wasn't Wes's voice, which gave Margot a start. For a moment, her pulse raced, wondering who was calling her, remembering a time when it had been her father's voice on the other end of the line. But this wasn't Ed.
His voice was relegated only to her mind these days. She glanced at her screen and saw it was Sebastian. "Oh, my God," she groaned. "I thought you were Wes. And while I often wish Wes would call me too, no, I'm afraid it's just me. Sorry, Seb. Don't be. I'm calling for professional reasons." Margot sat down on the end of her bed, setting the room service menu beside her, dreams of bacon and hard-boiled egg drifting further and further away. "What's up?" "I was hoping I could get you to go on the record about Carissa Withers and her execution. I know it's not typically your thing to make public comments, but it's also public knowledge at this point that you interviewed her and you attended her execution." Margot cursed herself for going somewhere that so many news cameras and reporters would be present. Part of her job did include doing press, and she was technically allowed to speak to Sebastian on the record without needing approval from the FBI or directing him to the Bureau's press office. She just didn't want to. But Sebastian had done her a favor, more than one if she considered their past, and he wasn't asking her to give him privileged information on a case. He just wanted a quote. "Sure," she said finally. "Wow, I thought I was going to have to twist your arm a lot harder than that. I had a whole speech ready to go." "As much as I'm sure that speech would live up to your Pulitzer win, I'm very tired. I'm in Florida, and I just want to drink myself to sleep with some shitty hotel Pinot Grigio. So if the only thing between me and my wine is answering your questions, I won't fight." "Florida? Gross. Tell me about it." "No, you tell me. Florida is where Carissa Withers is from, isn't it? Any relation to her case?" "Yes, actually. And there will be an official press conference in 2 days, so I don't see the harm in telling you that we've connected 3 other Florida homicides to Withers." Sebastian let out a whistle. Can you give me more than that?" "I can't give names until the conference. I'm sorry." "That's all right. It was worth asking. Did you learn about these new victims while interviewing Withers before she was executed?" "Yes. She reached out to our department to request the meeting. She wanted to share the stories of these victims before she passed. Before her invitation, we had not suspected her of being tied to any additional crimes." "Were they all men?" "Yes." "Husbands?" "No." "Interesting. Can you tell me more?" "Not without making her sound sympathetic, and I don't think that's the story you want to tell. I do think it was the story she wanted me to hear, though." "You think she was lying?" "Off the record?" Margot asked. "Sure." "I think she believed she was justified. And there are a lot of people out there who would think she was justified. They weren't good men. But I don't want to tell a story that's going to turn her into a martyr, because the other shit she did was still awful. I don't know if it's possible to draw a line between victims, because that takes us down a dangerous path of suggesting that some crimes matter more than others, and I don't think that's a stance I can make myself take. Because who decides, you know?" "Well, fuck, Margot. That would have been a killer goddamn quote. I save all the good stuff for off the record." "Bitch. Is that on the record?" She laughed. "Can we go back to on the record?" "Sure." "Do you think Carissa Withers deserved to die for what she did?" Margot sighed. "I think a jury of her peers decided that was the appropriate punishment. Anything else is just my personal politics, and that's boring. I think justice was done." "Her fan club isn't going to love that take." "Funnily enough, I don't really care if the fans of a serial killer like what I say. It wouldn't be the first time I'd disappointed them."
Can I ask you a personal question? I don't know if I'll use it, but my editor would fucking kill me if I talked to you and didn't ask."
Margot's mouth went dry because she knew where this was going.
"Sure." "Did the execution make you think about Ed?"
Margot considered this. She thought about the way she'd felt when she watched Carissa die. Even now, days later, she couldn't stop thinking about the way the light had just gone out of her. It was no small thing to watch someone die. And, of course, it had made her think about Ed. Even now, it made her think about David, about the things she was afraid he might be capable of. She wondered if she could sit in that room again and watch someone die, especially if it was someone she had loved. She licked her lips and thought carefully about her reply. If Ed Finch had lived long enough for this moment to come, I would want to know that he faced justice, too. Sebastian waited, obviously wondering if she was going to say anything else.
"Off the record?"
he offered.
"I don't care how it happened. I'm just glad he's dead."
Sebastian asked her a handful of other lowball questions, got some information on her team at the FBI that would hopefully go a long way to making them look good to the higher-ups, and they said goodbye. Margot was more tired than ever, but she still placed her room service order. She took off her makeup and showered. Normally, she was a morning shower person, but the day felt sticky on her skin. The combination of the Florida humidity and the uneasiness she'd felt in DeVello's company. Once she was wrapped in her hotel bathrobe, her dinner on a tray on the bed as a tiny luxury. She opened her laptop and made a video call to Wes. He answered on the third ring, clearly on his phone from the angle of the video. He was outside in their yard, and Margot could see a small collective of ancient dogs trailing behind him. His blonde hair was ruffled by the wind, and he had the look of an old Hollywood cowboy with the barn behind him and the setting sun warming his features.
"Ooh la la, lady in a bathrobe," he said, waggling his brows suggestively. With a towel wrapped around her hair and the jet-lagged bags under her eyes, she knew perfectly well she looked like hot garbage. But his words still buoyed her spirits. She knew it had been a good idea to call him. "Yes, that's me, sexy and sophisticated in my Marriott bathrobe." "Better out of it,"
he said.
Cheeky.
She picked up her salad plate and started attempting to spear various goodies on it. Sometimes the body needed vegetables, but that didn't mean they couldn't be smothered in bacon, cheese, and eggs.
"How are things going out there?"
he asked, ducking into their makeshift medical shed. He started sorting through special foods and chilled bottles of medication, making sure he checked the chart for everyone's proper dosages, even though Margot was sure he knew them by heart, as she did.
Weird, if I'm being honest. Weird good or weird bad?
He set the phone down, giving her a view of the shed's rafters as he administered insulin to 2 of their diabetic pups. It felt strange that it was so much later where she was than where he was. Time zones played with her head sometimes. It was still light outside in Florida, but the sunshine filtering in behind Wes in the video had a warm, early evening hue to it. She wished she was back there now. Weird, she shrugged, since he could see her. It feels like the old days, being back on the force, but like all of the worst parts of those times.
There were good parts of those times?
He closed up the shed and carried stacked dog dishes with him back to the front porch, where he set everyone's meals down in specific order to keep things from getting unsettled in the pack. Then he settled onto their porch swing.
I think there were, don't you? I'm just fucking with you. Of course there were good times. Why else would we have done it for so long? But we were also lucky in that we had each other and we had Leon, and that made it a lot better than it could have been otherwise. Leon Telly had worked with them at the SFPD, retiring at the same time they'd left the force. I dimly recall a time before we were partners. It wasn't my favorite. She gave him a soft smile and continued to tuck into her salad. It wasn't great, as hotel room service food was wont to be, but she wasn't mad about it either. This DeVello guy, what's he like? Devastatingly handsome. I'm considering leaving you for him. Wes rolled his eyes, so unbothered it made her chuckle. Given Margot's intimacy and commitment issues, it was a shock she'd managed to live with one person for as long as she had. Adapting to someone else would be so out of the question, it didn't bear consideration. Plus, he knew she was crazy about him. He's a strange guy, a little intense. This felt like a polite understatement. He has this very manic energy to him, which is a little off-putting. Wes's brows knit together as he considered this, trying to read into all the things she wasn't saying. And the case? Tenuous. He says he has someone he wants me to meet tomorrow, a potential witness who might have information on Carissa's involvement. It doesn't really feel like her, though. Aside from the one time she convinced someone to do her dirty work for her, something she never repeated as far as we can tell, it really seems like she prefers to be hands-on when she kills someone. This just isn't Carissa, as far as I'm concerned. It is an interesting case, though, so I'll talk to the guy. Maybe I can rattle something free. Have a big breakthrough. She set her salad bowl down and took a sip of her wine. Then, day after that, we have the big press conference. I asked DeVello if he wants to take the lead on it, considering his involvement in the Fulton case. I think he's really hoping we're going to have one more name to add to that list by the time we're through here. I can't imagine still thinking about a witness I interviewed 30 years ago, Wes said, and Margot knew he meant it. She, on the other hand, knew there were interviews she was going to carry with her until the day she died. I kind of get it. I know what it's like to feel like you were so close to something, but let it get away. She let that statement hang between them, but didn't elaborate. She was thinking about David, about her last visit to Arizona, and all the doubt she'd carried with her when she left. She wasn't sure if she related to DeVello because he couldn't let a case go, or because he was being driven mad by his own paranoid suspicions. Either way, she didn't really like that she saw a little bit of him when she looked in the mirror. "You coming home after Florida?" he asked. "I'll probably need to stop at the office, but my plan is to come straight back after I've done what I need to do there. We're not close to action on our next case, so I think I should have some downtime to look forward to." Wes smiled and shook his head. "You don't know the meaning of the word." "What are you talking about? I'm very chill and relaxed sometimes." "Okay, you believe that if you want to." Lucy had come to sit next to him on the swing, and he scratched her head idly, angling the camera so Margot could see. "We miss you here. Stay safe out there. Don't let a gator get you." "I'm not sure they have gators in Tallahassee," she said. "I think they've got them everywhere there, like oranges." She snorted. "I love you. I'll see you in a couple of days." After she ended the call, she sipped her wine thoughtfully, thinking about everything that had happened over the last several weeks. She wished it was as easy for her to see the truth through the paranoid delusion of her own life as it was when she looked at DeVello. The problem was, the more time she spent with him, the more a question nagged at her. What if he was right? What if she was right?
38. After just one day with Mike DeVello, Margot knew a few things. The first was that he didn't care a lick about her perception of him. He was just going to be who he was, and whether she liked it or not didn't change a damned thing. The second was that, beneath the surface of a man treading water, DeVello might have actually been a goddamn lunatic. This was not so uncommon in detectives, especially homicide detectives. Margot had been out of the game for a while, so it was just an uneasy reminder that the people tasked with hunting down killers were almost all on the cusp of a personal nervous breakdown. DeVello got results, though, and it was clear the men who worked with him were caught up in his mythos. She doubted any of them would blink twice if he crossed the line, or several lines, of propriety in the name of finding answers. Margot hadn't been a perfect cop. She'd certainly ruffled feathers, but she was a rule follower at heart. It was late afternoon when Mike pulled up in front of her hotel. She'd spent the morning doing unsexy paperwork and research on other cases and checking in with the team about their progress. Just because she wasn't in the office didn't mean the everyday to-do list got to wait. As far as her team was concerned, the Carissa Withers case was over and done with. They were back at work on the Texas serial killer, making plans to coordinate a visit in the next month. Margot was, as was often the case, still stuck in the past. DeVello leaned across his front seat and opened the door for her. He'd cleaned up the interior of the car a little since the previous day, so there was no longer a pool of wrappers at her feet, but the whole car did still smell of stale coffee.
"You're a bit of a pro at talking to people, aren't you?" he asked, rather than starting with a greeting or small talk. Margot took a breath to calm herself before she spoke. "I mean, that really depends." She buckled herself in, and they pulled away from the curb. She realized she had no idea where they were going today. A part of her that she had worked very hard to silence over the past years rose up momentarily, a wave of panic smashing into her. In a car with a relative stranger, going to a second location, she had no idea where. "You're going to die." She took a deep breath, trying not to let this unexpected lapse of calm show on her face, while she attempted to soothe her animal brain. "Safe, safe, safe." "Depends on what?" DeVello asked. If he had noticed anything strange about her behavior, he wasn't going to ask about it. Maybe he was used to strange at this point. "I'm great at talking to people who have something to hide," she said, hoping her voice didn't sound strained. "I'm absolute shit at talking to normal people about normal people topics." DeVello snorted, grinning. "Lord, ain't that the goddamn truth of it?" He merged into a line of traffic, pointing them directly into the sun. They both reached for their visors in almost perfect harmony. "So, look, I told you what I know about Edwin. I know it ain't much. We ultimately closed that case and said the department wasn't at fault, but we added new limits on how long officers could be assigned to a single undercover role after that. But it never did sit right with me, and I've got someone I want you to talk to. I never got far with him, but you." He looked over at Margot, his gaze trailing over her in an assessing but not lascivious way. "Well, he might be a little more open to chatting with." The feminist part of Margot's brain wanted to be annoyed about this, but it was hard to argue with something that she knew was just plain fact. There were situations where people, men, didn't want to talk to a woman at all, considering her below him, but surprisingly often it was quite the opposite. Men who would clam up with a male cop would suddenly be chatty as hell when a woman was in the room with them.
Margot wasn't sure what drove this, psychologically, but it had always been interesting to her. It wasn't just men, of course. More often than not, female witnesses felt more at ease speaking to another woman. Female criminals, however, depending on their motivations, sometimes preferred to speak to men. Carissa had wanted Margot, which was equally interesting to Margot as whatever discussion she was headed into now. DeVello moved through traffic with the practiced ease of someone who knew the streets like the back of his hand. There was no hesitating, no looking at street signs. Wherever they were headed, he was very familiar with the route. Margot had lived in San Francisco for over a decade and still needed GPS to get her half the places she needed to reach. In Elk Creek, there wasn't even a town, so it was a lot easier to get around. Soon, the neighborhoods became seedier, the murder sidewalks more overgrown. Buildings were shuttered, houses in a dismal state of disrepair. She was briefly reminded of David's neighborhood in Phoenix, but she had to push that memory from her mind because she couldn't afford to lose the plot right now. There would be plenty of time to worry about her brother later. A lifetime. DeVello parked the car in front of a barber shop with a faded striped pole outside and peeling paint on the main window, telling them they'd arrived at Stubby's Barber Shop. A printed sign in the window that was so sun-bleached it was almost unreadable said, "Cuts, $10, shaves, $5, no politics, no complaining." Margot couldn't help but smile. Above this menu of services was an open sign. DeVello opened the door for her and ushered her in. Inside, the place looked exactly as she imagined it would, from the yellowing walls and tile floors to the framed photos of boxers and old Miami Beach images. A broom was resting against the wall right inside the door, and there were 3 vacant chairs in a row along the wall, each with a mirror in front of it and a black cape draped over the back. In the 4th chair, a man was sitting in a relaxed pose. The day's newspaper opened. He was in his 60s, just a bit older than DeVello himself, but he also wore his age a little better than the detective did. Naturally, his white hair was neatly trimmed. He looked at the two of them from over the wire-framed glasses that were perched on the tip of his nose.
"Mike, you finally going to let me fix you up? A pretty lady usually does the trick, but it's customary to look good before you meet them. Now, Shardy knows you look like hell. If I didn't change for my ex-wife, I'm not sure why I'd change for anyone else," DeVello said. "Might be why she's an ex-wife, Mikey." The man flipped a page in the paper. "Goddamn Braves," he muttered to himself. Margot noticed that this far north in the state, folks tended to pay more attention to the Atlanta team than either of Florida's teams. She'd seen a lot of Braves caps and bumper stickers in town. Margot picked up a strange vibe between the pair of them. The words themselves spoke of camaraderie, old friendship, but there was an underlying venom to both of their tones that said this wasn't a friendly visit at all. "Stop, I brought a friend with me." DeVello sank into one of the barber chairs, the one farthest from the other man. "Say hello to Margot." The man seemed to remember some deeply ingrained manners he'd learned in a different decade. He got to his feet, his face pinching slightly, as if the effort of it had hurt him somewhere, and crossed the room. He took Margot's hand and shook it, a good firm grip. Then he leaned in and dusted an air kiss on either cheek. "Name is Alfonso Medero, but everyone calls me Stubby." For the life of her, she couldn't figure out why. He was a perfectly normal height and seemed to have all his fingers intact. She decided she was better off not knowing. "You sure you want to let them?" she asked. He chuckled, and she got a glimpse of the man he had been 30 years ago.
He had the rough-hewn features of a former fighter, the several times broken nose, the start of a cauliflower ear. But under that, there was a distinct handsomeness that time and injury couldn't wear down. He'd probably been quite the ladies' man in his day. The ring on his finger suggested he no longer was, but he could probably make some heads turn at bingo night around these parts.
Been that way for 50 years at this point, little lady. Can't say as I could make them stop, even if I tried.
Margot glanced at some of the vintage boxing posters on the wall and realized several of them were labeled with his name. Stubby had had a storied life before he ever found his way here. She gathered from context clues that he was a Miami transplant.
Why on earth are you hanging out with this soggy mop of a human?
Stubby asked, settling himself back into his chair. He folded up his newspaper and put it on the little table in front of the mirror. DeVello didn't seem to take the insult all that personally. Margot pulled out her badge and showed it to him. Stubby's expression changed completely, going from jovial to shuttered in the blink of an eye.
Ah, you didn't have the lawman vibe about you, but that was me getting distracted by a pretty face.
He smiled, but the previous warmth was gone. Don't hold it against me too badly. I've still got the pretty face. This time, his smile got as far as his eyes. He gave his head a little shake, then laced his fingers together over the round of his belly.
So, he brought you as backup. Figured maybe my tongue might wag a little more freely with the opposite sex. Not the stupidest thing he's ever tried, I grant you.
As an ex-detective, Margot was good at taking pieces that seemed to have nothing to do with one another and putting them together to make something that made sense as a narrative. DeVello hadn't told her why they were here or who Stubby was, but Margot didn't need her hand held. His age and the Miami-infused decor told her precisely what she needed to know. She sat in the chair next to his, rotating it towards him. "How long did you work for Fabian Rodriguez?" she asked. Stubby nodded, having expected this. She suspected it was a dance he had become accustomed to with DeVello, so much so that the two had developed the air of an old married couple.
I was with Fabian for over a decade, head of personal security.
His chest puffed a little. It was still a proud feather in his cap. That told Margot a little about the kind of man he was, that his tenure with a noted crime boss was still a time in his life he thought of fondly. As the head of security for a man like Fabian, he would have had to get his hands dirty an awful lot. So you would have had a hand in the hiring of Jason Edwin, then? Margot let this sentence sit like a bomb in between them, and she wondered if he would defuse it or let it go off.
I didn't know anyone named Jason Edwin, he said flatly.
Dane Breyer, DeVello said behind her. She heard him move out of his chair and saw Stubby's eyes following his movements, a deepening crease in his brow. Stubby cleared his throat, looking away from DeVello and back at Margot.
Yeah, I hired Dane.
His tone was peevish, and she wasn't sure who he was more annoyed at, her for bringing it up, or himself for making the ill-fated hire in the first place. Then, Margot asked him something that he hadn't been expecting, based on his reaction. How well do you remember Carissa Withers? Stubby let out a whistle and leaned forward, his forearms resting on his thighs.
Oh, now there's a name I haven't thought of in a good long time.
This surprised Margot, because she had assumed that DeVello would have asked the man outright if Carissa had been involved in Jason Edwin's murder, considering it was a suspicion he had been carrying around for well over 30 years at this point. The sound of a lock engaging made all the hairs on the back of Margot's neck stand on end. She looked over her shoulder to see DeVello closing the blinds on the front window. Safe, safe, safe. Somehow, this time, even her non-lizard brain wasn't buying it. Her hands started to tingle, the familiar sensation of a panic attack blurring her vision on the peripheries. She had no idea what DeVello was doing, but based on the tense, worried expression on Stubby's face, she wasn't the only one in the room who was confused and anxious. "What the fuck are you doing?" he asked over her, the question aimed at DeVello. "The lady is asking you some questions. Go ahead and answer them." DeVello replied, moving over to the table beside the barber chair, idly rifling through the accessories on top. Margot felt icy fingers trail down her spine. She flashed back to an earlier meeting, sitting in a cozy little kitchen, a white-haired old man offering her coffee right before the whole damn thing took an unexpectedly ugly turn. She struggled to make words come out, feeling that the only thing she could do in that situation was to keep talking and hope that whatever she said kept things calm. "I'm assuming you were working with Fabian when he dated Carissa?" she asked. Stubby worked his jaw, his attention still on DeVello. "Yeah, they were together for 2 years, longest he was with any of his women. Up until he met his wife. Can't say that I'd have supported the relationship if I'd known what she would get up to later, but she and Fab seemed to get along just fine. He was good to her, bought her anything she wanted. I looked her up when they started going around together. I knew she came from nothing, and girls like that can sometimes see the money more than the man. That happened to him a lot. She seemed to like him, though. Most of the time. Most of the time. Hell, some of the time, no one liked Fabian." DeVello was now hovering next to Margot's elbow, and she felt herself recoil, not wanting to accidentally brush against him. Her fight or flight was telling her to get the fuck out, but there was nowhere to go. "Let's ask him what we really want to know," DeVello said. He fidgeted with something in his hand, and Margot realized he was holding a straight razor, one of those intended to give a nice, close shave. Stubby saw it too, and his gaze drifted to the stand next to his own chair. Margot's heart pounded like a bird beating itself against the bars of a cage. A guy like that, he'd have something nearby to protect himself. A little snub-nosed pistol, maybe, something he could tuck away out of sight. "Did Carissa Withers ever hurt anyone while she was dating Fabian?" Margot asked. "Anything you might have needed to cover up?" "I worked for Fab, not for her." DeVello flicked his wrist, opening the razor, then flicked it again to close it. The blade flashed in the light. What the fuck was he doing? But Fabian wanted to protect her, right? He obviously cared an awful lot about her if he kept her around for 2 years. He'd do just about anything to keep her out of trouble. Stubby inched forward in his seat, and Margot began to feel hyper-aware of the weight of her own gun just under the lapel of her jacket. If he moved, how quickly could she get to it? Not as quick as him, she was willing to bet. "Did Carissa kill Jason Edwin?" she asked, the question sticking in her throat, hard to get out. "I don't know. Say you don't know his name again," DeVello said, flicking the razor open and leaving it. "Go ahead." The two of them stared at each other. and Margot got the distinct impression that right up until this point they had been playing a polite game of cat and mouse. But all of that had tipped in the last few minutes. Had DeVello brought her here just to be a distraction? That seemed likely at this point, and she was pissed to have been used like that. The anger was good. It helped. It chased back the panic that was threatening to overtake her. "Did Carissa kill Jason Edwin?" she asked again. Stubby gritted his teeth. He looked like he might resist, like he wanted to see if DeVello was bluffing. Margot couldn't see DeVello's face, but whatever it showed, there was a moment where Stubby, a man who used to kill for his job, saw a glimpse of the eyes of God. He blanched. Finally, his gaze trailing down to the blade, he said, "Nah, Carissa never touched him. I ain't saying shit about who did, but I can tell you it wasn't her." This was as good as him admitting he'd been the one to do the job, as far as Margot was concerned. She sat, waiting for whatever was going to happen next. She was desperate to reach for her weapon, but she didn't want to be the one who lit the match to set the whole place ablaze. She swallowed back a lump in her throat, needing the tension to ease up because it was getting hard to breathe. DeVello snapped the razor shut and stuffed it in his pocket. "Well, that's a damned shame, Stubbs. We have this press conference scheduled in the morning, and I was sure hoping to add one more case to the conversation." "Sorry to disappoint," Stubby said, and Margot didn't miss how thick his tongue sounded. DeVello clapped a hand down on Margot's shoulder, and she almost jumped out of her skin. "All right, Special Agent. Good job. Let's get out of here, unless you want to stick around for a trim." He smiled as if this entire thing had just been a normal conversation. "No," she said, getting uneasily to her feet. "I think I'll pass." 39. The next morning, Margot sat with DeVello in the brightly lit lobby of the police station. The manic edge she'd seen in his eyes over the last several days had dimmed. He seemed to be much more the man she'd first met back in California. She still didn't feel entirely at ease sitting next to him, and had opted for a chair a few spots away. She wondered briefly if Carissa had known what her simple message would do to the man. Had that been her last laugh? Had she known how long he'd carried the obsession? How fiercely her request would reignite something in him that might have long laid dormant? Since Margot hadn't known DeVello before this, it was hard to know what was new behavior and what was standard for him. Maybe there was always this edge of madness to him, or maybe he'd been broken by Carissa a long, long time ago. Margot felt certain that Carissa had gone on to live her life barely thinking of the detective who had once given her a look that held a little too much uncertainty. She'd gotten away with a lot, right up until she didn't. Was it only when she'd dug up her past for Margot's benefit that she had recalled him? DeVello, likewise, had seemed to wear Carissa like a scab. Something that no longer caused him pain, but once he remembered it was there, he simply couldn't stop picking at it. He was looking through the window at the crowd of reporters that had amassed outside, and he seemed to be deep in consideration about something. "You ever have one of those cases? One that just sticks to you like gum on the bottom of your shoe?" Margot smiled. So, they were thinking the same thing. "I think we all have those. There are still cases I think about from my days on the force, ones that make me sit up in the middle of the night, like maybe the missing piece had come to me in a dream, but then the dream fades away and it's gone." She followed his gaze out to the parking lot, which had been converted into a makeshift press conference area for the day. News vans lined the street, and curious onlookers had started to collect behind the barricades. I think what makes it easier is remembering all the good you have done. And maybe you can help find some peace in knowing that there are people out there who will still look for the truth long after we've stopped working these cases. He was quiet, considering her answer, or perhaps just lost in his own thoughts. "Is that why you do what you do?" he asked, not looking at her. "I do what I do because not everyone can do it, and I feel like it's necessary to put a skill I have to good use. I'd like to be more altruistic about it than that, and there is an element there, of course, of wanting to find justice. I mean, I wouldn't do any of what I've done in my life if I didn't want to help give a voice to those who couldn't speak. But after all this time, I don't think I have quite the same naive outlook on it as I used to. I still care about what I do, but I think at this point, I do it because I don't know how to do anything else. Maybe a bit because I wouldn't want to force anyone else to do it." She laughed, but there was no humor in it. "What about you?" "I think I've forgotten why I cut into this in the first place, and somewhere along the way, I started doing it all out of spite." He still didn't look at her as he said this, but it lacked any kind of sardonic tone. She got the feeling he was being completely serious, which made her feel exceptionally sad for him. There were many times in Margot's career where she had moments of doubt, where she questioned the value of what she and her team were doing, but through all of that, she always came back to the conclusion that the work was important. More than that, the work still excited her on some level, gave her a reason to get up in the morning, to drive and fly all those miles. She was still interested in what she did, because every new case was a challenge, a puzzle. One day, she would retire, and on that day, she would probably become a very obnoxious person to Wes and everyone around her, because she'd need to find a new outlet for her problem-solving. DeVello slapped his hands on the tops of his thighs and let out a mighty sigh, then got to his feet. "You sure you don't want to do this? It was an FBI investigation after all. I kind of thought you guys loved having the spotlight." He seemed to have forgotten what she'd previously told him about her disdain for conferences. "I can think of few things I love less," Margot said, offering him a soft smile. "No, the Fulton case was yours. I think it makes the most sense to let you finish what you started." They walked together outside, where a few other officers had already gathered. The chief of police of Tallahassee was there, looking polished and impressive next to DeVello, who had not bothered to shave for the event. Margot thought it loaned him an air of gravitas in this situation, as if he had just finished solving the case the previous night and come directly here from doing it. She stood at the back near a banner, trying to blend with the others around her. The mere fact that she had been the one to technically solve the case, and that FBI man-hours and money had gone into doing so, meant she needed to be there to represent her agency. Alana probably would have liked the press if Margot had been the one to stand at the podium. They would need to settle for her pinched version of a neutral face in the background. As DeVello thanked the chief and replaced him at the microphone, Margot thought about what she'd seen over the last 2 days. She had seen what obsession did to a man, how it sank its teeth in almost like addiction and clung to every facet of his life. He'd dropped little fragments of evidence in her lap right along with the bigger red flags. Divorced, hadn't seen his kids in years. There was a good chance that DeVello didn't even realize Carissa Withers was at the center of all of it, the case that embedded itself in his heart and started turning his whole life toxic. Margot hoped that knowing the truth would ease some of that, even if the truth of the Jason Edwin case hadn't been what he'd been hoping for. Carissa hadn't killed the cop. That much seemed obvious at this point. DeVello had built up the menace in his mind. She was guilty of many things, but not the things he had been holding on to for all these years. People like to say that the truth sets you free, but Margot knew all too well that the truth could just be a new burden to bear. She hoped that wasn't the case for DeVello. She resisted the urge to look at her watch. As terrible and cruel as the truth could be, she knew it was time that she found it for herself. Margot needed to go back to Phoenix. 2000, Florida. The bar was dark, even though it was the full light of afternoon outside. That always amazed Carissa, the way a little hole in the wall that seemed like nothing special could actually be a portal to a different time and place, somewhere that it didn't matter if it was noon or midnight, and it didn't matter who she had been or who she might one day be. A little temporal void which just happened to serve vodka. She made her way to the bar, found a stool, and slid on. Under different circumstances, she might have considered a booth or a table, somewhere she could people-watch or get a read on the room. Today, she didn't care much who was around her. She just wanted a chance to do nothing, to be no one. She ordered a vodka and Sprite, and thankfully got no flack from the bartender about it. He was in his 60s and looked as though he had been in every war the U.S. had fought in since 1945, even the ones he wasn't alive for. He had white hair and deep-set wrinkles that made him look older, but she was pretty good at accurately estimating the age of older men. He also didn't dress like he secretly had money, so she resisted her natural inclination to start flirting. The bar itself was clean, but lacked any kind of theme, a genuine blessing in Florida. There were no parrots, no signs offering fruity cocktails, and the scant menu didn't offer a single item made from alligator. This was not a place for tourists, and that might have been what appealed to her the most about it. Her drink was set in front of her, and the bartender made no small talk, just returned to emptying a tray filled with clean glasses. The only other patron Carissa had noticed on her way in was an old man sitting at a two-person table at the back of the bar, nursing a beer and looking deeply into the middle distance. Soft music played on an old jukebox, a Steely Dan song, almost too quiet to hear. The place held the lingering scent of cigarette smoke, but not in an entirely unpleasant way, kind of like visiting a beloved relative with a bad habit, and you didn't notice the way the stink clung to you until after you were gone. She lifted the sweaty glass to her lips and sipped. It could have used a cherry, but she didn't feel like embarrassing herself by asking for one. As a person who rarely had time to herself these days, the simple act of sitting at a bar and speaking to no one felt strangely thrilling. She didn't owe anyone anything in these few quiet moments, and that was its own kind of joy. She knew that all the choices she'd made to get her to this point had been intentional. They'd been necessary, and she wouldn't have changed anything about where she was. But to have no eyes on her, no expectations, no need to put on a performance, it was an unexpected gift. It wouldn't last long, and a part of her wasn't entirely sure how to behave when there were no rules, so she opted to stare into the depths of her drink, to disassociate and allow herself the freedom of nothingness. The door of the bar opened, a slice of light cutting across the floor before sinking the space back into hazy darkness. Carissa didn't look up. It was only when someone took the seat beside her, the stool legs scraping against the battered hardwood, that she bothered to lift her head. He was handsome, in his 30s, with a bit of world-weariness to him. He had sandy blonde hair, and the skin by his eyes crinkled when he smiled. He looked familiar, though she couldn't immediately place him. Once she did, though, her inner actress came back in an instant, ready to perform. Carissa gave him a careful once-over, sizing him up. Big guy, strong, but his face had a softness that suggested someone with a kind heart. She liked to think that, along with ages, she was pretty good at telling when someone was a douchebag, and this guy didn't give her that vibe.
"You're one of Fabian's, aren't you?"
She looked back into her glass, swirling the ice, and wishing once again there was a cherry in it. Simple pleasures were often the first thing to get lost when wealth increased.
"Dane,"
he said, and she caught his head bobbing in a nod out of the corner of her eye.
"You're new."
Statement, not a question.
"Not working in the house yet. I'd know you if you were."
"Not yet,"
he agreed.
"Soon, though, hopefully."
"You on a quest to prove yourself here? Bring back the wayward girlfriend?"
She glanced over at him. He was watching her carefully, the way someone watches a feral animal they want to catch, but don't want to spook.
"Just keeping an eye."
"You're a man of few words, huh?"
"Guess that's a nice change of pace.
Fabian never shuts up."
She smiled, despite knowing he would probably bring all of this back to the house, and she might get a talking to out of it later. Hell, if she let Fab spank her, she could probably get away with it and get a new Porsche. She knew which lines to toe. This wasn't her first rodeo. Dane shrugged, proving her point, but the little smirk at the corner of his mouth told her it was an intentional point. He was smart. If you talked too much in this line of work, you could be a liability. The more stoic and silent, the better, especially as far as Fab was concerned. Carissa briefly wondered if Dane had replaced someone, and if she would ever figure out who. She couldn't ask, because caring was more dangerous than speaking to these men.
"Can I get you a drink?"
she asked.
"Coke."
"On the job, is it? Being a good little soldier. I won't rat you out if you want to add a little rum to that."
"Coke's fine."
Carissa caught the bartender's eye and ordered Dane his soda, getting a refill for her own drink while she was at it.
"The gentleman would like a cherry on this side, if you happen to have any," she said.
The bartender was on to her, but he just grunted and went to get their drinks. When he returned, there were 2 bright red cherries on a tiny plate. Good man that he was, he set them next to Dane's Coke, and, as soon as he left, Carissa pulled the plate over and dropped one in her drink. The other she popped in her mouth directly. She wondered briefly if he was the kind of guy she could impress with the old cherry stem tied in a knot routine, but one glance at him and she knew it was a lost effort. He was here to work, and she was the job. He'd probably been following her since she left the house. If that was the case, he was good at it. She hadn't noticed him once. He sipped his Coke, and she put her cherry stem back on the plate. No knot. The 2 of them sat together in a companionable silence, but the magic and novelty of the place had worn thin for Carissa now that she wasn't alone. Now she had to be Fab's girlfriend. She had to be the Carissa that they saw around the house, who flaunted her ass in tiny bikinis and acted like no one else on the planet existed except for her man. It was, frankly, exhausting to be that version of herself all the time. Even at night, she had to plan to be sure that when she slept and rose, she had enough time to put on makeup and do her hair. Fab had never seen her barefaced. He never would. He had expectations and beliefs of what his woman should look like, whether or not those ideals were grounded in reality. She was just grateful he liked to sleep alone. It gave her slightly more time to transform. She finished her drink and reached for her wallet, but Dane was already on top of it, giving the bartender a handful of 20s and whispering something to him across the bar. A warning? A suggestion that he not let Carissa visit again? Dane needn't have worried. The simple pleasures the bar had offered her only 10 minutes earlier were now fruit withered on the vine. She wouldn't be back. She slung her bag over her shoulder and brushed past him, heading for the door. Steps away, Dane grabbed her arm and pulled her into an alcove, a narrow hallway leading to the bar's bathroom. The move was so unexpected that when she felt her back thump against the wall, it took all the breath out of her, despite being a surprisingly gentle gesture.
I might regret this later, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't say something. You seem like a nice kid, like you could still make something of your life. You can get out of this. There are ways to make him think it was his idea. He won't hurt you. He'll just give you some money and send you on your way. If you stick around, things are going to get bad.
Bad for who?
She whispered. For him, for you, for everyone. Who the fuck knows, but Fabian Rodriguez isn't as untouchable as he thinks he is, and he's going to learn that sooner rather than later.
Carissa stared at him, not sure what it was he was really saying, though she was building a pretty good idea.
Why are you telling me this?
The unspoken part of the question was, and why shouldn't I just tell Fabian? Dane shook his head.
I don't know. I shouldn't have said anything. But you remind me of someone I know, someone I care about, and if she was on a path to getting herself into trouble, I would hope someone else might try to help her.
Carissa was looking at him, but it felt like she was really looking through him. On the other side, she could see two paths. One led to her freedom, to a fresh start, to some life that was different from this. The other path was to stick it out with Fabian until it got bad, to hold tight, take whatever she could get, but keep an eye out for trouble, be the rat that flees a sinking ship. She knew which path she would take, even as Dane's face came back into focus.
Thank you,
she said softly, putting a gentle hand on his cheek.
I mean it.
When she got home that night, she told Fabian everything. Almost everything. She never saw Dane again. 41. Alaska. In his long history of ending lives, the man had learned one thing along the way. There were far more ways for something to go wrong than there were for everything to go right. There was a reason he was so careful, a reason he planned things and had contingencies. There was a reason he didn't act on base impulses. Those were all the things going through his mind as he slammed the woman from the bar against her own hardwood floor. Her chest was heaving, and she thrashed against his hold, her body weight surprisingly forceful. He wasn't going to be able to hold her for long. His heart was racing along with his mind. What were his options here? She hadn't seen him yet. If he could get to the door, he stood a very good chance of vanishing into the night, and no one would be any the wiser that he had been the one inside the house. If he'd had a weapon, none of this would be a problem. There would be a knife in the side of her throat. People stopped struggling pretty quickly with a blade in their jugular. He'd been too hasty, hadn't waited long enough to ensure she was asleep. He'd gotten through the window okay, but something had roused her. She had gotten away from him, making a beeline for something. A weapon? Her phone? He wasn't sure. He'd tackled her before she'd had a chance to get to it. But now, he needed to make up his mind. This was Alaska, after all, and it seemed every person in the state owned a gun. She likely had one somewhere, and he didn't want to give her a chance to get to it. If he'd thought this through better, he would have gone to her kitchen first, before climbing onto her bed. He could have used any kitchen knife to better effect than what he was currently dealing with. He felt sluggish and stupid, like his thoughts were crawling through molasses and nothing made any sense to him. This wasn't happening to him. It was happening to someone else, and he just had the misfortune of witnessing it. Because only a fool made mistakes like this. This was the sloppy work of someone who got caught. He was better than this. The woman bucked under him, jerking her hips up in an attempt to knock him free. He was astonished by her strength. She was small, but so strong. There was good reason she didn't seem to be afraid of the men at the bar. This was a woman who knew how to defend herself. He was willing to bet that, with the element of surprise on her side, and with a fairly matched opponent, she could have taken on many of those men hand to hand. In this situation, he had the advantage, but just barely. It was clear that this woman was a fighter, a survivor, and she had no intention of going down without a fight. He had no weapon, no follow-up plan, and he now lacked the element of surprise completely. Every possible thing he'd had going for him when he entered the house was now gone. He grabbed hold of her neck and violently forced her head down against the floor again. The only thing he still had at this point was that she hadn't started to scream, though he wasn't sure if, given her neighborhood, it would matter all that much if she did. It might just be one more of those things people turned the other cheek to. Still, he couldn't take the risk. He hit her head again, and she moaned. Some of the fight had gone out of her now. He still didn't know what to do. He could keep hitting her like this until she lost consciousness, then finish the job. Or he could just hope that her current state was enough to keep her from following him, and he could get the hell out of there while he still could. Leaving a job unfinished wasn't like him, but there was something new nagging at him now that he had her on the floor in the hallway. A pair of men's boots at the front door. It might mean nothing. They might be hers, or left behind from an old lover. They might not signify his worst-case scenario, but then again, they could mean that any moment now, that front door could open and a much bigger and stronger opponent might come through it. He'd already been here too long and risked too much. While the dark part of him, the one that craved blood and violence, was pleading with him to stay, to finish what he started, and to feel the life drain from her bit by bit as he dug his fingers into her windpipe, there was another massive part of him that was nothing more than a survivor. The balance of the two was how he'd gotten away with as much as he had, and he hoped to continue getting away with more. This would not be the fuck-up that got him caught. He slammed her head into the floor again, and this time her body slackened. She groaned, telling him she was still alive, but he could feel all of the battle-hardened anger in her seep away. If he stayed just a few more minutes, he could finish her. He could do what he wanted to do the most. But in those few minutes, the entire world could change, and all his luck could run out. He climbed off her and scrambled for the door, where he struggled for a moment to disengage the lock. Once he had it open, he sprinted into the night, leaving the front door ajar. It took several blocks for him to stop running and settle into a more relaxed stride that wouldn't draw attention if anyone happened to pass by. He never looked back. Not even once. Tonight, he'd made a mistake, a dangerous one. He didn't like mistakes, and he wouldn't make this one again. 42. It was dark by the time Margot got to David's apartment, giving the block he lived on an even more unseemly quality. She parked her rental car in front of his building and stared at the front for a long time, trying to psych herself up to get out. She'd hoped the next time she saw him she would have answers, that she would know definitively what she believed, but the truth was that her days in Florida with Mike hadn't helped her at all. Now she couldn't decide if she had been a fool to overlook things about her brother for so long, or if she was just becoming a paranoid lunatic. Mike could have been either. He was so obsessed with Carissa that she colored every part of his life, but that didn't mean he was wrong about her. There was no evidence that she'd had a hand in the murder of a police officer, but having met Carissa and seeing what Mike had put together, Margot didn't necessarily believe the detective's theory was without merit. The problem was, it didn't matter anymore. Carissa was dead and gone, and the only thing left for Mike to do would be to tank his own career by letting his obsession guide him. Now was the time for him to let it go. Her time in Florida had been unsettling for so many reasons, and Mike DeVello was the most frightening. But the more she sat with that fear, the more it worried her. She didn't know if he scared her because of his unpredictability or because she saw something in him that resonated with her. It would be so easy to become him. The work she did, it could become obsession if she wasn't careful. She thought of David, and she thought of her father, and of those goddamn orange buckets. Yes, she could lose herself to all of this if she wasn't careful. Margot wasn't sure what came next for her, but she knew she had to see her brother. Maybe if she could meet his gaze, it would offer her something. She had sat across from her father, from countless other killers, and she thought she was a decent judge of what a killer looked like by reading it in their eyes. She'd looked at her brother's face 1,000 times, but had she ever looked at it for such a purpose? Had she ever wanted to know? All she needed was 5 minutes with him, and she felt certain it would offer her more answers than any blood tests or reports or hypotheticals she could drum up. She needed to see him. She turned the engine off and sat in silence, the warmth of the air outside beginning to settle in almost immediately. She wasn't afraid of David. She never had been. But she was afraid of this situation and what it meant for both of their futures. Selfishly, she wondered what this would do to her reputation if it turned out to be true. The daughter of a serial killer was a title she had learned to wear grudgingly. But daughter and sister of killers, a family of murderers? How did she escape the long shadow of that kind of legacy? What did it say about her? Other killers had looked into her eyes and acted like they saw something familiar within. She had rebelled against that, told herself it was just them playing games with her. But if David turned out to be what she most feared, then what was she?
Do you really want to know, killer?
Fuck off, she grumbled. Finally, she got out of the car and made her way into the complex. The front door was ajar, propped open with a brick, and she still had a key to the apartment from her previous visit. At the time, she'd kept it in case she ever needed it for an emergency. Now, she was glad just to have it. For whatever this was. Standing outside his apartment door, she closed her eyes and listened. The subtle sounds of lives being lived all around her started to creep in when she opened herself up to them. A few doors down, someone was listening to a local news broadcast. Somewhere nearby, people were having a discussion. It wasn't an argument, but they didn't seem to care how loud their voices were. From one floor up, she could hear a dog barking. Such normal things. Little snippets of lives moving on as they should. Just another night. Nothing special about it. Margot leaned closer to David's door, listening. She wasn't sure what for. A scream? Someone crying? Something to indicate her brother was still her brother, like a video game being played, or explosions from a bad action movie? Something that might tell her he had snapped out of what he'd been the last time she sat with him, that her efforts had been worth something, and he had turned a corner. Maybe she could leave here tonight with an unexpected lightness in her step. The silence within gave her nothing to worry about, but nothing to pin her hopes on. Finally, having avoided it as long as she could, she unlocked his front door and entered his apartment. Whatever it was she had been expecting, and her imagination had meted out some wild possibilities, the empty apartment in front of her had not been one of them. She stood in the studio, which somehow looked much smaller now than it had when she had last visited, with no furniture and not a hint of the mess that she'd discovered the last time she had walked through the door. The whole place smelled of lemon and pine, the universal signs of something freshly cleaned. They masked the subtle odor of paint on the newly whitened walls. Margot turned in place, trying to find ghost images of her brother, where his bed had been, where he'd last sat on the couch. Panic rose in her throat. Had he died? Would anyone who ran this building have known to contact her, or to call Tamara, or to let anyone in his life know what had happened to him? Her fear made bile rise in the back of her throat, because surely that was the only explanation that made sense here. It was a worst-case scenario, but there were few other things she could imagine. She was fumbling for her cell phone, trying to figure out who to call, the police, the hospital, Tamara, when someone rapped on the door behind her, clearing their throat. When she turned, there was a squat man standing there, maybe 5'2". He was wide around the belly and had almost no hair on top of his shiny head, but there was a gentleness to his expression that made Margot think he wasn't here to do her any harm. "Sorry, ma'am, but we aren't starting to show the unit until tomorrow." He looked her up and down and must have judged something from her overall appearance. "But I guess if you wanted to take a look around, you can." She must have looked more reliable than the types of people who usually looked for a basement unit in a neighborhood like this. "David Phelan," she choked out. "What happened to him?" She was clutching her phone with a claw-like grip, desperate for the answers this man might be able to impart. He was obviously the landlord, or maybe a property manager. If something had happened to David in this apartment, then surely he would know. "The guy who lived here?" "My brother," Margot managed to choke. "He didn't send you to get his damage deposit back, did he? Because, and I don't mean to be rude here, ma'am, there's no way in hell he's getting that. We had to repaint, we had to replace the carpets. This place needed a lot of work." Margot, hearing David spoken of in the present tense, relaxed ever so slightly, feeling her bones become pliable, her grip on the phone yielding slightly. "Where did he go?" The man narrowed his eyes at her, uncertain. "He's your brother, don't you know?" She shook her head. "I don't live nearby. I was here not long ago. He didn't say anything about moving. He didn't seem in the headspace for it." The politest way she could explain her nearly catatonic brother. The building manager gave her a sympathetic smile, like he might have understood what it was like to deal with the black sheep of a family. "He dropped his keys off at my apartment 2 days ago. Said he was moving out, and anything left behind I could keep or trash. Not that any of it was really usable, you know. Had to bring in one of those junk companies to get everything hauled out." He looked at her, like maybe he was considering asking her to pay for that service, but something in her face must have told him not to bother. "He didn't say where he was going, Sorry, but he didn't really leave anything of value behind. Not sure what he took with him, but he didn't have a moving truck or anything. Don't think anyone came by to help him take any furniture or boxes, so he was packing light. If there had been any furniture in the apartment, Margot would have sunk onto a couch or chair, letting all this information settle in. David was gone, but he was alive. She should have felt more relieved, but knowing he was alive just gave way to another, more insidious thought. What potential evidence had there been in this apartment that was now lost forever? What had he gotten away with as it was hauled off in the back of a big junk truck? Where had he gone?
Look, you can hang out in here a little longer if you want, the man said. But if you don't mind, could you leave your key on the counter when you go?
He raised an eyebrow, awaiting a response, until Margot finally gave a weak nod, her brain too fuzzy with unanswerable questions to give him anything else. The man left, and Margot stood in the empty apartment, wiped clean of anything that had made it David's space. She let the bareness of it sink in, and found herself disassociating, leaving her body and this place, just staring at the blank wall, freshly painted in agreeable gray. The FBI agent in her wanted to hunt him down, track him, whatever the cost. She had so many unanswered questions still lingering, the kinds of questions she wished she had more time to pose to Carissa, the questions she wished she'd been brave enough to ask her father. What did you do? There was another part of her, though, the part that regretted the way things had ended between her and Ed, the part that hated herself for being the one who acted as his judge, jury, and executioner. She didn't know how she could wake up in the morning, breathe in and out, and live her life like things were normal if the thing she feared most about David was true. She could forgive herself for not knowing about her father. Could she find that same forgiveness if David had slipped by right under her nose? Margot wasn't so sure. For a long time, she feared moving from her place on the carpet. If she took a step, she needed to make a choice. Her phone started to buzz in her hand. Desperately, she hoped to see David's picture on the screen, but instead, it was Alana's name.
Hello? Margot, where are you? I was expecting you back from Florida this afternoon with a report.
I'm in Phoenix, Margot replied, looking at the new fridge in the kitchen, the one she had purchased only weeks earlier. There was a pause.
Your brother?
Alana asked.
Yeah,
she replied, without elaborating. Her gut clenched, because the reason for Alana's call could have been anything. She could have been calling to tell her there was a hit on the blood tests she had sent off. Something definitive, something that would mean all of Margot's worst fears were being realized, and that her brother had slipped between her fingers before she had a chance to know for certain.
You should get back here,
Alana said, obviously trying to keep her voice mellow, relaxed. What's happened? A pause. Margot waited, her breath held. This was something Alana didn't want to tell her on the phone, something she had been waiting to see her in person for. Her friend and her boss was weighing the merits of telling her over the phone. At last she spoke, but what she said was beyond anything Margot was prepared for.
Margot, we got a match.
To what?
To the partial thumbprint on that bucket you found. There's been a match. Not a name, but an assault in Alaska.
Margot's whole body went cold. In a state of cool automation, she wedged the phone between her ear and shoulder and removed David's apartment key from her keychain, leaving it on the counter. Moving meant making a choice. And for right now, her choice was to ignore whatever was happening here. She thought briefly of Mike DeVello, of the obsession that drove him to mania and kept pushing him forward every day. "I'm coming. I can be there by morning," she said. She turned off the lights of David's empty space and stepped into the hallway. There were things she could solve and things she couldn't. Knowing how to tell the difference was a good place to start. We hope you have enjoyed this production of As Long as She Lives by Kate Wiley, narrated by Lauren Allman. Copyright 2026 by Ashley McLennan. Recorded by arrangement with Storm Publishing Limited. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.